break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Oh, baby, I just want to know you're playing. Give it on the low, 'cause my heart can't take it anymore. Give it a show. Oh, baby, I just wanna. My heart can't take it anymore. Oh, baby, I just wanna. Baby, I just wanna do. Yo, what up, fools? Today is 6/21/2025. It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. How's everybody doing? I'm hoping we'll have some time to get back into some Middle Eastern history. We're not talking about the, outer Eastern history. We're not talking about like center Eastern history. We're not doing the left Eastern history or right Eastern history. Not the Western Eastern, not the Northern Eastern, not the Eastern Eastern. We're talking Middle Eastern. But yeah, I don't know if we're gonna have time for it again today, but we shall see. So apparently, old Donnie Boy decided to bomb Iran today. We're gonna watch his 10-minute speech for 6 hours. I'm pretty sure it's a 2-minute speech, and I think it's probably gonna take 8 hours. So, nice try. This is Trump addresses the nation. U.S. President Donald Trump addressed the nation, announcing that the U.S. successfully hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. On Saturday evening, American B-2 bombers were used in the weekend operation, a source told CNN. Woo-wee! Something's happened. Oh. Something's happened. I know him. I know that guy.
Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the
What was that?
of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and
Nuclear enrichment capacity? What did he say?
was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a
Enrichment. Oh. Because even this says Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. He says enrichment.
was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would.
What? Why is he bringing up Soleimani right now?
Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before.
Oh,
And we've
perhaps like no team has ever worked before. Wow, that is some team. This will be the new, the real dream team. That's what everybody will call Trump and Netanyahu. They're replacing, Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. They're replacing this is the new dream team like no other before.
gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades.
The world has not
Hopefully,
seen it.
we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman.
I don't even know why. I don't even know why the fuck we're bombing them. Like, why the fuck are we bombing them? Like, just allow Israel to do their thing. Why are we bombing them? What the hell?
The Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes.
They really all do. Like, I feel like you can just look at these 4 people and just feel embarrassed for them. Like, they all just look so dweeby and weird. They all just look like a bunch of fucking losers. Like, they just look like they're just begging you to shove them in a locker or something. Like, they're just... They're just so odd looking.
There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane,
Didn't they just drop a couple bombs?
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bro, you see how Rubio cowers when Trump turns around? He's like the dog when like the alpha comes. Look at him. Look at him. What is happening? They all look like sons that are always a failure to their father. That's what they all look like. They're like, oh, he didn't even look at me. He hates me. They're all like waiting for eye contact. Like, please show me some eye contact. Show me some love. Ah, okay. Well,
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Again, we've been continuing to keep up with the very latest out of the Middle East. I want to showcase a few live looks that we have there in Israel at this hour, as we've been continuing to keep up with the latest movements there in the war and in the conflict that is currently happening right now. We do know that there have been some updates as well, as it is now official that there are B-12 bombers heading towards the region. They're heading towards Guam. I'm going to put this up on your screen. This is from Fox News earlier this morning, saying that B-12 stealth bombers appear to be on the move hours before President Trump is expected at the White House. So again, this is a big deal because these several B-2 bombers took off from Whiteman Air Force Base overnight and are now headed towards Guam, according to two defense officials. The conflict is now entering its 9th day. We do know that Iran sent a missile barrage into Israel early this morning, sending millions into bomb shelters. But at this point, no reported casualties from those attacks. Israel has continued to also strike military sites within Iran. But the biggest news is that a summit yesterday in Geneva with Iran's foreign minister and European leaders yielded no signs of a breakthrough. At the United Nations Security Council, Iran and Israel traded insults in a heated but ultimately inconclusive meeting. We've also been hearing from President Trump saying that he's dismissing the European effort, suggesting that a diplomatic solution would require U.S. involvement. We did hear President Trump speaking yesterday on the conflict and what he hopes to see happen in the future. Let's listen into some of these remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
We just learned that Rwanda,
Rwanda.
the Congo will be doing a peace settlement, probably coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to be signing it up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved.
The bottom says, Trump DNI Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about nuclear capability.
I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, a long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one, is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India, and we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with Pakistan, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. The Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years, and as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion, and now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress, and we have Israel, and nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
The Iranian Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister.
Wait, what was that?
A couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress, and we have Israel, and nobody really knows what that one is all about.
And we have Israel. No one really knows what that one's all about. And then hours later, he bombs Iran and the greatest team with Netanyahu.
We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What was the thought process behind 2 weeks? Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses. Did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians? No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of.
What a fucking nut, dude. No, they don't want to speak to Europe. They only want to speak to us. They're not going to. Europe can't do anything. They're not going to be able to help.
Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Mr. President,
What the fuck, dude? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Holy moly, dude. What is happening? I cannot believe he just said that. Ay, 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 bro.
Landing in Iran from China?
No, they say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China, get along very well with President Xi. I like him, he likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
The decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you'll have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't, really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now.
True, Michael
Maybe
Jones.
5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions. You never really know.
Sir, would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
would you...
It's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. And I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Liam Rodker was here. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me the Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look to Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
They're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian work. It's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go nuclear a little bit because we need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against America?
Oh, damn. I thought he was going to get hit by the fucking muff again, dude. I don't know if you guys saw that, but about 6 months ago, Trump was talking and somebody just, smacked him in the face with the boom mic.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more. Is it still your expectation?
What a weird thing to say to people, dude. What a weird thing to say to people. Obviously, every president that's ever existed has always had a target on their head. I would bet this is the first president to ever say something like that to the press while he's talking to them. No, all presidents have always had these circumstances on them. And he's going to be he's the first to actually say something like that.
That NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending.
I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
What, Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free?
And
What?
he's been right about that.
ICE.
Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they are undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you could also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country. And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, I mean, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to...
What's he talking about in regards to Canada? I don't know, I'm sorry. I only took like 20 Adderall today. I'm a bit short on the 50 I'd normally be taking.
You go in there and say, you know, you're coming out, but we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad. So the hard part about this is not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone-cold murders, 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here, but we don't want them, so we have to be careful.
There he goes, chickening out. Is there a song? Is there a song like that? We need that. There he goes, chickening out again. There he goes again. We need that fucking song, dude. Does that exist somewhere?
Careful, but I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country.
Yes.
Free taco?
No way.
Passers
DNC trolls Trump with a taco truck, dude.
by in Washington, D.C. were greeted today by a taco truck wrapped with an image of President Trump dressed in a chicken suit.
Thank you. Emily. Thank you. You're welcome.
The DNC parked the truck outside the RNC headquarters as a way to troll Trump.
They're not going to be able to sell any of the tacos. They're not going to be able to sell anything in that truck. If they sell anything, they can get sued for using his likeness. They can't sell anything in there, but this is fucking hilarious.
Following his angry reaction to Wall Street's new acronym, TACO, for Trump Always Chickens Out, coined by a Financial Times commentator last month to characterize Trump's frequent willingness to walk back or pause his tariffs.
Don't ever say what you said. That's a nasty question.
Trump may not have appreciated the nickname, but it seems like the tacos were a hit.
Thank you so much. You're welcome, bud. Enjoy. Come on down, amigo. Have a good day.
That's hilarious. It's all AI.
He talks like a tough guy, tweets like machete, but the moment it gets hot, he flops like confetti. Democrat in Europe yelled at Trudeau, said steel's too strong and your cheese gotta go. The EU smirked, Canada side, Trump slips away like Ted.
Bro, this fucking AI is horrible with mouths. Like, the mouths get fucked up every single
Steel's too
time.
strong and your cheese got.
Do you see this? Every time their mouths all just get super jacked up, bro. What the fuck, bro? That is terrifying.
The EU smirked, Canada side, Trump slips away like Ted Cruz's astroglide. T-A-C-O, taco, taco, taco. Trump always chickens out. Oh,
bro, they're gonna get run over.
Starts a fight, then runs away like a matador in the ASPCA. T-A-C-O, taco, taco, taco. Roars like a lion, scurries like a roach. Tyrant, tough guy.
The only thing that would make it worse is if somebody changed the lyrics to a song by his beloved Village People to drive it home.
Taco, taco man.
Well, none of these are the ones that you guys said existed, so I guess I'm gonna have to make it.
They say Trump always chickens out. They say taco. They say chicken. They say taco. They say Trump always chickens out. No, I'm not the chicken. You're the chicken. I'm not the chicken. You're the chicken. I'm the chicken.
Film motivation.
You've been talking about yourself like you chose, acting like the rules don't apply to you. Got your followers believing every word you say, but I ain't buying what you try to do. Feel with stronger breaks, masterpiece will break. When they fall at mid-leg, holding more I fall. Sticking ladders, tie inside and need it whole track.
Nails, a genius too, but when the heat rolls in, he's turning blue. He struts like a rooster, chest puffed with pride, till the subpoenas fly and he runs to hide. From bone spurs to court dates, he's always got an out. Blames the weather, the Wi-Fi, or liberal drought. T-A-C-O, Trump always chickens out. Big mouth, small spine, filled with fear and doubt. Promises stay, but it's just
It sounds like Dolly Parton. Is that who it's supposed to be? Is Dolly Parton? Is that like a real Dolly song?
T-A-C-O, Trump always chickens out. He'll tweet a storm, then hide in the loose. Says he's got nukes, but he's scared of a flu. Talks tough on China, then begs for a deal. Said he drained the swamp, but slipped on a seal. From debates to indictments, he's ducking each fight like a rooster on Xanax, afraid of the night. T-A-C-O.
I was walking through the city streets, and a man walks up to me and hands me the...
Oh, it just played to the next thing. I was like, wait, did they edit that song to be a Trump song?
At the border, he puffed his chest. I'll build that wall 10 feet, no less. But when the costs came knocking loud, he ducked and blamed the press. He said, I never back down. No one tells me what to do. But throw him in a real debate, and he's crying fake news. Taco Trump is a taco. Trump always chickens out, runs faster than a shadow. He talks tough, then retreats like a taco made of fluff. No beans, no meat, just bluff. Said he'd crush the Chinese trade. Tariffs will make us rich today. But when markets dropped a single point, he panicked and backed away. NAFTA's dead, he claimed with pride. America first, we won't bend. Then signed a deal that looked the same and called himself a genius again. Taco Trump is a taco. Trump always chickens out. He's all bark and bravado. Starts a war, then calls.
Interesting.
Thank you very much, everybody. The Sandman.
Uh-oh.
My wife asked me, why the Sandman? Just tell me. My First Lady. I said, because when Enter Sandman filled the arena, fans went crazy. When you hear the music, you'll understand exactly why I say that. Are you ready?
Ah, that's good. That's good.
Where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles. If we didn't go to Los Angeles, and the sheriff admitted it, he had no control. He would have lost control. We saved Los Angeles by having the military go in. And the second night was much better. The third night was nothing much. And the fourth night, nobody bothered even coming. We put out that fire, and we did a great job of it. He sued us for going in and for helping him. We went and helped him. Right now, you'd have Los Angeles burning to the ground. Largely, it would have already been destroyed.
So do you think the president to be that of a peacemaker? You worried that striking Iran would change that?
Always a peacemaker. That doesn't mean sometimes you need some toughness to make peace, but always a peacemaker.
Can you win in Iran without ground forces?
Say it?
Is an aerial campaign in Iran enough, or do you need ground forces?
Well, I'm not going to talk about ground forces. The last thing you want to do is ground forces.
Does Iran have 2 weeks, or could you strike before that? Are you essentially giving them a 2-week timeline?
I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time. And I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Yeah, I think he posted on Truth Social or something yesterday saying that 2 weeks is the maximum. That doesn't mean that he's actually going to wait 2 weeks. And then this morning bombs them, so. This is U.S. Iran. President Trump addressed the nation after announcing that the U.S. successfully hit 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan on Saturday evening. American B-2 bombers were used in the weekend operation, a source told CNN. Hostilities escalate. The Israel-Iran conflict has entered its second week. Earlier on Saturday, Israel claimed the killing of 2 commanders in an Iran elite Quds force and said it struck a range of Iranian military targets. In Israel, 2 Iranian drones made a rare breach of the country's air defenses. Iran's atomic agency has condemned the U.S. attacks on 3 of the country's nuclear facilities and vowed never to stop its nuclear program, according to Iranian media. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, which oversees Iran's nuclear technology, said the 3 key sites, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, came under savage assault in the early hours of Sunday morning, reported the state-affiliated IRNA news agency. The agency described the strikes as a blatant violation of international law, particularly the Treaty of the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and accused the UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, of complicity. This is what we were talking about yesterday, over the last 2 days, because people like Piers were lying about what the IAEA was saying. Al Jazeera is lying about the IAEA reports. And so they're all trying to twist what it is that the IAEA is saying. But the IAEA has said that they're lying, that Iran is lying, that they've been hiding things from them. They haven't been allowing them to audit all of their nuclear sites, and that they're always that they are like gathering tons of uranium that is not for civilian use.
We're going to be announcing something, I would say, over the next 2 or 3 weeks that will be phenomenal in terms of tax.
President Donald Trump has often promised to deliver policy solutions in, quote, 2 weeks.
So we're doing very well in the fight against ISIS, as General Mattis has just explained, and we're going to be having a news conference in about 2 weeks to let everybody know how well we're doing.
Trump has used this 2 weeks tactic for years when discussing both foreign policy and domestic issues.
Women's unemployment has reached its lowest level in only 65 years. But within about 2 weeks, I think we'll be able to say in American history, because it's moving quickly. So we're building a lot of wall. We're building new sections starting in about 2 weeks. We're building some brand new sections, large sections. Additional tariffs on China? Well, you mean when am I going to put the extra $325 billion worth of tariffs? I will make that decision, I would say, over the next 2 weeks. Someday you'll see what was in that letter. Someday you'll be reading about it, maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks. Who knows? I think it shows far more strength to do it the way we're doing it. And again, whether it's next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, doesn't make any difference. Whether it's now or in 3 weeks, doesn't make any difference. At some point, we're going to open up our country, and it's going to be fairly soon.
Weeks or months? Because you seem to be
I'm not looking at months, I can tell you right now. And we're asking every American to make major...
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of weird. This is from the Associated Press. All they're doing is just clipping every single time he said the word 2 weeks, and then saying this is his... He always uses the 2 week strategy.
Changes to reduce social interactions over the next 2 weeks. There's a possibility that sometime today we'll do a quarantine, short-term, 2 weeks on New York. We're very advanced in testing. Other countries are calling us to find out what are we doing. And by the way, within 2 weeks, you'll see numbers and you'll see different forms of testing. The peak, the highest point of death rates, remember this, is likely to hit in 2 weeks. Nothing would be worse than declaring victory before the victory is won. It would be very, very proper and very nice if a winner were declared on November 3rd. Instead of counting ballots for 2 weeks. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin.
And do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks, we're going to find out very soon.
That's funny.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood. Purpose-built for how you trade. Execute your strategies with tools designed to make trading more intuitive.
also across so many communities in the United States, and welcoming Mahmoud home to be here and to be
So yeah, so Mahmoud Khalil has been released. We got out a couple days ago.
reunited with his wife and his newborn son. Mahmoud Khalil was in prison for 104 days by this administration, by the Trump administration, with no grounds and for political reasons. Because Mahmoud Khalil is an advocate for Palestinian human rights, he has been accused baselessly of horrific allegations simply because the Trump administration and our overall establishment disagrees with his political speech. This was a form, his detention by ICE, being taken from his home.
He's still an
as well
illegal alien, yeah.
As other advocates, Ms. Osterg in Boston, Massachusetts, ripped off of the street. Being taken is wrong, it is illegal, it is a violation of his First Amendment rights, it is an affront to every American, and we will not allow and we will continue to resist the politicization and the continued political persecution that ICE is engaged in. And so we welcome Mahmoud home. We will
Yeah, I don't care what the court said. Get the illegals out. That's literally something that Trumpers keep saying. It's so fucking backwards. I don't care what the court said. They're illegal, so they should leave. If the court says they're not illegal, then they're not illegal anymore. So you can't say they're illegal. And yes, it's so fucking weird, dude. So weird.
continue to support. I also want to thank the incredible work of CCR, the ACLU, IMU, and many other advocacy organizations, the lawyers and organizers on the ground who have supported his family. And I have to, of course, thank my staff and office, Marine Officer, who has done so much incredible work as well in ensuring that Mahmoud gets the justice and dignity.
Signed warrants by judges is due process. The fact that you would even make a statement like that statement in and of itself is so fucking broken. Like that statement in and of itself just shows you don't even know what you're saying when you say due process. Because that can be a part of due process. Sure. Signed warrants by judges are parts of due process, but they are not due process in and of itself. It can just be a part of due process, but depending on the crime or depending on the charges, the signed warrants is due process. See, you're proving you don't even know what you're saying. That doesn't even make sense. That literally just doesn't even make sense what you're saying. It is due process. If I get a speeding ticket, okay, there's a very different type of due process for a speeding ticket than there is if I get charged with murder, right? And I'm and I'm being charged with the death penalty. Totally different types of due process. The process that is due is different. Just saying signed warrant is due process, that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense. Like, depending on what the process is that's due, it couldn't be part of it. It depends on what process is due. Sometimes, sure, a signed warrant from a judge can be part of the due process. Sometimes it can be but there's never a time where just a signed warrant is due process. Like that's never the case. It's never a time. There's never a time when a signed warrant by itself just is due process. Never. There's never a time where that's the case.
That he deserves. And so right now we hope that and we wish for Mahmoud and his family to be able to enjoy some peace after an incredibly difficult 104 days. But we also have a path ahead of us. This is not over, and we will have to continue to support this case. And I also want to thank, I know we have Representative
Due process is for an arrest? No, it's not. Due process is not just for an arrest. Again, due process is also for speeding tickets. It's for any type of penalty. Any type of penalty. So it doesn't matter what the penalty is. If you get some sort of penalty from the government, you have to have due process first. That is how it works. So a speeding ticket gets due process. It's the fact that you have to go to court before they can fine you and make you pay a fine. That is part of the due process. Tom, due process is only for all people. It's in the name illegal aliens. Aliens aren't people. Yeah, true. Yeah, true. Due process in the Constitution says it's for all people, not for illegals. According to the Constitution, it is for illegals. It kind of always has been, but your echo chambers probably don't tell you that. So.
Others, because everybody agrees, everyone agrees that the persecution based on political speech is wrong, and it is a violation of all of our First Amendment rights, not just Muslims. Thank you very much.
They meant Americans? No, they didn't. There's times in the Constitution where they say Americans. And then there's times in the Constitution where they say all people. And in the 14th Amendment, they make it very clear that lots of things are for anyone within our jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction is just on our land, so any people on our land is who it applies to. It's very clear. You've never read it. I don't know why you're pretending to start to say what it is you think they meant when you've never even fucking read it.
I think the thing that we know first and foremost is that the Trump administration knows that they are waging a losing legal battle. They are violating the law, and they know that they are violating
The reason we have borders. Yeah. So when you go through due process, we can kick you out of the borders. That's how we have a line for our jurisdiction. Correct. Mm-hmm.
and they are trying to use these one-off examples to intimidate everyone else from not going to school, from not using their speech, etc. And so we hope, we've seen that a judge has tossed out their actions not just once, but twice, and we hope to continue to advocate for the administration to.
The Constitution meant foreigners, then we wouldn't have borders. You really are 5. I really do have to explain things like you're 5. You would have to be 5. It doesn't apply to people who are outside of our borders. It only applies to people who are inside of our borders. Foreigners included, as long as they're inside of our borders. That's what matters, is if they're inside of our borders. So we still have borders. We would still need borders in order to decide whether or not they were within our jurisdiction. But yes, if somebody from Mexico is on our side of the border, then yes, now due process applies to them. If they're not on our side of the border, then no, due process does not apply to them. That's how it works.
Follow the law.
Which actually, that's not even true. Because even when we charge other countries, other people with crimes, so there's times where terrorists will help plan a terrorist attack on us, and we will put out a warrant for their arrest. Why? Because we want to arrest them in another country and bring them here to go through our due process. So yes, it even applies to people who were never within our borders, actually. Yeah. But especially to anybody within our borders.
David trusts Prevagen for his brain, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David.
I don't trust David.
pharmacist
David's fake news. He's working for Big Pharma. Fuck David.
44 years.
Fuck David. All right, this has been on my list for like 3 days. This is an hour long. It is the U.S. Appeals Court considering Trump's deployment of troops in L.A. This is a panel on Wix with Lycan about Iran. He's been pretty leftist about this entire issue. So we might come back to some of that stuff. Let's see. So we're gonna come back to the Iran stuff in just a little bit. We're gonna get to some of the other shit. There's a bunch of people sawing out about Ethan's lawsuit. So I was so confused. I was so lost. There were so many people who kept coming and asking me like, so Tom, what do you think about Ethan's lawsuit? What do you think about it? What's your thoughts? What's your take on it? And I'm like, what do you mean? They stole his content. He's suing them. Like what? What else is there to say? Like that's that. And I think that I didn't know that there was like all these losers sawing out about it. So now it's kind of funny, but anybody who does, I've always done React content. I've always known people who don't like that I've reacted to their videos or something. They can take my content down. They can sue me for it. They can come after me for it. I've always known this. Okay, I've always known this. And I've talked about the fact that like even I don't like when people, review my content and then upload it as a whole new video. I don't like that. That annoys me. And so if you go through my channel, most of my content is like original content. It is my content. It is not me like reviewing people's stuff. There are times where I'm reviewing other people's stuff that I definitely do it, but like this is me just debating Dean. This is me debating a bunch of people. This is me on a panel going over articles and then debating people. This is me reviewing content and then debating people. This is me reviewing content for 5 minutes and then about 2 hours of a debate. This is me reading articles. This is me reading court orders. This is me talking to Pisco, me talking to Not So Erudite, me talking to STV Philly, me talking to Econo Boy, me talking to JSTLK and Irrelevant, me talking to this is me reviewing somebody's hit piece, but the whole thing is me calling them out for lying, debunking the stuff that they're saying. There's a lot of like editing and like changing the content and moving it around and adding AI and all sorts of stuff to it. This is me reviewing something. This is me talking to Anna from Ukraine. This is me reviewing something. This is me going over articles, reviewing something. This is my video essay. This is me debating again, debating again, debating again, debating again, reviewing something, debating again, debating again, reviewing something, debating again, reviewing something, reviewing something, reviewing something, reviewing something, debating again, reviewing something, debating again, reviewing something, reviewing something, debating again, debating again, debating again, debating again, my own video. So yes, like I would say the majority of this stuff is me debating people, arguing with people, interviewing people, making my own original content. But it's never me like taking a video of like somebody else's video that's a video essay that I think like so true I'm gonna re-upload me agreeing with them the whole time. Like, that never really do that. And I do pause a lot. I pause a lot. I talk a lot. I have a lot to say. And yes, anytime somebody comes in and they're like complaining, like, Tom, stop pausing the video. I'm like, no. If you aren't here to hear what I have to say, go fuck off somewhere else. You can go watch the video yourself. Here's the fucking link. But I'm not here to do a watch party for somebody else's content. If you want to come here, you can hear what I have to say about shit, but otherwise you can fuck off. But I think that is like a large part of the commentary community, is that it is just watch parties a lot of the times. That it's just like, hey, let's just sit and laugh and make faces and make sounds like, oh, wow, cringe, dude, whoa. Is that crazy? That's crazy. Is that crazy, chat? Yo, chat, that was crazy, right, chat? And that's like, that's about it. So they don't have like a lot of substance to their critiques. They're not transforming the content in any way, and they're not changing it. But not only that, I've said a million times that if people who are malicious are stealing my content and then just lying about me, yes, I will happily take them to court. And I do copyright my shit so that I can take people to court. Just hoping that the right person reviews my stuff so I can take them to court. That is 100% something that I do, and that I am totally in favor of. And I've said for a long time that I think bigger content creators should do this more often, because it is subjective. You can choose. If I make a video essay and literally every single channel, every channel on the internet reviews it, I can pick and choose who I want to take it from. It's my content. I'm allowed to choose who I give permission to and who I don't give permission to. I'm allowed to choose who's allowed to take my content, who's not allowed to take my content. It is at my whim. It is my subjectivity. I can choose across the board. So I'm kind of annoyed with everybody acting like this is setting a bad precedent. This isn't a precedent, you dumb fucks. This is just the law. This is the way the law has been. It's not a new fucking law. It's not new. This is just the fucking law. Fuck. I didn't save the other thing. Alright, hold on. Let me find it. I saved it earlier, and I don't remember where it was sent from. Yeah, if you don't know what commentary community is, it's going to be stuff like Augie RFC, it's going to be Nicholas Diorio, it's going to be Chud Logic, it's Queeman, JCLK. Like, these are like commentary community people where their whole thing is just watching other people's content and then commenting on it. And then that's everything that they upload as well, is like all of their content. 90% of their content is just going to be them watching other people's content and commenting on it. You're kidding, do you really? No, I'm not kidding. No, I'm not kidding. I've talked about this on stream many times, and even talked about certain people who are going to have to deal with lawsuits and copyright court. Was it edits? I don't know. What does that mean? How much do they charge to copyright a video? It depends on the way you copyright it. because there's different ways of going about it, but generally I think per video it's like 125. You can do things in a series if you publish it all like together, or if you do things in episodes, but they have to be, it can only be limited in like 3s, and they all have to have the same name. And yeah, there's a bunch of different ways that you can do it, and it'll change because for a series it's still the same, like 125 for the series, but then you also pay things like copyright protection, which makes it to where anytime you just want to sue somebody, you just say the word and they immediately start filing it. Whereas if you don't get copyright protection, then you have to go through like a much longer process, and generally take them to federal court. Whereas copyright court is a thing in and of itself that makes everything much, much easier. But there's also an issue with what do you call it? I'm blanking on the term, but there's a type of like there's a type of suing that I can't even think of the term what it is, but anyways, there's a way to where you get a lot more money where you file things in a certain way. So yeah, it's all different. How long does it take to do the court stuff? It all depends. It could take a couple weeks. It could take years. It's all drastically different from one thing to another. So, is Pisco really a lawyer? Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not as much as I would have guessed. Well, so technically, the thing is that anytime you create work, you automatically own it. Automatically. Like, you don't have to go file with copyright to own something. It's yours. If I put out an episode, it's my IP. It's mine. That is my shit. So anytime I put something out and it's published, I own it. Then YouTube gives you like a YouTube license that kind of gives you like the ability to show that you did it, like that you that you published it on a certain date, and then they'll give you your own protections within YouTube rules and their own shit. But yes, you can do things outside of YouTube as well, and YouTube will cooperate with courts. And like if I send like even if I start copyright proceedings in court with somebody, YouTube will immediately just take their shit off until there's a court decision. Are you saying that YouTubers that snipe people's lives and clown on them are doing something wrong? I don't know. You're going to have to be a lot more specific. I don't think that just reviewing somebody's stuff is wrong. No, I'm getting ready to review people's stuff. I'm getting ready to do it now. I review people's stuff all the time. What changes, you have to change the content. Okay, so there's a legal term called transformative. Okay, so you have to transform the content into something new. So, and it has to be different enough from the original content. That is very subjective. Now, there's a list of like guidelines that the law will use to decide whether or not you have made it transformative enough, but it's enough is still a line of reasonability. So, do you have any branding copyrights? I don't. I think so. That's one of the problems that I have with people who are in other countries that I haven't checked in on in a while. But you have to talk a lot like Tom does. Yeah. So we were talking about the other day that I went through the 2-hour video with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz debating. 2-hour video. Took me 8.5 hours. I started it as soon as stream started. I didn't even finish the video. I didn't even finish it. We ended up ending stream and Bisexual lighting? Yes, I copyrighted tomfoolery lighting. But yes, it was long-winded. It's not just long-winded. I had like people who wanted to hop on and debate and disagree on different things, and but yes, I do pause a lot, and I'm adding in my own commentary to make it different content, right? So even in like a video essay, right? I have a bunch of video essays. If you play somebody's clip just straight through without editing it at all, like you don't change it, you don't add new sound, you don't add new like colors, you don't zoom in and out, you don't like you know, you don't add music to it, you don't like, if you don't do any of that shit, you're just stealing their content. Like, you're just taking their content. But you can play other people's things in short segments for different reasons. And so like the copyright law gives a bunch of exceptions, like news, if something is news related, or it is something that's like important to your community or something like that. If like a news station or somebody puts that information out, you can go and grab it and use it to put out and to comment on and to explain, which is why anytime there's news up, we're able to just watch it. We're able to just watch it, and that's that. Like, there's nothing more to it. We can just sit and watch, and there's a ton of channels that literally just do nothing but steal news channels videos and shit. Because yes, if it has like an importance to your community or something like that, you're able to put it up. But then yes, there's transformative, where yes, you have to pause a lot, you have to add, you have to change the content enough to where it's not the same thing. So when Denims is just sitting there with their arms crossed, not saying anything the whole time, we know that like she's not changing the content. Now, even this, to an extent, right? You see the video here. You see the video here instead of it being the full screen, right? That's already changing it to an extent. So already this, when you look at my entire screen versus if you looked at his entire screen, you already know these are very different screens, right? You can already tell the content looks different. It does not look the same. So that's already one part. Like, you can look at this and then look at this and see that there's already a change to it. There's a visual difference to it. Then yes, the fact that we're not gonna go like 3-4 minutes straight without saying anything, that we're gonna, yes, Denim's saving grace. Tom, I'm talking about YouTubers that follow a live video as it's on and make fun of them in real time. So generally, that is highly, highly frowned upon. That is something that is definitely not good. So I do this all the time, where there's a debate that's live and everybody goes live like before the debate starts so that they can watch it as it's being aired. I always say I'm gonna wait like 10 minutes to play it. I go live 10 minutes after, and then I try to pause a lot early on to get far behind. Like, I want to make sure I'm always a bit farther behind, so we end up being like the last ones to finish shit, when like all of the people who watch stuff are all watching it live. I am always the last one to start, last one to finish, because yes, I purposefully want to be behind on it. But there's also exceptions for like moral exceptions, like within the YouTube like norms. So if I'm sitting here and I'm talking shit about Chud Logic the whole time, it makes sense that he's going to like watch my stream live. Like there are exceptions where we all kind of understand. Like he has to be able to know what's being said, because if all of a sudden I'm like dropping some big bomb on him and then everybody's flooding into his chat like, yo Chud, what the fuck, dude? Like he can't be like, oh, I want to go see what Tom said, but I can't because he's live, so I have to wait until he's done now. Like, obviously that wouldn't work, but that is a moral exception. That's a norms. That's a norms exception. That is a thing that we all just accept because it makes sense. But if I wanted to, if he just flips over and just sits there and watches the whole time and doesn't change the content at all, yes, I could definitely sue for that. But I was always very open with my content. Tons of channels stole my content. And when I say stole my content, they were literally re-uploading my debates, my panels, all of my shit all over the place. There were channels that were reviewing it and just made no attempt to even like comment on things. I didn't care. I was fine with it. They made shorts out of it. They made, some of it was like, sometimes it was malicious, but that was the minority at the time. Once that became the majority, then I was like, all right, I'm changing my standards. Fuck y'all. Y'all review my shit and y'all don't fucking comment enough, I'm taking your shit down. And I have. I have taken people's stuff down. There was a guy recently, I think it was just 3 months ago, where I took down 4 of his videos, and he went onto Twitter to start complaining, and everybody's like, wow, Tom, I can't believe you would do this. It's so fucked up. You would just take somebody's shit down. And I was like, dude, he literally just cut like an hour and a half of my stream and then uploaded it to his channel. A debate that I was having. I was taking callers, and he just uploaded an hour and a half of my content to his channel. So once he did that, I took that down. I took down another video that was 12 minutes of just my content. I went and took down another video that was 45 minutes with some commentary, but not enough. By far the majority of it is just my content, just played pretty much straight through. Took that one down, took another one down that was like an hour and 15 minutes. And I was like, yeah, like once they're being that like malicious, where they're just stealing my content outright, yes, I'm going to go fuck your shit up. I will copyright 4 or 5 different things on your channel, and we'll get your whole fucking channel taken down. Fuck you. For sure. Yeah.
I don't think I don't think it could be a.
Yeah, as I said, a lot of it is just about if I think people are being malicious. I have friends like what's his name? Damn, he hasn't been around in so long. I totally forgot his name. Joe, Freddie, any of the old school people here. No, not him. Abaddon, who's Kanklemore. Kanklemore used to just straight steal my shit. Like straight steal my shit. Like he would be there like this, right? Like you would see him on camera. He would have it in a screen. He would have the chat on screen, but he like would play like 2, 3, 4 hours of my content and literally say nothing. You wouldn't say a fucking thing. So yeah, here it is. Boulder Gatescape, Detox, Eternally Clout Chasing Off Tom Foolery Show. Too Mad Call In, Eternally Clout Chasing Off Tom Foolery Show. Bear Love Part 2, Detox Forever, Clout Chasing Off Tom Foolery Show. Forever Clout Chasing Off Tom Foolery Show. Eternally Clout Chasing Off Tom Foolery Show. And that was like, yes, it was, I was fine with it. I would even raid into him afterwards, and like he would just be going over whatever I just finished doing on my channel. And yeah, like I liked him, so I didn't give a fuck. But people that I don't like, that are sitting there lying about me, talking shit, like making up stuff, yes, no, fuck them. I will take their stuff down. So this is what I'm saying, is that it is subjective. It is very subjective. You can take down whatever you want. And it's and I Kinkle did say, like, you know, hey, sorry man, like I don't know if you mind. And I'm like, no, like fucking watch whatever you want, dude. I don't give a fuck. But the clout chasing was a bit. It was a meme, but it's not as if because it was a meme it wasn't also real. It was definitely both. Like he definitely gained like a community and an audience and like a lot more followers because he was to an extent clout chasing off of Tom Foolery Show. But yeah, a bit to some extent, yes. Like he wouldn't just admit that he was clout chasing off of me like that unironically. So it was ironic to say that he was clout chasing off me. But was he actually doing it? Yes, he was actually doing it as well, and it was funny. So yeah, it was. I thought it was funny. But yeah, there were a bunch of channels like this. Yes, Tom, this is exactly what it looks like. Get wrecked. What? Most people don't realize their headache is caffeine withdrawal. I am weaning myself off of caffeine right now because apparently, like, taking Suboxone. This is his channel, and the whole screen is just my stream. Nicotine, like high amounts of nicotine from my vape, and then also now taking this shit. Like my body's just working overtime. And then I have his screen. I just pulled up Twitter. And there's his stream watching me live on Twitter. And I'm just sitting there just like, wow. Well done. Well done. Motherfucker. Yeah, Excedrin migraine is great. I like it a lot. And then yeah, there he is in chat saying you're welcome. There's Brendan Caballero. Wants to talk drugs. Mm-hmm. But yeah, for like lots of his streams, he would literally fall asleep with just my stream just playing. Numerous times. I would just tune into his stream and he's sitting there watching my stream live, asleep. But yeah, I didn't care. Like, I thought it was funny. I thought it was hilarious. But for other people that I don't like, because I like Kenko more, so it didn't matter. For other people that I don't like, you fall asleep watching my fucking stream, you're gonna get got. For sure. So yeah, it's just, that is how it is. That is, like, you can think, oh, well, that's wrong. You have to be consistent. You have to have this. You have to have that. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't. If I have neighbors that I like, and I tell them, you know, and they come over and borrow my lawnmower, because we're just close like that, we're cool like that, yeah, it doesn't matter. They're going to come, they're going to take my lawnmower, and they're going to use it. If the neighbor down the road who's always complaining about my grass not being cut short enough and blah, 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 if they come and take my fucking lawnmower, I'm calling the cops and I'm having them arrested for stealing my shit. That's how it works. Your IP, your intellectual property, is your property. It's yours. So you can't just take it from somebody unless you have a relationship like that to where you could just take somebody's shit, right? So I like, yeah, you can say it's inconsistent, but it's really just a norm. Everybody knows it. You can't just take someone's shit without permission, or unless you just got it like that.
Slap suit because it's about... Isn't slap related to defamation?
Yeah, it's not a slap suit.
Anyway, the point that I'm making...
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay. But how do I make
Hey, thank you, Sullivan Dudley, for the $5.
I have some legal experience, though I'm an energy lawyer, and the statement of taking or dissuading views seems to be the antithesis of fair use.
Thank you for the $5. So Dead Meat basically tells you the plot of a horror movie and shows you all the kills.
Right. Well, and that's the other part, is that I don't know if intent matters at all, but it might. But the reason that fair use exists is because you should be able to use other people's stuff. So think about like shows like CNN, Entertainment Tonight, shows that you watched when, on HBO, where they just talked about movies and they would play clips of the movies. There's, shows that just talk about like celebrities and shit, and they'll show clips from their shows, they'll show clips from their movies, they'll show clips from their red carpet, they'll show clips from like, that's why fair use exists, is because you have to be able to show things from different places and it's still not be you just stealing it because you took 10 seconds of their stuff, right? It's a little bit different. But the thing that becomes a problem is where if people come to you to see their thing instead of to them, that's a problem. That's not good. That's bad, right? So if I go and I create a fucking like 10-minute movie, it's 10 minutes, but I put like a lot of work into the graphics and it's all like stuff that I made through other means. I made the music, I did all the voice work, I made everything on the screen 100% myself. I want you to come to me to watch it. I made it for me to get views so that I can get ad revenue off of it, so that I can make money. But if somebody else just ends up watching the whole 10 minutes and then, yeah, it shouldn't be that you're just doing watch parties on other people's shit. That you should not be doing that. You shouldn't just watch party someone else's stuff on stream where anybody who wants to can just watch it on your channel instead of on their channel. And I think that is a lot of commentary community. I really do. I think that is like a large portion of commentary community, is that they're just watching stuff together. And yeah, it can be kind of problematic, but you can sue only people you don't like. It does look inconsistent though in some cases. Don't care about that so much, but I am not convinced by Ethan's reasoning. What do you mean by his reasoning? What are you not convinced by? What if it's not convincing that they stole his content? Are you saying like the 3 rules that he set down to say these are the 3 markers that he used to decide who he is and is not going to sue? I think there are worse offenders like XQC. There are, he's called out XQC for this stuff. But did XQC review the nuke? He said, yes, he did say malice was like a big part of his did
Hello?
what is playing?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I don't want to talk about drugs.
Okay, hold on. I don't know what's playing, so I'm gonna mute this for a second. Oh. Okay, he's. Oh, dude, that was Extreme Dad calling in to complain about. I forget. I think it was whether or not I went to prison. Okay, let's see.
39 months, big boy. How about a welcome to the jungle?
This is
I
2
don't watch
hours
you as much anymore,
long.
but appreciate everything.
Isn't disturbing enough. I started to notice that Hassan was carrying a lot of water for communist states against.
Okay, he's commenting here. That was at like 3:45. Oh, dude. He was like a second off from getting 3 minutes. So yeah, so he stopped and started talking again at 6:45. We have it at time 7 right now. Okay, so he stopped here around like 7:40. Okay, yeah, again at 8:20. All right, so we'll skip forward a bit. Because this is... How long was the whole video? Because this is, this whole thing is 2 hours and 30 minutes. Did he say at the beginning that it was 2 hours long? He's talking right there. So we're at an hour. He's talking at an hour. Hour and 2 minutes. XQC has an uploaded video that is 2.5 hours in denims. For example, is 4 hours. I haven't seen Denim's review at all. I haven't seen her review. And I think it's just gone. Like, she took it down. I don't know if anybody else re-uploaded it. But... why Denims? Because Denims is one of the people that he's suing. He's suing Frogan, Denims, and Jenny, what's her name? Casey Tron. And did she take it down? She took her whole channel down. She deleted her entire channel like 2 months ago. Her whole channel. So, and these are probably like the 3 people who have been attacking him the most and have been coming after him the most outside of Hassan. Hassan didn't watch it, you know, but no, okay, so I'll agree that XQC is like bad in most areas, but this one seems, this seems fine. Yeah, again at 5 minutes, like this seems fine. It seems like he is stopping, commenting a lot. it's one of the things that there was a video that Ethan Klein put out a long time ago about XQC and Hassan, or yeah, actually he put it out about XQC while he was like best friends with Hassan. The two of them were still doing their podcast together called The Leftovers. And it was really weird that he put out a video about XQC like stealing other people's content while he was sitting next to somebody who was just as bad, if not worse. And the two of them ended up getting into a fight about it, thankfully, eventually. But in the thing, one of the things that Ethan kept complaining about is the fact that XQC doesn't even give like substantive comments on the video. That instead he'll just say, he'll pause to be like, yo chat, that's crazy chat, that's crazy chat, right chat, that was crazy, right chat. And that's where I get it from, is from XQC, that's why I say it is from his whole thing. And the problem is that doesn't matter as far as fair use goes. You don't have to actually like be commenting on the video. You can totally ignore the video. You can be Caseytron and actually pause just to rip a bong and have like just the bubbling and coughing noises every once in a while, and then hit play again. As long as like that is you changing the content, right? That is you making like a differentiation between your content and theirs. So the substantive part doesn't matter legally, but it might matter as far as like, if I'm watching somebody steal my content, I know it's not transformative. It might affect whether or not I want to go through the trouble of suing them. Denim's TTV archive. Ooh, Freddy, hello.
It's happening.
Launch.
Thank God.
5. Launch.
4. 3.
It's saved. H3H2. Product.
All right, he didn't lie. He didn't lie. He's not a liar. He's not a liar. I'll give him that much. All right. I'll give him that much. Let's see if he has any final words before
1. 0. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna end right now, but I posted.
Have a good weekend, everybody. Everyone head over.
Oh wait, I was gonna say H3H2 Productions has posted its first video in 5 years.
Wow.
Whoa.
Shout out. I hope y'all enjoy. I hope people come in and watch. That's the content nuke, Hassan Piker. Go head on over to H3H Productions channel. Watch it, enjoy it. Can't wait to see what you guys.
Every clip that I've seen of her is her just sitting there at like high speed, so let's see.
I was gonna say he didn't do it. Well, let's see. He didn't do it earlier. But he do it. I was doing like, okay, everybody go home and make a YouTube video. We're like,
yeah, even actually just scrolling through it, she does look like she's talking the whole time. Like she's pausing a lot and talking. Okay, there is a large period here where she doesn't, it looks like she doesn't say anything.
okay.
Everything's done. That's explain how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization. I think in the short term, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way I feel, you want America to get out of the way, or places with more religion do. What they normally do, I think that one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form. But simultaneously still doing propaganda that goes beyond, right. I just want to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called legalization.
Which is not giving me permanent damage. We're about 20 minutes into 1 hour 40 minutes.
Assange taking action, and then start looking into this new ideas, and then move forward through the funnel, get more radicalization. Your part in funnel the what you're doing.
Sylvia, King, like that. Oh God, that might have been a funny. It's not funny. You've been deranged posting. I was like, here, dude, fuck. To say people who are actively impressed by people will learn to hate these people. That doesn't mean it's okay. It's actually bad. But you, as I said, it's outright false. But okay, sure, yeah.
Friend, you said you use something like that. What the fuck do you call this? Okay, what the fuck you said on it?
I like how most of this video so far has been Hassan saying something and then Klein saying something totally different. So I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, actually, consider waffles are good. Like it's just that over and over and over and over and over and over again.
It's going to be real life.
Well, and a lot of these parts are just even memes. Like, Ethan does make, like, his standards about, like, substantive critiques and crap like that. And he's suing her primarily on the premise that she said she was stealing views, didn't he? So that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all. If I say I'm doing this to steal views, but I still make the content transformative in some way, and I'm still adding in my own. I am changing it to be a new piece of content. I'm changing it enough to where it's not just a watch party of somebody else's thing, but it is instead a new form of content. The intent by itself does not matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm gonna argue with when this is kind of usually coming out with. They got beautiful voice too. It's looking real quiet. This is a fucking mistake.
Oh, that's on my sweet. Now your friend. You said Jews don't sing, dance like that. What the fuck do you call this? Wait, what the fuck you said on that shit?
I like how most of the video so far has been Hassan saying something, and then Klein saying something totally different. Hassan will be like, yeah, I like, yeah, actually, consider waffles are good. Like, it's just that over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, it's looking real quiet. This is a fucking mistake. Got beautiful voice too. It's looking real quiet. This is a
To be honest, I got the idea of facing it, not Hassan Luke. I get it now. This is bad. We're a little halfway through, and this is fucking bad. This is actually.
It's looking real quiet. This is a fucking mistake.
Yeah, she is pausing and commenting a lot.
This is bad, obviously. And then he goes to the next part. It's like, okay, sure, you can explain that. And like, if I have to explain why he was wrong, like how these things, we would be here for another 20 hours. I've been trying to explain how he's correct. I'm like 1 every 10 incorrect cases. I'm trying to not spend the entire week here. I feel like, I don't think more. I don't think more. But it's like I said, it's sort of like everyone's trying to say about it. It's like, yeah, this is wrong because this is this. And I'm like, okay, I just pretend as I go back once again. Surely there'll be something better here, right?
Focusing on that, other than fucking thing, he also apparently included live interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known Jess his entire life. No fucking fucking Jess, I know that. It's dumb fuck. Look, you're not getting excuse to my clear getting much love.
What is this? He's a child content. He's talking about this. Like, people know. He's just shooting on child. He's just a moment. Yeah. And what is proof? What's the proof?
Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks. You can't justify Jess. Do it. Everything can be turned into like Jewish people under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If you're so
with no context on that child or message or whatever person said, it's like they were recorded.
Who's disseminating it? Two more people.
It wouldn't say that in French until exactly. I can't believe you would try and make her be evil. That's disgusting. How could you suggest in French until I'm disgusted. I'm ashamed. I'm embarrassed for you. This is just so sad. This is so incredibly frustrating. First of all. Listen, I said this 100 billion bajillion times. I should say to you. First of all, as a disclaimer, obviously, I said this since day one. Okay, this is the video. Since day one, I said I heard about people who are being held hostage. I'm not letting that. And then you also included clipping saying that even if Hamas members rape people, they doesn't. Her point was a little larger than that. Hey, I need martyrs. These people have to you for guidance. Use your question. You know, I always trusted that telling me guidance stems when they make anti-Semitic jokes. That's how I know someone's being honest. That's how I know someone cares about these social issues. When they make anti-Semitic gassing jokes, that's how I know.
Extraordinarily uneven enforcement of the rules. Take for example, this clip of streamer Destiny. Who was
I wonder how many of these clips get
you can't throw what he said here. I don't think, no, fair enough. You're not being consistent with enforcement. But still have
sure, he's gonna actually, right? You're someone else being like, you're a real terrible person. But you got banned for saying, this is fake, though. He's really lying. He got banned for saying that the protesters should be mowed down. Or sorry, the rioters. I think it was specifically.
That isn't why he got. That is not why he got suspended. That's not why he got banned. He got suspended for that, and then came back. He got a suspension for that. Right? Am I crazy? He got suspended for that, and then came back. He thought he got banned the whole time. He thought he got banned for trans conversations. And so he didn't want to have conversations about trans people anymore. But he came back after that. He did. No, he did. He did come back after that. No, I'm positive he came. Yes, he did. I'm positive he came back after that. So yes, she is totally wrong here. She's just wrong.
It was rioters. It was during the Rittenhouse debacle. I don't know what to call it. And he said that rioters should be mowed the fuck down or something like that. Dipshit protesters. He didn't say protesters. He had to say rioters, right?
No, he didn't. He said he didn't say either. He said dipshit protesters trying to burn down buildings at 10 p.m. at night. So he says protesters, but he's giving enough context for you to know that they're rioters. So yes, he doesn't say rioters, but everybody always says, like Hassan, Vosh, like normally even Denims, no, most of these people always say, he said it's okay for white neo-Nazis to kill Black Lives Matter protesters. That he was done with them. He was sick of them, and he didn't care if the Proud Boys came and killed all of the Black Lives Matter protesters. Like, that's the way that they normally describe it. Whereas, yeah, what he said was totally different. Where he was making a point about the fact that like leftists all over the place were kind of getting annoying with the fact that they continuously defended rioting all over the place in the BLM stuff, when like instead of defending it, just be like, yeah, that's like a small minority, it's bad, move on. But instead they would actually run and become the straw man, as we always talk about. They always become the straw man and just come and defend the shit. And so yeah, he got annoyed with it and said like, yeah, I don't give a fuck anymore if they're going to come and burn down buildings at 10 p.m. at night and white redneck militias want to show up and mow them down, then they have my blessing. That's all he said. And he did, I'm pretty sure he got suspended for that. But he got suspended for it like 2 weeks later when Vosh's mod went and like posted it on Twitter, and then it went viral, and then he got suspended. So it was kind of a delayed reaction.
He did. In context, so talking about greenhouse, the quote is, if that means white militias mowing down Jewish protesters, they think they can force buildings at 10 p.m. At this point, they have my blessing. He got banned for greenhousing. He might also got banned for the clip that Elon showed, but the final ban was that one. That was the final one, and he hasn't been unbanned since then.
Friendly place.
Wait.
Shit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 p.m. At this point, they have my, I think it was blessing. He got banned for the Rittenhouse thing. He might have also gotten banned for the clip that Ethan Klein just showed, but the final ban was that one. That was the final one, and he hasn't been unbanned since then.
Nope.
Friendly place to say.
Nope. Incorrect. Totally incorrect.
Safe environment. It's calling a minority group inbred, which results in a permanent ban. Okay. Okay, has anyone else done that?
The Jewish KKK brigades out there, just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks. Imagine the most inbred white supremacist guy you can imagine, okay? Every week there was another fucking psychopath.
Why do you know that? Even he doesn't know why? No, Ethan Klein knows why. He's just trying to paint this narrative.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hey. Great melons, but also she didn't yeah, I would say that this seems transformative just from scrolling through it. Yeah, I would say this seems transformative enough, and she does have like a lot of stuff before she even gets to the nuke, it looks like. Maybe. Oh, maybe not a lot. Okay, no, never mind. Huh, okay. But then also, I do think, so the fact that the Snark subreddit did post stuff telling everybody to go watch them instead of Ethan's video, I don't remember. Did Denims or any of them actually say that they wanted to steal it, or was it, as far as like his intent argument, I don't think that matters as much, but as far as his intent argument goes, she went over the pre-stream live, but it didn't make it to the YouTube video. Okay. Yes, all three of them stated they wanted to take his views. Did they? I don't remember him putting that in the video. I remember that being part of the Snark subreddit, but I don't remember him putting that in the video. Am I wrong? Transformative is one aspect, though, Tom. Transformative is the part that he's suing on, though, is whether or not they that is all that matters in his suit, is whether or not it's transformative. Transformative content in the context of copyright law refers to the creative works that significantly alter the original copyrighted material, adding new meaning, expression, or purpose. It's a key factor in determining whether a use is considered fair or an infringement. If a use is transformative, it's more likely to be considered fair use, even if it involves commercial aspects according to YouTube help. Transformative versus derivative. While both involve using existing works, derivative works typically create a new version of the original, while transformative works significantly alter it to create a new work with its own meaning or message. Okay, so That's like, let's see. Okay, so this guy, YMS.
The Lion King
29. All right. This video is 2 hours and 40 minutes. He plays like the entire Lion King movie in this video.
19 is one of the most embarrassing pieces of garbage I've ever watched. What makes it extra embarrassing is that they already had the blueprint for a great film, but unfortunately every attempt at updating and improving upon the original only made it much, much worse. It's kind of sad that so many people see this as just the same movie but with different animation, because to ignore the gigantic differences between these two films is to also ignore what made the first film so successful in the first place. It is not just about the remake being different or unnecessary. The issue is that every single choice being made in this film is one that completely misunderstands why the original was the way it was. And let's remember that this film is not attempt because typically when you go higher and then lower again, that's considered a sort of resolution that implies feelings of conclusiveness. We get absolutely none of this in the remake, partially because the characters no longer have facial expressions, also because it's just terribly written. It's really difficult to understand why they haven't just completely cut ties with him. He is very obviously and clearly mentally disturbed. Thinking, it's basically the same thing, serves the same purpose. You got Zazu showing up for his first line, he interrupts Scar, and Matt runs away, and they have a little scuffle. But what John does not realize is that the way the scene is written serves a lot more purpose than what he notices on a surface level. It is because of the way that these characters interact that we're able to learn about their relationship. The first words they speak to each other in the film clearly establish their dynamic and how they feel about each other.
Did you want to tell you not to play with your food? What do you want?
It is clearly communicated that these characters had a history with each other. Their passive-aggressive communication makes it clear that they've interacted with each other before and are fed up with each other's attitudes. In the remake, it's unclear if these characters have even seen each other before. The way Zazu introduces himself feels no different than how he would to any other random animal in the Pride Lands.
So he changes this so. Tom, it's about market replacement. I understand it can't be market replacement if it is derivative or or transformative. It can't be market replacement. That is what decides whether or not it's market replacement. So I'm telling you that this is transformative, even though it plays pretty much the entire fucking Lion King movie in here. This is transformative. He has changed it enough to where it is transformative. Or sorry, yes, this is transformative. Whereas this is a documentary that I made that is 100% made almost all on stolen content. But it is transformative. This is derivative because it's only using small parts of it and then moving on. Small parts of it, moving on. Small parts, moving on. It's not using small parts of one thing. It's using small parts of 1,000 different things to then create a whole new piece of work. So this is derivative. This is transformative. So almost all of this is taken from like Candace Owens shows, Ben Shapiro's shows, like stuff like that. Almost all of these are taking from similar things, but you're transforming it into something different to where it is not the same piece of content anymore. It is something drastically new. And so, yeah, that is... Debatable, you didn't, though? What do you mean I didn't, though? Are you going to be able to actually explain an argument this time, or are you just going to say something random that you don't know what it means and then run off again? He's ignoring you, Wasted. To determine violation, that is only one of 4 parts, but it seems to be quite unfortunate for their court case. Okay, we're gonna get there. Give me...
Right? Now, I think sometimes I've watched one of those videos and I've gone, oh, okay, well, I don't need to watch that video anymore, right? So to me, it's acted as a market replacement, okay? But obviously, they don't say that. Okay.
Yeah, that is part of a problem with React content is if you watch somebody react to it, you have no reason to go watch the other video now, right? So if Ethan puts out the Hassan nuke and then everybody comes here and you guys watch me watch it, nobody's going to go watch it again on his channel now, right? Especially if I watch the entirety of it here. Yeah, you're just not going to go watch. They streamed it as soon as it dropped. So, yeah, we all did. Everybody did. I did. Destiny did. Chud did. All of us did. Like, everybody did. They planned it beforehand with H3 Snark. So that's the part that I don't know. I don't have any evidence of that. I know that H3 Snark said to go watch them, but I haven't seen them actually say. The post? Yeah, the post. The H3 Snark post says they want everybody to go work with content creators that have been friends of their community. And that's it. They don't say, hey, they said they want everybody to go to their channel. The H3 Snark is not Denims. The H3 Snark is not. Brogan says it explicitly. Okay, that's what I asked earlier. Who actually says it? Because I think one of them said it, but then somebody said, no, they all did. So I was like, no, I don't think they all did. That was not in his video. Okay, yeah. So that's what I was saying earlier. Is I don't think they all did. The use of copyrighted work by the alleged infringer is assessed to see if it negatively impacts the copyright holder's ability to sell or profit from their work. To determine violation, that is only one of 4 parts, but it seems to be quite unfortunate for their court. Yeah, so I would say that I think that it's probably true that and I said this yesterday. I think almost all, I think probably half of all what do you call it? Half of all React content can probably be considered not fair use. I would say at least half. At minimum. I think that it's at least half. But yeah, the market replacement part it has a lot of different things to it, because part of YouTube market is how long your videos are, right? So this is something that I've struggled with a lot, is that I'm trying to put out shorter content, I'm trying to put out 30, 45-minute content now. But my content has always been like when I put out videos, it's like minimum 2 hours long. Sometimes it's 3, 4, 5 hour long videos. Like, my shit has always been long content. The market that I'm trying to appeal to is people who want to just put something on and just put in an earbud and walk away. That has always been my market. If somebody puts out like a 30-minute video and it takes me an hour and a half to watch it, it's very much a different market. It's a different it's a different group of people that I'm appealing to. And yeah, it's hard to consider a market replacement, but that's just one aspect. There's going to be a bunch of different things, like whether or not you share audiences, whether or not you're critiquing them. So if you're there like calling them out, talking about how wrong they are, it's going to be very different than their content. And I would think that Denims is going to fall into all of these fucking categories as far as like marketplaces go. XQC probably won't. But bro, I'm looking at the YMS review. It doesn't look like he's playing the entire movie in that review. It's not the whole movie, but he plays probably the majority of it. I don't think he plays literally every single second of the movie, but yes, he plays that this was what a lot of people consider to be the litmus test for how much you can get away with playing movie produced shit in a single video. That was like the litmus test. Like, how much can you get away with? How many fucking clips can you play? How much of it can you run with? And I love that fucking video. I love the YMS video. It's so fucking good. It's so good. But was he sued? No. No. So when the XQC drama came about, where Ethan Klein was calling out XQC and all of these other content creators for stealing content all the time, everybody kept bringing this up as saying, this is the standard for what it is that you need to go look at if you're trying to understand how much you have to do to change somebody's content. This is it. But there is as I've said, I think that probably most React content can probably get copyrighted and sued for it. Ethan likes React content. Ethan has been a React content creator. Ethan appreciates the React content genre. And he definitely considers React content very different in streams than from re-uploads, which I do as well. I've said this as well. I would totally look at like somebody just watching something during a stream as a very, very different thing than re-uploading it. Because lots of times somebody will send me something and they'll say, hey Tom, watch this. And so I'm like, okay, fine. So I pull it up and I watch it. I don't have anything to say. I'm not interested. I maybe agree with everything they're saying. I don't have anything to say. And I end up just playing the person's whole fucking shit. Not on purpose, not because I wanted to steal their content, not because I meant to, but just because I just didn't have anything to say. And so I end up just playing their fucking video. And that's that. But if I take that and then re-upload it, now it's intentional. Now it's like, yeah, this person definitely wanted to fucking take their shit. Like, they purposefully stole their stuff. And lots of times they'll literally steal the thumbnail as well. So you're not, they're like, they'll steal the title, and then now they're just taking that entire video out of the market. Like, let's see. We look up Tom Foolery show Balenciaga Vosh. Okay, so here's my video. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, there were a bunch of other channels that reviewed the video and then just re-uploaded it. Just reacting to it, and Chud Logic was one of them. But yeah, there was the re-uploads are normally the things that are annoying, because then that's stealing your like ability to even pop up in the algorithm or pop up in search results, pop up in other things. Like that's the part that gets really annoying. And my producer at the time threw a fit over the whole thing. So yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they all took him down. But anyways, yeah, it was kind of frustrating because it definitely stole like what I was gonna get in the algo. So, anyways, all right, shut the fuck up.
That's wonderful. But how do I...
Hey, Ollie! Thank you for the super chats.
I've got a good low IQ one guy insult. If you want it, it makes me sick, and if it doesn't make you sick, you're already sick.
Thank you, thank you. But yeah, like if Dead Meat came out and they said, hey, guys, guess what? You don't have to watch the movie now you've watched it. Like they always say, you should go and watch the original movie to support creators and whatever. But what if they then just turned around and said, yeah, this is a replacement for the video? Like, would that in and of itself change it into definitively not fair use? Like, I don't know. I mean, they say it to protect themselves, obviously.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think that your statement as to whether or not it is a replacement of the video changes anything. I don't think intent. Let's see. The context of copyright law, while copyright infringement is generally considered a strict liability tort, meaning intent to infringe is not required for a finding of liability. Intent does play a role in determining a certain aspect of case, including potential market replacement and damages. Oh, shit. I would assume damages does. I would assume if you're trying to... Yeah, okay, actually, that's the same thing. Fuck. I was thinking, I would guess damages does if you're trying to take money away from the other person, but that would be the same exact thing as market replacement. So, yeah. Because that is, like, one of the most important parts, is when you go and sue somebody, it doesn't matter what you're suing them for. You're always suing people for taking money away from you or from damaging you in some way. And so that's always going to be the thing, is that, like, you are suing for money, and the money is a representation of some sort of damages. And so the damage is always what you're looking for. Always, always, always. It's whether or not there's damage in the end. And so the damage, to me, is, like, kind of all that matters, regardless of the intent. But this is saying that it can matter. So let's see. Intent is a significant consideration when evaluating the effect of the use upon the potential market for it or value of the copyrighted work. One of the 4 factors considered in determining fair use. Okay, so when in Ethan's video, he made it look like she was just sitting there not saying anything. He made it look like she was just sitting there with her arms crossed the whole time, just not saying anything. But yeah, that's not the case. So he's not even, okay, so yeah, he's not even suing on transformative content. It is on market replacement. Then that kind of makes sense. Although part of me thinks the whole fucking thing's a meme, dude. Part of me thinks the whole thing is a meme. This is Ethan's lawsuit, LOL. Palestinian cause. Like al-Husseini, Hassan used his massive platform to spread genocidal rhetoric about anyone advocating for the right of Jewish self-determination in their ancestral homeland, i.e. Zionists. The primary difference between Hassan and al-Husseini is that al-Husseini worked with the Nazis and advocated the annihilation of Jews, while Hassan advocates the annihilation of all Zionists. Since the vast majority of Jews in the United States say caring about Israel is essential or important, this would necessarily include the vast majority of Jews, even if they support the Palestinian cause and vehemently condemn the actions of the Israeli government. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? What the fuck is this? This is just a fucking meme, bro. This is just a meme, dude. I'm always surprised at how much editorializing lawyers add to lawsuits. I'm not trying to imply this is an Ethan thing. I've seen similar language in other lawsuits, though admittedly I haven't read many lawsuits, but I always assume lawsuits would be pretty straightforward. My client is suing X person for violating Y law in Z jurisdiction. Here's the evidence. Not, first off, fuck your bitch and click you claim. Like, this is just a meme, dude. This is a meme. We're probably going to go over that in a little bit, but there's a lot of memes in this. It's hilarious. Ay, dude. That's fucking nuts.
See? But if they were to openly say it, would that then immediately change it? I don't know the answer to that because I'm not a copyright lawyer, nor do I know the laws well enough to determine anything about them. I'm fucking clueless, obviously. This is on my own personal perspective, more on the ethics, morals, whatever. But, like...
It's wild to me that somebody who's, like, all of their content is React content, that they don't know much about copyright law. Although, I guess... No, I was going to say he's in the UK, so maybe he just doesn't know much about US copyright law, but he streams on YouTube where the majority of the content that he's reviewing is American content, so that wouldn't change anything. It's still weird that he wouldn't know anything about this.
Like, this is the thing, is like, you would need to have some knowledge to understand how substantial that comment would be in terms of affecting your fair use argument. Do you see what I mean? And I'm sure a lot of you would probably, that agree with this lawsuit, would probably go, oh no, definitely it affects it. It's like, sure, I agree it probably does affect it, but is it substantial enough that it would immediately mean that your argument for fair use is null and void? Or would it just have some negative impact where if you could argue in other areas that you performed fair use, that that would kind of like, on the balance of it, it would still be determined as fair use, right?
Yeah, fair use intent is a significant consideration when evaluating the effect of the uses upon the potential market or value of the copyrighted work. One of the 4 factors considered in determining fair use. If a use is determined to be a market replacement for the original work, particularly if the use is commercial in nature, it is less likely to be deemed a fair use. The purpose and character of the use factor, another element of the fair use analysis, also examines whether the new work merely replaces the original or adds a further purpose or different character. That's why I was saying earlier, like when somebody else, if they do re-upload my content, if they are like disagreeing with me and criticizing me in a substantive way, right? Like in a real way, there's people who do it, but they just say, nah, Tom's wrong here, and then they move on, and they're just like purposely trolling and fucking around. But if they're actually like, they actually believe I'm wrong or believe I'm incorrect, regardless of whether or not I think they're right, that to me totally makes sense, because I think that like in the politics space, we have to be able to allow for criticism. We have to be able to allow folks to review our stuff and talk about why we're wrong. And we can't just like solely be thinking about our IP. And so that is something that like is totally necessary. But I'd imagine you still could, if you wanted to, still sue and win, even if they're criticizing it. But to me, that is a different market. That is a different type of content. That's a different meaning behind the work now. It's a different message. It's to where, yeah, it's definitely going to play a part. Willful infringement. While intent isn't required for a basic finding of infringement, demonstrating willful infringement, meaning the infringer had actual knowledge or acted with reckless disregard for the copyright owner's rights, can lead to enhanced damages, potentially up to $150,000 per infringed work, in addition to other penalties. In cases where the court finds that the infringement was committed willfully, it may award up to $150 in statutory damages. That's what I was trying to think of earlier, is statutory damages is one of the things that you that makes it to where like you can get a lot more money, and you have to have things copyrighted within a certain amount of time So one of the things that Ethan said is you have to have the work copyrighted before you publish it in order to get statutory damages. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure there's a 3-month limit. So once you upload it or publish it in some way, you now have a 3-month grace period to claim your copyright in order to get statutory damages. There's exceptions to that, but that is it's not true for news. Well, that's what we talked about this earlier. That like news is different because it has a like a community importance, and so it's news falls into a very different category. Criminal penalties, including fines, imprisonment, may be imposed in cases of willful copyright infringement. In summary, while intent is not a prerequisite for finding of copyright infringement, it can be crucial in the context of market replacement within a fair use analysis and can significantly affect the amount of damages awarded in a case, especially in instances of willful infringement.
So, for example, right, let's say that I take a 10-minute video, right?
So yeah, I think if you still change the content enough to where it's not a market replacement, and like it would fall under fair use, your intent doesn't matter. That's my overall point. Is I don't think the intent by itself matters. I think the what that just told us is that the damages are one thing, and then if you did it intentionally, that can make it worse. That's what I got from what we just read. So that is, but yes, you still have to meet the requirements to where it's not fair use.
Right? Let's say that I take a 10-minute video, right? And I give 3 hours of commentary on it, and I break down every single point that's made within, like, every point, boom, boom, boom. And I give long arguments with citations that break down every single point that's made, and it's totally, wholly transformative to some crazy degree. I'm not saying anyone here's done that, to be clear. Don't forget, hold multiple thoughts in your head at once.
Yes, and then afterwards you say, I'm doing this to take money away from them. Or I'm doing this to replace their market. You know, I'm doing this to replace them in the market and to get people to watch it here instead of there. Yeah, that's what it wouldn't really matter all that much. Yes, and if your intent is just to have a chill stream watch party, you will still go down if sued. Right. Mm-hmm. Which there's also a thing among like for me and Chud, right? I could just sit here and not say anything and just watch his video, and he wouldn't sue me. Why? Because he's done that with my videos. And it's the same with Destiny. I can just sit here and watch Destiny's videos and not say anything. Why? Because he sat and just watched a ton of my videos and not said anything. There's literally like streams of him just like, and re-uploaded videos of him sitting, and he says maybe a total of 10 words throughout a 2-hour review. And one of his clip channels re-uploaded the whole thing. And it's just me and Brittany Simon talking to each other the whole time. Tom copyright strike him? Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that, like, we all of us, there's so many of us that have reviewed each other's stuff too many times to where we all know any one of us could fall into one of these categories at any point. And the videos, like, and we could get sued for it. So none of us could ever sue each other for any of these things because it just, it just wouldn't, we know that we could get sued right back by the other one. So this doesn't, it's open season for mutual self-destruction. Mutual is a mutual assured destruction. Yeah.
So this is a hypothetical, okay? And then I get to the end of that process, and I say, well, guys, thank goodness you don't have to watch that original shit video. You've watched my video, so you don't need to watch the original one. So on the one hand, yes, I've stated that I'm creating a market replacement, but then on the other, I've done a significant transformation. Legally, what weighs out the other? Does it balance out? Does me stating it outweigh the fact I have transformed it? I don't know. I literally don't fucking know. And that's, I think, what this is possibly going to come down to, is how that balance works. And
in Ethan's video, he seems to agree with that guy he references in the start, pause, and comment, not infringement. Basically, let it play without any meaningful commentary. Infringement. Again, that part is subjective, though, right? That's not legal. The meaningful part, the meaningful commentary, I was saying earlier, if Casey Tron really does just pause and then just take bong hits and cough forever and then hit play again, but she does it enough to where like it is transformative, then that's all that matters in the end. Later, Arian, have a good night, man. Because she could even say like, no, we're the whole thing is that we're taking a political video, but then we're adding irony to it and making it a parody now, where I'm acting as though I care about politics, but I'm just sitting taking bong rips the whole time, and now it's a comedy, whereas the original video is like there for like political commentary. Mine is just kind of joking and making a mockery of it, and now it's totally different. It's not even the same genre anymore, right? Like that there's yeah, there's a lot of differences at that point to where it wouldn't matter. So where Ethan says things about meaningful commentary, that is subjective, and that's what I say.
Ariana tipped $5. Stop the Tom Cest.
True. Thank you, Ariana, for the $5. So yeah, that's what I'm saying when I say like other people who upload my content and they actually have like a real disagreement, they have a reason to like publish my video again, that makes sense. That's something that I would never care about. Whereas yes, if they're just re-uploading it just to sit there and nod their head the whole time and be like, yeah, that's annoying. But also, part of the problem is that in YouTube culture as well, almost everybody allows for like reviewing and re-uploading and all of these things because all publicity is good publicity to an extent. And so just even people like watching you, knowing about you, seeing stuff about you, helps you get name recognition. And that is the thing that matters. Like more name recognition is always going to be beneficial to where people are going to allow you to steal your content and re-upload it almost all the time. But then when you get to higher levels, when you're talking about people like Destiny, Ethan, Hassan, like people like that, to where they don't need somebody else to review their content. They don't need somebody else to help them with name recognition. Then yeah, you're getting to a point where it just doesn't apply anymore.
And I don't think anyone, I'm certainly not, I'd presume that a lot of people in chat aren't going to know and are just working off bias, gut feeling, and half understanding copyright law. But obviously, yes, I think this is probably what it's going to come down to, and it's probably way too early.
The only reason that I have like any understanding of this is, one, the other dramas that we went through, we read like a lot of legal work on this, but also I've had tons of conversations with lawyers about copyright law who specialize in copyright law, about like where the laws are drawn when talking about suing think like 6 different people at certain points, and so yeah, there's I'm mostly just repeating what I know from other people, but I don't think copyright law is something that's all that complicated either, though.
To know the outcome of this.
Exactly how long she was away. After being gone for a few minutes, she returns and then sits silently for another couple of minutes eating.
I'm gonna go pee,
Dude.
and hopefully, when I'm back, they're done with this. Okay.
Oh.
You do look better.
Mr. 305. I see it.
Dude, you should do this.
I have an alt.
But yeah, this isn't even the content nuke. Okay. Okay, so when everybody was showing her sitting there with her arms crossed and just watching and not saying anything, it wasn't the content nuke. It was the stream.
I mean,
we're relying.
Again, just to be clear, how does this affect one's transformative content? I'm not sure, but it's obviously not going to help. And again, it's like, just react to the video.
And you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed,
That's it. Oh, okay.
Okay, so she did say it. Yeah, she did say it.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay, that was a live stream. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Right. Okay. No, she can pause the live stream. I mean, you know. It depends. I guess it depends. Like, it depends.
Because even watching a live stream while it's live, again, is already, like, that is frowned upon in this establishment. That is definitely something that's considered a big negative, unless you are, like, the topic of conversation or something. I've had one person, her name was Aiko, ever get mad at me for watching something live, and it was Aiko, and it was them talking about me and stuff that involved me, and she did kind of like, Tom, you're not allowed to do this. That's fucked up, Tom. This is a safe space right now. And like all the chat was like, oh no, Nazis are gonna start doxing us. I didn't know that he was stream sniping this. And I'm like, what? You guys are in a public space right now. What the fuck? You're in a public chat. What do you... They could have been just watching your stream without me stream sniping it. What is happening?
What the live stream
Welcome
is.
to Chud Nation.
Fair coverage as usual.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Because, you know, I think if they're talking substantively about a point and you walk away, sure. But like if they're, like for example, if they take a break and you go, right, I'm going to take a break as well then, I'll be back in a minute, and you let it play and there's an empty thing or there's a be right back screen whilst you're still taking the piss.
She must have been behind on stream. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not live. But in the video that we were watching, he says, okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he says, okay, it's up now, it's live now, and she's like, oh, okay, it's there, he wasn't lying, and then goes and watches it, right? So,
you know, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed,
that's it. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, right. I mean, you know, I guess it depends. Like, it depends on what the live stream
Welcome
is.
to Chud Nation.
Fair coverage as usual.
Thank you for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. Because, you know, I think if they're talking substantively about a point and you walk away, sure. But like if they're, like for example, if they basically that you are creating a market substitute, right?
content on Twitch aren't necessarily people that would be watching content on YouTube.
That, my friend, is called theft, and you're a thief, and now I'm suing you. This is just a testimony to
Not
how
today.
brazen and how safe they've, gotten. That she thinks she can go out in public on video and say shit like, I'm stealing this content because I want to. I'm coping even though I know it's stealing. When people watch it with me, they're definitely not going to go watch the original. Like, you are way too comfortable committing crimes out in the open. Well, there you have it. 3 separate lawsuits for 3 separate geniuses. Now, I want to make it clear again, And I hope it's been obvious about why I'm suing these 3 people and not others. These people...
Market replacement is the strongest factor. In addition, you already automatically lost the contains the heart of the work.
Yeah, I forgot about the market replacement part when we first started talking about this. I was more so thinking about because he talks about how much they talk. So
$5. Tom Chat is suing you for plagiarism and copyright. Chair doesn't read chats without being transformative. #Viva la chat.
yeah, yep. I've allowed y'all's chats on my screen. I'm stealing your IP. Does your brother do apologetics? Yeah, that's like one of the reasons that he learned other languages was to argue apologetics with them. So yeah.
Clegg. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I don't. Isn't it not? I'm pretty sure it is a balance of all 4 factors. No. Anyway, at the end of the day, this is the problem with this. I don't want to get into fucking litigate. I don't know enough about the...
Yeah, no, you can... Each thing is different. Like, there's different... You can sue for different things. Let's see. Fair use in most general sense is a fair use in any copying of copyrighted material done for a limited and transformative purpose, such as to comment upon, criticize, or parody a copyrighted work. Such uses can be done without permission from copyright owners. In other words, fair use is a defense against claim of copyright infringement. If your use qualifies as fair use, then it would not be considered an infringement. So what is transformative use? If this definition seems ambiguous or vague, be aware that millions of dollars in legal fees have been spent attempting to define what qualifies as fair use. There are no hard and fast rules, only general guidelines and varied court decisions, because the judges and lawmakers who created a fair use exception did not want to limit its definition. Like free speech, they wanted it to have an expansive meaning that could be open to interpretation. I've had arguments with people before where I'm trying to tell them, I'm like, dude, fair use is a very like broad in general thing. They're like, no, it's not. It's defined in law. I'm like, yes, but it's still broad in general. Like, it's still not this like very easy to define thing. They're like, no, it's not. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. It's in the law. Okay, whatever. Most fair use analysis falls into 2 categories: commentary and criticism, or 2, parody. Commentary and criticism. If you are commenting upon or critiquing a copyrighted work, for instance, writing a book review, fair use principles allow you to reproduce some of the work to achieve your purposes. Some examples of commentary and criticism include quoting a few lines from a Bob Dylan song in a music review, summarizing and quoting from a medical article on prostate cancer in a news report, copying a few paragraphs from a news article for use by a teacher or a student in a lesson, or copying a portion of a Sports Illustrated magazine article for use in a related court case. The underlying rationale of this rule is that the public reaps benefits from your review, which is enhanced by including some of the copyrighted material. Additional examples of commentary or criticism are provided in examples of fair use cases. Let's see, fair use, the content for the copyright and fair use overview section is from Nolo, with much of it taken from the book, getting permission. Okay. All right. Fair use is a legal doctrine that promotes freedom of expression by permitting the unlicensed use of copyright-protected works in certain circumstances. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides the statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses, such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Okay, so yeah, purpose and character of the use, including whether the use is of a commercial nature or is for nonprofit educational purposes. Courts look at how the party claiming fair use is using the copyrighted work and are more likely to find that nonprofit educational and non-commercial uses are fair. This does not mean, however, that all nonprofit education and non-commercial uses are fair and all commercial uses are not fair. Instead, courts will balance the purpose and character of the use against the other factors below. Additionally, transformative uses are more likely to be considered fair. Transformative uses are those that add something new with a further purpose or different character and do not substitute for the original use of the work. So again, if it is transformative, earlier people kept saying, no, Tom, transformative is just one aspect of it. It's one aspect. No. If it's transformative, it is fair use. If it's transformative, it is not taking their market, and if it's fair use, it is yeah, it's automatically not a substitute. That is what it says here, is that if it is transformative, it is not a substitute for the original work. The market is the fourth point. Yes, I know, but right here it says transformative uses are those that add something new with a further purpose or different character and do not substitute for the original use of the work. Like, it is, if it's transformative, it isn't doing that. Like, it is, you already know it's not doing that if it's transformative. Once it's transformative, it cannot also be transformative and replace the market of the original value or the original content. It can't be both of those things. If it's transformative, it's not replacing the other video. That is the point, is that, like, you cannot be transformative and replace the market. Nature of the copyrighted work. This factor analyzes the degree to which the work that was used relates to copyright's purpose of encouraging creative expression. Thus, using a more creative or imaginative work, such as a novel, movie, or song, is less likely to support a claim of a fair use than using a factual work, such as a technical article or news item. In addition, use of an unpublished work is less likely to be considered fair. Amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyrighted work as a whole. Under this factor, courts look at both the quantity and the quality of the copyrighted material that was used. If the use includes a large portion of the copyrighted work, fair use is less likely to be found. If the use employs only a small amount of the copyrighted material, fair use is more likely. That said, some courts have found use of an entire work to be fair under certain circumstances, and in other contexts, using even a small amount of a copyrighted work was determined not to be fair because of the selection, because the selection was an important part or the heart of the work. Effect of the use upon the potential market for or value of the copyrighted work. Here, so this is normally the hardest part to prove, is that, like, even if somebody steals your content and uses it, say let's say Denham's really did steal his work and just watched it on Twitch, and we have the snark subreddit telling everybody, go watch it on her channel so that you don't have to watch his, so that we don't give him views. The fact that, like, proving that the intent was there, but that it had the outcome of the intent is hard to prove. That, like, I would have gotten these views had she not done this. I would have gotten this ad revenue had she not done this. I would have, like, these are the hardest parts. Tom Foolery show Google Warhol Foundation to pay photographer. Photographer 21,000 as dispute over Prince portrait ends. I think the Warhol work is transformative, but they lost. I know what you're talking about. We've seen this before. Let's go, Trib, with the 5 gifted members. Let's get some W's in chat, guys. W Trib, appreciate it, homie. Thank you, sir. Yeah, here courts review whether and to what extent the unlicensed use harms the existing or future market for the copyright owner's original work. In assessing this factor, courts consider whether the use is hurting the current market for the original work, for example, by displacing sales of the original work, and or whether the use could cause substantial harm if it were to become widespread. In addition to the above, the other factors may also be considered by a court in weighing a fair use question depending upon the circumstances. Courts evaluate fair use claims on a case-by-case basis, and the outcome of any given case depends on a fact-specific inquiry. This means that there is no formula to ensure that a predetermined percentage or amount of a work or specific number of words, lines, pages, copies may be used without permission. So yes, again, once it is considered to be transformative, it is considered to not fall under any of those other things. Yeah, I can see how normally it would be hard to prove or gauge the amount of damage done under 0.4, but thankfully these 3 idiots made it real easy for reason. Well, that's why I was saying, even with them stating the intent to do it, that doesn't mean that the damage was done, right? Those are still separate things. So, like, I totally support him attempting the lawsuit. Totally, like, not backing off that at all. It's just whether or not, that is always the hardest part. So with every single lawyer that I spoke to, they said, even if the person says that they want to steal it, like, it doesn't change. That's why at the beginning I was saying, I don't think intent matters all that much. But yeah, they would always say, even if the other person says they want to steal it, you still have to prove that the damage is there and that the damage was caused by them, and that you have to draw this direct link to them, and that is always the hardest part. But I just so happen to have, like, a decrease in views at the time. I can show, like, large amounts of content creators saying and doing similar things, to where I can show, like, a reputational harm. I can show, like, all these different things that come from people stealing my content and then putting it in a context that is changing the work to be dishonest. So yeah, there's
the exact details of the law to argue substantively about the legal side of this necessarily, right? For me, it's more about morals, ethics, etc. I think we've all got to admit, unless you're a lawyer, unless you're a copyright lawyer in America, none of us know how this is going to spin out. None of us know. And
Okay,
I think
that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
You need to specify moral or legal when issuing your fatwas.
thank you for the super chat. Yeah, it does obviously intertwine, and I've probably done it throughout the stream, but yes, you do obviously need to distinguish between moral or ethical arguments and legal arguments, right? Because legal, none of us are going to know what's going to pan out in court, really. Chad, is it not fair to say large creators are already threatened with lawsuits? In my opinion, fair use needs to be explored in court to get more rules so people can understand what was okay and was not as okay. Well, the thing is with that is, like, I think we...
Does anybody know there was a person a while back who said that they were going to sue Chud? Is that... Am I remembering this correctly? There was somebody who said that they wanted to sue Chud for stealing their content, right? and for like defamation and lying about him and shit. Did that ever happen? Does anybody know? Is it even the fact that he just lives in another country would probably make it almost impossible? But the guy's name was like something like Ice. I forget his fucking name, but I don't remember who would sue Chud. I felt lots of people, but there was a guy who actually, no, not Ice Poseidon. It was, I feel like I was about to say, I bet Freddy knows. Dark Viper. Yeah, this is a year ago. Dark Viper AU has taken legal action against Chud Logic over copyright strike. TLDR, you want ads that drive results? Wait, oh, that's an ad. Dark Viper is a smart person, but his massive ego is really detrimental to him. Funny to think that he is his own worst enemy despite all the beef he gets into. I think a massive factor as to why he talks about... Thing is, nobody can prove him wrong. There's a reason every time he gets picked up by someone, it just comes down to insulting Viper instead of debunking his points. He seems like that because, by his own explanation, he's tired of trying to fight for something a creator of his size has no chance of winning against, leading him to becoming more defeatist and jaded. Every time he writes more than a paragraph, his message gets dismissed as a manifesto. Every time his videos against the creator gets picked up by fanboys, he gets succinctly insulted. Every time he tries to just defend his own damn copyright, stuff like this happens. What do you expect? I just want to know why 3 different suits and not one for all 3. You can't do one for all 3. You can't do one for all 3. First off, because it's 3 different people. You can't sue 3 different people for 3 different instances. 1, 2, unless they all worked together and said, hey guys, what's together? Steal all of his views, which I don't even think he was claiming. So that's the only way that you could do that. But 2, it's 3 separate pieces of content that you're suing for, and I think he had different things that were that he was suing for. So like with Denim's, part of it was her live stream, her reviewing his live stream, and then the other part is her intentionally stealing views for the content nuke. Whereas for other people, it was like Casey Tron, it was her not saying anything during the review and intentionally stealing the content. And then with Frogan, same thing, not saying anything during the content nuke and intentionally stealing the content. So there was all that.
And to all the detractors who are saying that I'm targeting women, that I'm a hypocrite for suing for copyright infringement, I just have this to say.
Did he only sue women?
I don't care. What I do hope, though, is that you'll support their crowdfunding efforts to defend themselves. Because let's face it, I want to make sure there's money left over for me when I win my lawsuits.
You don't care about whether you're a hypocrite? So this is what he starts with, right? Very clear visual here. For this stuff, which do you think XUC more falls in the camp of? The top or the bottom?
Of my
bro, I want to support you, but these forced attempts at nuance are too painful. Bro, what are you talking about? I'm giving you my real take. If you don't like it because you just want me to what? Regurgitate your fucking opinion at you? That's what you want me to do? Regurgitate for you what you believe and not actually challenge you and give you my actual take. It's the bottom, all right? And let's see what does Ethan call the bottom type of video actually?
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry because why should these content thieves essentially get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of...
So he's adopting this position. He's calling them content thieves. People who do the bottom, he's saying this makes people mad, right? These is content thieves. He's calling this situation thievery, the people who do the bottom. And we've just acknowledged that XQC fits the bottom.
A lot of cases was happening. I mean, people don't like injustice, and we all see this and know it's not.
He calls it injustice. He says people who do the bottom, what we just showed you, where we know that's what XQC does, he called it, quote, an injustice.
Not right. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show.
He calls XQC one of the prime suspects. That is to say, because we all know it, he does that shit. He is a purveyor of that injustice. One of the prime suspects of people doing this kind of shit is XQC. All right? And I'm following Ethan this entire time. You can scroll back to this video and say, yeah, Ethan has this history, this pattern. He's based. I believe him when he says this stuff. And I've seen him debate XQC on it. So up to now, I think Ethan Klein is completely based and correct. And I think that this is true.
To debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright?
Do you care at all about IP or copyright?
Or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? If that might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Well, it flat out doesn't, because...
It flat out doesn't matter to me what the law says, whether I'm stealing or not.
Well, he was correct. His next point was, it doesn't matter. What matters is whether or not the content creator doesn't like it. And he is correct. He is right. Ethan did cut him out of context here because he is correct. He says it flat out doesn't matter what the law says about whether or not I'm stealing their content. What matters is whether or not the content creator cares. And by far the majority of the time, content creators are happy that I'm reviewing their content in front of a large audience, to where lots of people, if they like that video, they're going to go subscribe to that person and watch the content that comes out from them in the future. And so now they've gained a bigger audience because I reviewed their content. Well, that's everybody else's. That's what Ethan says in response is, well, then you should ask for permission ahead of time. But everybody, like, I don't do that, right? I didn't ask Pisco if I could watch this. I didn't ask Chud if I could watch this. I didn't ask Ethan if I could watch his video. I didn't ask any of these people. And so, yeah, but I have made an argument as to, like, why they won't care. And so, yes, there's that.
Full screen cam, do the fucking worm, and watch your
that. I mean, why didn't I think of that first? I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing, despite my...
So, he's like, all right, he disagrees with him, but I'm not suing him.
My criticism, he's not a malicious infringer, but the ones...
He's not a malicious infringer? So he's purveying injustice. He's a prime suspect, but he's not malicious? I'm sorry, what? Absolute dog water. No one believes that whatsoever. If that...
What the fuck? No, I don't think he is malicious either. I don't think he's malicious either. I don't think that he's doing it to try to steal their content. I think he's doing it because he's on stream all day. He got famous playing video games. And so he got used to being on stream all day. Then eventually slowly started like reviewing things here and there. And then slowly just moved away from playing video games and just reviewed stuff all day, every day. That's not malicious. He wasn't doing it to steal other people's content. He wasn't doing it to harm other people. Whereas Ethan's saying Denims and all of these other people, they are doing it to harm me. They want to harm me. They want me to hurt from this. That's why they're doing it to me. So it's different.
That is not malicious. I don't know what is. I don't care if I'm stealing or not. Fuck IP, fuck the law. And you've heard him say much worse than that. He's not a malicious infringer? Well, then everything you said about injustice here, no one can believe you. You called this an injustice. Hang on. You called this an injustice. You said it was an injustice. He purveys the injustice. He doesn't care that he's doing it. And that's not malicious. He's not a malicious infringer. That is complete bullshit. And then Where does he do it? Let's see.
People like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream. My fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now,
that's his fear. His fear is that Disney and Sony come in and do a lawsuit that fucks with all of their rights. That's what he wants you to believe. So you tell me, what is more likely to trigger a lawsuit from Sony or Disney? The kind of shit that XQC does, or the kind of shit that Frogan et al. Just do? You tell me. XQC is bigger. XQC reacts to more mainstream stuff. That alone. So if you were actually concerned with the state of the reaction community and fear of chilling lawsuits from these big bad guys, we would be trying to police our own, the worst offenders. And the worst...
Wait, he has, though. He just said he policed XQC. He called him out for it. He did a whole video on it. He had a debate with him on it. Pisco's so lost on the fucking argument here. Like, he's lost on, like, it from top to bottom. He's just totally fucking confused.
Offenders absolutely includes XQC and friends. Fucking owned, all of you guys. Destroyed, demolished. That said, these people are, like, very clearly infringers. Let's take a look at the lawsuit real quick. I don't have a problem with him suing them at all. Oh, they actually included the Nightmare on Denham Street. This is... oh my god. It's funny, but it's cringe. This lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos. Dude, okay, so complete vindication for me. That's not what this lawsuit's about. That's not what this lawsuit's about. So I'm completely vindicated. He is pretending to be a savior. He has a savior complex. It's the first sentence. So everyone can absolutely give me props for being completely right. If that's what this lawsuit was about, you would say, I'm not suing XQC because the cases are better against him, but XQC is part of the problem. Right? You don't even have to sue XQC. I'm not even saying sue XQC. I'm saying you have to identify XQC as part of the problem. You can't say XQC is not part of the problem. You have to say XQC is part of the problem. Over 7 years ago, the owners of plaintiff TED Entertainment established a legal standard for fair use reaction videos in Hassan Dai's. Yeah, we really appreciate that. TED Entertainment. As a genre, reaction videos vary widely. Bro, where are the pin sites? Where are the pin sites? You don't pin site the quote? Uh-oh. That's going to trigger me. Reaction videos like the Klein video that interpose short segments, emphasis added, constitute fair use. Wait a second. Where's the pin sites? So the citation's fucked. They're not blue booking. Did they italicize this period? I can't tell. If not, point deducted. The problem here with having this is you don't know what's emphasis added, what's not, right? Is emphasis added just for this? Is emphasis added just for that? So really, really shitty citations in terms of the format of the citations, in my opinion. This case involves a group viewing session hosted by defendants. I agree with that. The moderators heavily promoted this. Yes. True. Badly formatted footnote. They profited, like most lazy reaction videos, peppers her group with primarily brief and sporadic observations. They'll watch long, unadulterated portions of the works to give surface level. That's a good citation. I like this. Other times, Denham's commentary has little to no critical bearing on the style or substance of the works. Wait, the works include what, actually? The works include...
Did XQC actually review the whole thing? I actually don't know. He did, but that's not... They're not even talking about XQC when it comes to this. Again,
So I just want to say, first off, like I was saying, thank you for doing this. I think it's an important conversation to have. There's one specific video that I just analyzed, just picked one out of the lot. A rapper who got a $20 Anne Frank tattoo. This is a let me just read off some stats, and you can tell me if mine matches up or is worse. So this is a video uploaded to your channel 10 days ago. A rapper who got a $20 Anne Frank face tattoo, okay? So the original video's runtime is 9 minutes and 13 seconds. Oh, sorry, no. The original video is 8 minutes, 33 seconds, okay? The video here that you uploaded is 9 minutes, 13 seconds. That means you added 40 seconds to an 8.5-minute video, adding 7.8% runtime. Actually, I even did you a favor. I condensed all of your commentary on this specific video into just a short video because it's only 40 seconds. So I'll show this. Well, this is important because what you say, the commentary does matter.
So it's an hour and 9-minute video. Is that what he said? And he condensed his commentary into a whole video, and all of his commentary in an hour and 9 minutes is 40 seconds long. So this is what they're talking about. They're talking about this. When Ethan went after XQC and a bunch of other content creators for non-transformative content and how they were not only just stealing the person's content by not even reacting, but then also re-uploading it and stealing their thumbnail and then just putting XQC's face on, like, next to the thumbnail going. And that's it. That's the whole thing. Also, we got 3 minutes left on the clock. We got $15 left to go on the goal. So if we're gonna finish this shit, we gotta get $15 in 3 minutes.
Before you finish, let me go. So you're about to prove me right. I said I do non-transformative dog.
And this is from a year ago, August 28th, 2023. This is from over a year ago.
Dog shit, and you're about to show me non-transformative dog shit.
Okay, fair. So I don't have to show it to you.
I mean, go clap me because I mean I just said I did that.
Yeah, he said, I'm telling you, I do non-transformative dog shit, but right now you're trying to prove that I do non-transformative dog shit. We already agree on this. You don't have to show me that I do non-transformative dog shit. I agree. Like, what are you trying to prove here, bro?
That's like saying I'm white and I'm on camera.
Well, you said that yours is more transformative than mine, so I don't understand the consistency or the point you're trying to make.
Now that you brought that up, I mean, sure, let's like I'm gonna do.
Well, hold on, before you do that, let's just. Well, I do think it's interesting because the commentary does.
What? Where?
Arnold began to notice
music.
Arnold didn't have the best recognizes one of the
What the fuck am I watching? I mean, if that hey,
tattoo was finished.
Wait, that response. That is pretty good.
He doesn't even pause when he talks. He doesn't even pause. He just says, "What? Oh, what about the what? Chat. What?"
Actually, what the fuck?
Wasted Design tipped $5. Farts.
Let's go, Wasted Design. You know what? Today, you are a useful design.
That guy's really good at that. Jesus, bro, that crowd though. Oh, is that Tana? What the fuck? Adam 22. What the fuck?
Wasn't of interest to
But why do you always pick the dumbest of any comments? I guess. I thought they had like one song.
What?
Well, anyway, he's like Kappa. He talks normally and shit. Wait,
good about themselves.
So that's the entirety of the commentary you added to his 8, and I think it's even fair. And I know you don't defend yourself on this, so I guess it's kind of a moot point. But the quality of the commentary, like, you have to be commenting, analyzing, being.
Yeah, if XQC is saying you, because I know earlier they said, well, you don't even have to show it because we agree it's non-transformative dog shit. But if XQC is now saying, well, I can show that yours is even less transformative, well, now we do have to show. Now we do have to show what XQC did, so that's why he's playing it there.
Critical of the content you're watching for it to be fair use, but that doesn't matter, right? Because you don't even believe.
Ethan, I think you're right. I think you got me. So I think instead, I think we should get an example, one of your examples then.
Sure, I'd love to.
Let's get one example that show me the guideline. What I should do to react. How to post that in chat. Can I post this right? Click on that. So instead of having my example of it, I think we should use
XQC clips channel. You uploaded 5. Well, I just want to explain it. You uploaded 5 clips. Or wait, shit. You upload on this channel so fucking much.
So when it was my turn, you played my clip. When it's your turn,
from your channel. 1 point. Ethan shows XQC how transformative reactions are done. Number 4. This is the one you upload.
Number 4 works. Oh, number 1, 2, 3, or 4. 65.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all good. So here it is.
Go ahead.
So you can hours. Okay, King.
Jesus.
Finally over. Logan Paul.
Do you notice a problem already, Felix? There's a cut here.
Okay, King. Jesus.
Why is there a cut there?
Huh?
Yeah, there's a cut here.
So whenever you play my video, did I say, wait, Ethan? I think I've seen something on the screen right there. Is that a dead pixel? Is that just play the fucking video, bro? Jesus Christ.
Okay, but it undermines your argument if you're showing an edited clip. If you're cutting out my commentary and then trying to say you do fair use, this seems a little silly. But I'll play it. I'll play it.
Okay,
Jesus.
Finally over. Logan Paul apologized.
CoffeeZilla, your slang is he is a lopsided journalist with.
Michael Jones tipped $15. Thank you. Folded hands emoji.
No, thank you, Michael Jones. Let's go. We hit the fucking goal, boys. Then. Appreciate it, homie. Let's reset that clock. Yeah, from what I remember, this wasn't even like the whole video from XQC wasn't actually a good point. But let me see if I can find the point where he says, like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let me see if I can.
Twitch. Okay.
That is
okay, cool.
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I guess my first question for you to start is that, do you think your work is transformative? Of course, that's one of the main tenets of fair use. Do you think your work is transformative?
Yes.
You do?
Yep.
Wait.
Here, I mean, okay, because I was watching you yesterday, and here you said it's absolutely not transformative. Here it is.
You don't have to care. That's totally fine. But do you agree that you've created non-transformative reactions?
100%. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. We've agreed.
So here you say you've 100% made non-transformative reactions. Did you change your mind?
No, absolutely not. I didn't mind. The whole point is that nevers are really bad because I think we all have stuff that is not just whatever. If you do a full-on
so
yes or no, I just kind of like play with the question, and that was kind of like on the fly.
So, but your work is not fully transformative. Some of it is not, by your own admission.
Yeah, some of it is less reactive. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright, or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? That it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
No.
It doesn't matter.
Well, if flat out doesn't, because in that...
But that's fair. That's totally fair. And so because it doesn't matter to you, I don't think there's any point to really even discuss fair use law.
I can elaborate a little bit.
Go ahead, please.
And open the door a tiny bit, just to give you a general angle. I truly believe that usually the people that enforce it are the ones that have a problem with it, right? The problem with the nature of the content itself. Because in terms of legality, right? Technically, if I'm playing some...
Yeah, this is what I said, is that yes, he's saying if they have a problem with it, they'll tell me to take it down. They'll give me a takedown message on YouTube or whatever. Like, yes, if they want it taken down, then they'll have it taken down. If they don't want it taken down, then yeah, no, it doesn't matter if it's illegal, because it's only illegal when they don't want it there. So
Telltale game, well, I mean, they could take me down anytime they want, right? Because that's their game, and I'm yoinking their stuff, right?
Yeah. So yes, that is his argument. That is what he says. That is very different than the way that Ethan showed it there and what Pisco thinks was being said there.
Include the content nuke and then the show episode. Got it. On the rare occasion when Denims does provide sporadic or brief commentary, she spreads misinformation that is refuted. Okay, that's not relevant, but I guess part of the story. On the rare occasions when she actually shows the factual basis for a claim or statements are refuted by the cited source itself, such misinformation fails to serve copyright's goal of enriching public knowledge. Yeah, but come on. Empty chairs at empty tables. This lawsuit is to hold Denims accountable. And the H3 Snark mods accountable? Are they parties? Oh, they are parties. Yo, actually sued the Reddit mods. Insane. Hilarious. He's suing the Reddit mods. Good. We need to sue more Reddit mods. The alt-left's answer to Kellyanne Conway. Guys, not in your...
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who are upset all over like Twitter and shit saying they're chilling reaction content. Yes, they should. Like, they should be chilling reaction content. There needs to be like some lines drawn. There needs to be some accountability. There needs to be some differences there. Not trying to be weird, but are you that kid I went to YMCA after school program with around 1997? I've never been to YMCA before. No. Oh wait, we went to the same school. Miss Valerie was the counselor there. Miss Valerie. No. Don't know. What school do you think?
Fucking complaint. Save it for the stream. So unprofessional. This is formatted so shittily. Again, these are fucking nitpicks. You guys get mad. This is my reaction. Shocking. The alt-left's answer to Kellyanne Conway. Denims. This is also false. No one knows who this person is outside of the online sphere. Denims.
We used to sneak into the bathroom and we used to play that game. Oh. Yeah.
LARPs as a revolutionary from the... Okay, now I'm starting to... This is an unhinged filing. It probably will pass a motion to dismiss because it's almost certainly infringement, but it's unhinged. It's actually more professional than some of the president EOs. It's actually more professional than our president's filings as well. How did a serious lawyer write this? Because they wanted to meme, I guess. No, I think this...
Yeah, he probably literally went in like and said like, I want to file this as a meme. Like I need like a lot of memes in this. Everybody's gonna go over this on streams. Everybody's gonna like the judge will probably tell us that we have to change it and like condense it and everything. But yes, that was it's like you're paying, so whatever.
Lycan, I think that this will go someplace. I don't think this is a dead case at all.
Lycan, maybe he doesn't actually plan for it to go anywhere.
I think that this is a very
that's not gonna change anything.
Good case of infringement. You don't need to do this, but it's because part of this is PR and part of this is legal filing. But I don't think that this kind of, maybe you can motion to strike it because it's so like unneeded, but even then lawyers are given quite a bit of leeway in terms of how they want to characterize things. And so I think it's very unprofessional. You know, maybe it's effective in this day and age to like type like an unhinged person. She's a prolific purveyor of misinformation and speaks with great confidence on topics where her knowledge leaves much to be desired. This feels like Ethan wrote that line. Denims repeatedly inserts herself into public controversies by employing poor judgment, knee-jerk contrarianism, and a consistent impulse to defend the indefensible, including copyright infringement, terrorism, and extreme. This is so cringe. Stick to the fucking case, guys. This is so cringe. Denims is one of the most loyal and ardent defenders of Hassan Piker, the most prominent alt-left streamer on Twitch.
Oh no,
looks like
dude.
Scientologists engaged.
The fact that they're even like bringing up Hassan Piker in this is just a fucking meme, dude. It's just a meme. Like, this is fucking hilarious, bro.
In fair game. You cited Wikipedia for fair game definition? Why do you need to do this simile? This is shocking. Denims ruthlessly attacks with reckless abandon anyone who disagrees with her or Hassan. She parrots Hassan's style, rhetoric, and content strategy. You should strike these. This is so... None of this is factually relevant. As such, he has assumed a leading role in Hassan's, quote, waiting room, a collective of streamers who cultishly follow Hassan and parasitically leech off of his audience by streaming before and after him. Denims
This has to be done intentionally. Yeah, we all know. We all know it's done intentionally. This is a meme. Like, it's fucking funny. This is good shit.
Osama bin Laden's letter to America. She frequently expressed... What does that have to do with infringement of your content nuke video? All of this shit should be stricken. This is getting to the point, I think, of being like, I don't know if it's sanctionable, probably not, but insane. Balenciaga, BDSM. This is so bad of a filing.
Balenciaga BDSM? Balenciaga BDSM? What? Is that in the fucking court filing? Did he really say Balenciaga BDSM? Is that really in there? Oh, this is the Frogan complaint. He went into it, yes? That's my thing. That's my video. Nobody else has that. Only me. They had to have gotten that from my video. Like, they had to have gotten it from me. What's that? I was just talking about earlier how, like, there were a lot of, like, re-uploads of my video. Balenciaga. This right here.
What's up, fools? Do I have a great one for you today?
Bosch and friends slander Shoe on Head, Xander Hall, Demon Mama, and Denims. This is what we call the Balenciaga video essay. Tom, they describe how Denims defended the BDSM thing from them. Yes, that's what my video is about. Yes.
Today we're going to be talking about the Balenciaga story and how Shoe on Head put out a tweet just explaining a bunch of simple facts and the left's heads exploded. So let's start at the beginning. Shoe on Head posted on Twitter, the brand Balenciaga just did a interesting photo shoot for their new products recently, which included very purposely poorly hidden court documents about virtual child porn. Normal stuff. So then, if we go take a look at the pictures that she posted, there are pictures of two girls, both holding teddy bears. One is wearing kind of punk types of clothes. The other one is wearing very BDSM-like gear. Then there's also another picture that is from another photo shoot of a purse. It's a business-like setting on a desk with lots of documents and papers. But if you zoom in on one of those papers, you will see that there is a document about child pornography. So of course, there are lots of Republicans who take this post and start running with it, talking about how Balenciaga is in bed with the Democrats, and they start getting into Pizzagate, QAnon sorts of crap. It doesn't seem to be the majority of people, but they're Twitter because of her, when they claim they deleted their Twitter because they're protesting Elon Musk, which I guess makes them the first big company to do that. I have trouble believing that Balenciaga deleted their Twitter in the most convenient timing possible. No big company would actually delete their Twitter because of Elon Musk. None of them are going to protest these things and actually lose the ability to gain followers in the middle of a scandal. This one also is true, as you will hear them mention over and over. I don't think they ignoring.
Dude,
So yeah,
little girl on a couch.
she is the first like 45 minutes of this. I guess she's the first 30 minutes of this video.
With a very worried, sad look on her face.
Dude, the kid, no, shoo, the kid didn't have a sad face on her look. That's how all models look.
Sad
This take
face
from
on her
Venoms
look.
isn't particularly egregious. It is true that models tend to give very serious looks when they are modeling, but not normally kids. Kids are normally smiling in their pictures. It's odd to have kids giving you a very serious stare down in a picture. But these kids are not doing the serious look either. One looks very terrified. The other one looks very sad.
Also, alcohol. People literally bring their kids to fucking Applebee's and then get like 5 margaritas. Okay, come on.
Well done, Denims. You are correct. It is true that some parents will take their kids to Applebee's while the parents drink alcohol. But there's no parents in this picture. There is a kid standing by themselves with a bunch of half full or empty alcohol.
So yes, this whole thing is me talking about the fact that she is defending all of this stuff. That she's defending all of this weird Balenciaga shit that they put out.
Containers in front of them. In art, we normally use objects and things to send messages that other people will understand through cultural norms. So I would like to know, what kind of message do you think it's sending? There's a bunch of containers that we would traditionally use for alcohol laid out in front of a child. In one picture, the child is standing on the couch like they just got totally wasted and now they're getting a little crazy. Normally, kids are not supposed to stand on the couch with their shoes. They're not supposed to jump around on the couch. They're getting a little rebellious, getting a little wild. And then there's another picture right after where the kid is laying down in front of all of these things like they're sleeping one off. Now, I did go to Balenciaga's website and I found a picture of the flask, and it turns out it says H2O on the flask. So I'm assuming that's water that's in all of the wine glasses. So I'm assuming it's all meant to be ironic and funny, like the kid is getting drunk off of water. It just becomes more and more obvious as we go through all of these people's reviews that none of them understand art or the messages that are being sent at all.
But anyway, to make things even worse, right on their homepage, right next to that photo shoot, was a photo of a purse on a desk. Seems normal, right? But the only visible paper sticking out from under the purse, the only piece of paper with any text on it, conveniently right there, was a court case related to child pornography. Creepy. Coincidentally, 2 days before.
No, it's not creepy. No, Shoo, you're the only one who sees this. It's not creepy. I'm telling you this, like, from a place of love, okay? The pictures are not creepy. Okay? Also, those are from 2 different photo shoots.
We're going to hear this line a lot. They're from 2 different photo shoots. It is true that in Shu's original tweet...
So she like puts out tons of misinformation throughout all of this. She's trolling 100%. Denim's in this? No, she's not trolling. She was not trolling. I don't know who to hate more. If you watch it, it is blatantly obvious that like Shu on Head like puts out just a video about the fact that Balenciaga had a bunch of like pedophilic stuff imagery in a specific line of clothing for kids, and they had like a lot of like pedophilic imagery and like shit like that, and then also just kind of inappropriate stuff where they're like holding bears wearing BDSM gear. They've got like alcoholic drinks in front of them. They've got there's just a lot to it, and so Denim's Xander Hall, Demon Mama, and Vosh all start calling her a crazy conspiracy theorist that are just like that she's like making shit up. And yes, Smugbug, that she's just making stuff up and acting like there's this big pedophilic ring that Balenciaga is a part of, and that they're trying to sexualize kids, and that they just like make up a whole lot of shit that she never said. She's just pointing out that like there really is a bunch of like pedophilic imagery in all of these videos, in all of these pictures, in all of this stuff, and that it's weird. And not only did she say this, she broke the story. Tons of groups covered this. Like this was like a pretty big thing afterwards. I think this explains just like those parts.
Everything that Shuan had just said, and then continues to argue against conspiracy theories. And then she just moves on to another untrue argument, which is that shareholders are happy with this. Balenciaga is owned by a $15 billion conglomerate named Kering. Kering owns a bunch of other fashion brands like Gucci, Saint Laurent, Bottega Veneta, as well as others. And Kering has shareholders, which means that there is a fiduciary responsibility not to lose them money. So when this entire thing came out, they decided to sue the photographer who did the line. As it turns out, the photographer didn't make any of those decisions.
So this was so big, right? This was so big that Balenciaga literally sued the photographer who did the line, okay? So where they're acting like this isn't real, Shu's just making stuff up, she's just trying to find conspiracy theories, that they kept acting like she's the person, what is Charlie from Always Sunny, like with all the lines in the board and like, you know, looking at drawing like red yarn from one thing to another and shit. They kept saying, like, they were literally posting that meme all over the place saying that was her. And she never pushed a conspiracy theory. She just said, this is weird. This is kind of weird. Why did they do this? This is weird. And they all kept lying, saying that she was pushing a conspiracy theory. There was no conspiracy theory. There wasn't one. They literally did all the things that she said they did. That's it. Now, I do think that she was a bit irresponsible with it because she has a right-wing, like, audience that definitely ran with this and said, see, here's proof the fucking elites are all trying to, take our kids and sexualize them, and they're trying to normalize maps, and that, like, her audience definitely ran with it. I think that she needed to be a lot more explicit by saying, like, I'm not into the whole, like, conspiracy theory thing, and I'm not saying anything, but she does say it. She does say it. She does say it.
He had already done a line where
so all of them review her entire video. All of them are slandering her the whole time, just saying she's a crazy far-right conspiracy theorist. And is she an ally? We like her. I like her and I don't like her. She recently commented on one of my videos, kind of lying about me, saying that I said yeah, she's a little bonkers. I don't. She's a populist. I don't like populists. I don't agree with her politics. But lots of times when she's fighting against the left, she's kind of based, and I think she's fucking hilarious. I think she's funny. I think she is a very funny character, and I think that especially when it comes to like a lot of the men's rights stuff that she says, she's right. Like, there's a lot of things that I like about her. There's a lot of things I don't like about her. But yeah, she recently commented on one of my videos where I at the end of a stream I said, you know, yeah, I would like to talk to Shu about stuff like this. I've reached out to her a couple of times trying to have conversations with her, and she just didn't respond. And she commented on the video and said, "That never happened. Why are you lying?" And so I was like, maybe you just forgot or something. Just scroll up in our DMs on Twitter and you'll see it. And I was like, just scroll all the way to the top. And then I went to our Twitter DMs, screenshot it, sent it to her. And she was like, she said, "That's nothing." And then went back to the comment section and said, "No, that's not, there's nothing there. Like, you're lying." She said, "All you did was ask me to come on to a panel." And I was like, yes, I said on my show, I asked to talk to you about politics. You said that never happened. Now you're admitting there is a DM of you, of me asking you to come on to a panel where we talk about these things. What do you mean? That is the thing. That is it. What are you talking about? She got you there, Tom. Leak it? I did leak it. At the time when it happened, I didn't make a big deal about it because I don't want to. Again, I like Shu. I'm not trying to make like a huge deal about it, but what is that? What was that? What were the balloons? You never make a big deal out of anything. All right, well, hold on. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, so I was like, it's a little weird because I've asked her to talk about things and then she didn't respond, but then later she'll message me about like drama that she was involved in, and it just feels a little weird when you just like ghost me on something and then message me later for something else that has to do with like a drama that you're involved in. And that's all I said. Yeah, here. Hey, I'm hosting a panel on Tuesday, July the 18th at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and wanted to see if you'll join. Current invites: Brianna Wu, Shuan Head, Dylan Burns, Dak Katie, Zonia, Sprouticus, topics, blah, blah, blah. The panel that I showed you guys the other day with Vadim, Zonia, Sprouticus, there's a bunch of other people that was supposed to be the panel. Brianna Wu confirmed. Wu asked and then she messaged me about drama stuff. So it totally, yeah, wasn't a big deal. It was just I think it was a understanding at the beginning where she didn't understand that me saying I'm inviting her on to panels to talk about these sorts of things was that like me inviting her onto the panel is me wanting to talk to her about this sort of stuff. And then when once I showed it to her, I think she was unwilling to like recognize that it was just like a misunderstanding. So yeah.
Taking pictures of kids with a bunch of stuff laid out in front of them, like toys. Balenciaga liked what it was he was doing, so they wanted to use their brand and insert it into this style of photography. So they got that photographer to do it, but that photographer didn't choose what was in the pictures, what the kids were wearing, what the bears were wearing. So the lawsuit was retracted pretty much the next day. And since then, Kering stocks have been dropping. Balenciaga has put out multiple statements apologizing, and even if we go look at their Instagram now, there are things on there which is just
So something that Shu says is that they deleted their Instagram after this came out. But all of these lefties kept saying, no, they always delete their Instagram. They always do this. This is just a normal thing that they do. That's not a new thing that happened. And so that's why I'm doing this part.
an apology explaining that they screwed up, and that's all that's going to be there for a while because they're not ready to come out with a new line.
So yes, so they literally post an apology. So where they're all acting like, oh, this isn't even a thing. It doesn't really matter. Nobody cares about this. Shu's just being a conspiracy theorist. They literally put out an apology. They deleted everything on their Instagram. It's true. They delete everything when they come out with a new line. As I just said, they didn't come out with a new line. It didn't happen. There's no new line. They just posted that line and then deleted it. It's not a new line.
As explained earlier, this is their spring 2023 line. They're still doing fashion shows and stuff on this. There have been fashion awards that have been taken away from Balenciaga over this scandal. Kim Kardashian, their largest influencer representing their brand, has said that she's reconsidering their relationship, and news outlets all across the board have been condemning Balenciaga and
Anyways, so this is the part where it kind of, I was saying there's like a part that kind of like proves the whole thing where it kind of shows that they are just kind of being malicious. So
notice how she's,
you do see it popped up. He's doing, I did not clip this out of context. It's just him continuing to muddy the waters as much as possible with absolutely no evidence. I'm pretty sure this is populist. I mentioned earlier she's always been, but insanely bad. This comes together.
Contains an excerpt from the U.S. Supreme Court opinion.
say, yes, your conspiracy theory about Jewish pedophile elites is real, or did it say, yes, this is a real photo from a Balenciaga photo shoot, and yes, that document does seem to be the court document people are saying it does, that it is. Something that no one is arguing against.
see, like they just end up agreeing with everything she says while saying that she's like making arguments for a Jewish pedophile ring, which never happened. So yeah, so this is,
They actually do. Moment.
okay, yeah, here it is.
Literally trafficking.
My case pretty clear here. So let's just go ahead and cut to the moment of truth.
Pizzagate thing where Balenciaga's like hiding children in their basement. Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge...
So yeah, she just said, I'm not like a conspiracy theorist. I'm not claiming they're trafficking children. I'm not claiming that they have kids locked in a basement. Like, says all this shit, lays it out pretty clear.
Trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that. What I do know is that this is a huge fuck-up from a billion-dollar company. And when a billion-dollar
Okay, so they aren't doing anything to kids.
Yes.
So the worst case scenario is it was a kind of weird photo shoot.
Yes.
And a different photo shoot with a weird document.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's all it was. You're admitting that. You don't think that there's some child sex trafficking pedo ring in the basement? See, so apparently it's just subliminal messaging. That's what she thinks it is. Conspiracy brain is wild. I wish I thought the world was this... You know, the world actually is this exciting, but not in the way that she thinks it is. It's more of like a terrifying excitement, you know?
He was so close. He was so close. I don't know what just happened. This guy is allergic to the...
I don't think Zan ever said they were Jewish or whether the Jewishness... He literally just said her Jewish cabal conspiracy theory. Or her Jewish cabal sex trafficking conspiracy. He literally just said that. I just played it. I wasn't just saying that out of nowhere. He had just said it, and then I said it. So yeah, it wasn't. Anyways, yes, this is the fucking video. calling out Denims for downplaying the whole Balenciaga thing and defending it at points. Like, this is the video. There aren't other videos out there about it. This is pretty much it. There's no, like, even other videos. So like Chud Logic watched the whole thing on his stream, and then they posted it as another video. His editor cut out the entire denim section, and he even complained about the fact that Denims was in it the entire time. The whole time he reviewed it, he's like, I don't even know why. Like, the Denims part was just kind of annoying. Like, why did we even have Denims in it, dude? That was so dumb. And then even once we move past Denims and we get to like Xander and Demon Mom, he's like, why did we even do Denims? We should have been on Xander and Demon Mom the whole time. And then yes, his editor just cut out the entire denim section and then put the rest of the review up on the YouTube channel. So it was but yeah, so this is it. There's nothing else out there about this. Like, I was the only one calling out Denims for this. So that's fucking hilarious that this is mentioned in here.
I don't know if it's sanctionable. Probably not, but insane. Balenciaga, BDSM. This is so bad of a filing. Imagine you're reading this and you have no idea who the fuck these people are. You're just like, isn't this an infringement case?
Yeah, he just put out a manifesto on these people. It's fucking hilarious.
This is such a shitty filing so far. Her prior beliefs, her beliefs about infringement, they're not at issue in the case. I just don't know what it matters. My chat is triggered. Would adding the irrelevant commentary upset a judge? I think it might, yeah. Imagine you're a judge, like an old boomer, 80-year-old judge, trying to follow this. It's just fucking mess. Just stick to the video. There is this video. Ethan, I registered the video. On this day, this happened. On this day, this happened. This is what the video does. This is what the reaction is. The reaction was done on the same day. Like, why are we starting with, like, the Kellyanne Conway? It's just... It would piss me off reading it if I'm a judge. Now, I know some of these people, but like, imagine you don't know who Shoe on Head is. You don't know what Balenciaga is. You don't know why Ariel Sharon matters to this infringement.
If you don't know what Balenciaga is, you need to watch my fucking video. See, you guys are all fucking... You guys don't realize how privileged you are that you're here on this stream where I know all of this information and I'm able to help you out with it.
Case. You don't know what the Osama bin Laden, like, it's just very tough to follow if you're not terminally online.
Oh, so it's not really related. It's just in the suit, LMAO. Yes, they just threw it in. He's doing a whole fucking like manifesto on these people. So Tom made us watch the whole video. Mantis, will you get somewhere, woman? What are you? Are we married? Are we? Do you? You and Allie, I feel like I don't have kids. I didn't get married. But it's like the same thing. I still have a bunch of fucking kids in my chat annoying me all day that I gotta fucking take care of. And then I got women nagging me the whole fucking time. I didn't sign up for this. This isn't what I signed up for. I didn't have, you wish, buddy? I don't. I'm saying right now, I don't. Right now, I don't wish. I don't wish to be nagged all the time. I don't wish for the nagging. I don't. Anyways, I was AFK, so I missed how it came up. Mantis is answering my question, Tom. Anyways, yes. He brings up the fact that she defended the Balenciaga BDSM stuff. And that is, as I said, this isn't anywhere else. It couldn't have come from anywhere else. It's not on the internet. It's not out there. It is just in my video. That's it. That I don't think you could find this anywhere. And so, and in order to even find my video, I think that you would have to dig for a fucking while. Like, this came out in 2023, dude. This came out at like the beginning of, yes, January 1st, 2023. This came out at the beginning of 2023. He had to fucking dig to find this shit. Spam the video in chat. Well, no, you guys need to go share this video all over the place and say, this is why Ethan mentioned the BDSM thing is because of this amazing video. The world needs to know.
And also, I have to say, in my opinion, irrelevant. It's irrelevant. It's relevant in terms of the public discussion on it, for sure.
It's relevant as far as my video goes, Pisco. Why don't you shut up?
But to the specific case of infringement, I just like don't understand what the relevance is. Okay, so previously she has said that she doesn't give a fuck about infringement. Got it. Why is that relevant, right? Like, does the fact that she doesn't give a fuck about infringement have any tendency to prove one of the necessary elements in this case? No. The question about whether this video exists isn't at issue. It's undisputed. She made a reaction video. It will be undisputed. So her tendency to infringe is not relevant. It's all so bad. And I don't think it's effective as a piece of legal writing. I don't think it's effective rhetorically. I'm going to give you my honest take. Background of H3 Snark. H3 Snark is a part of a genre of message boards known as subreddits on the website Reddit. Like, just imagine imagine the judge assigned this as some 80-year-old fucking Reagan appointee, right? There's a Snark message board of a subreddit on a Reddit, and you just got linked, and
I've already watched 54 minutes of it somehow. So that's I posted it before in chat that like this video was when I got banned from like Twitch and pretty much everywhere else, I was struggling on YouTube for a long time. Putting out this video essay was something that like really made my channel start to grow and pop off, and kind of like, yeah, totally changed the direction I was heading in.
Supposed to really watch all the it's such a mess. H3 Snark was created by
we gotta watch more, Tom, if you ask me. We should watch more of the video. It's really good. It's a good video.
Oh no, shoo, no. Someone in chat said that she addressed it, but she didn't address it.
Do I think they are literally trafficking children? I don't think that. I don't know that. I've never claimed to know that.
And the rest of Denim's covering
fanatical Trisha Paytas fan. Trisha Paytas. Doe number 1 became a Fallen fan when the TEI series Frenemy, like, I'm already can you just imagine a boomer trying to get through this?
In my opinion, any video on Denim should just zoom in on the boobs. I'm pretty sure I literally say that in here at some point where she says something about like people aren't going to this for this reason, and I'm like, oh yeah, totally, Denims, and people go to you for your fucking political takes, and then I show a bunch of like I think it's like a bunch of clips of like sexy pictures and videos of her from her Instagram. But I don't know where it is, so.
that I
off your if you can get for
oh yeah, here's the clip we were talking about yesterday. The clip is in here.
Dumb afterwards, like she doesn't understand.
Okay, Steven, I'm gonna tell you what, all right? I will suck the meat off your if you can get Richard Wolff to say that he didn't mean dividends when he said dividends.
There was more recently a tweet from her where she thinks it's so
She said to Destiny, I will suck the meat off your cock if you can show me that he didn't say dividend.
crazy that a guy would fall in love with a girl just because she has a big juicy booty. Not me. Other guys would do that. As if like she's just never met men before. Men don't marry for lust, just like guys watch Denims for her political takes. And now here she is acting.
There you go.
The Frenemies show, like someone who does like no idea who Trisha Paytas is, who has no idea what Frenemies is. It's hilarious. I mean, like I'm enjoying it. I'm not saying that it's just a fucking mess and disaster of a filing on a very strong case. I'm not even 40 and I don't understand it. H3 Snark has become a haven for fallen.
She'll probably scream harassment if you notice. Oh yeah, totally. We can let's see. We can just pull a full-on like Kelly Jean over here. Like, if you notice, her entire fucking Instagram This is I say pull a Kelly Jean because there was a stream where she was on stream with like her legs up, and Kelly Jean was on a stream with her legs up, and like and she was like a titty streamer. She used to do like nude body painting streams and shit like that. And then somebody asked me to pull up her Instagram, so I pulled it up. I think they timed it for 17 seconds. And then they threw a fucking fit saying that I was sex pesting her because I pulled her Instagram up. And it's funny, somebody actually brought this up yesterday. I popped into somebody's chat and they brought it up yesterday when I popped into their chat. But yeah, she threw her and JSTLK said that I was sex pesting her, and I'm like, it's her fucking Instagram. Like, they're like, yeah, but that's weird to go pull up somebody's Instagram while you're watching their content. I'm like, but it's not, because it's the same name. It is the same thing. That is her brand. What do you mean? She does OnlyFans. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Like it's
yes, and then I said I didn't even say like, oh, great tits, or like, oh, she's hot, or anything. Like, I didn't even say anything like that. I said she was wearing like an anime costume, and I said, oh, that's fucking cultural appropriation. Someone needs to cancel that bitch. And then just moved on. And then yeah, the next day when she was complaining about it, I was like, I'm gonna pull your fucking tits up on my screen every single day. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, going off in chat, everybody lost their minds over it. I thought it was pretty normal stuff that I said. I don't know.
Perfect.
Fans. Amazing. It's a haven for fallen fans. The average viewer would move on with their lives after. This is Trump. This is literally, maybe this is what the left needs to do to become more effective, is to turn into Trump. This is how Trump talks. H3 Snark enables these deranged and chronically unemployed fallen fans to share their perverse pleasure of hate-watching TEI content with others by providing infringing clips and links to TEI content. This is a complaint filed in the current year. Insane filing. Unhinged filing. On a very strong case. An insane filing. Ethan and Hassan debated Taiwan, such as whether, like, I have to, I know I've been saying it like 10 times. I just really want to stress again. Imagine you're a 70-year-old, like, complex litigation judge who's been assigned this copyright case, and then you start by Denims is the Kellyanne Conway of the alt-left, shoe on head, fallen fan haven, genre message board, H3 Snark haven for fallen fans. They debated Tibet, Taiwan. Ethan pushed back on pro-China positions, ecclesiastical, parasocial, like, what is happening? You're citing.
Well, just FYI, I told you guys yesterday I had to get off stream because I had to go edit some stuff that was taking up a lot of room on my stream. There's I was in the middle of there's a lot of stuff that was still left over from the Sassafesto that I just never like finished editing, and there was a lot that just took up so much space on my computer because I didn't plan on doing anything with it anymore after they all just kind of like proved themselves to be incompetent and liars. But I also didn't want to delete it because I worked really hard on it. There was a lot of good stuff in there. It was funny. There was like all the evidence and everything is clipped up and put in order. And so I went and rendered all of that last night and then thought, you know what? I could just play this sometime. So yeah, I'll probably do like I'll probably play it on like Kick sometime and do like a watch party for it on Kick and just publish it over there. It says is Ryle rated. Of course he would raid. Yeah, right as that comes up, yeah.
Wikipedia for the term fair game Scientology simile that you don't need to do. You're talking about Balenciaga. You're talking about things that are so irrelevant to the case. You're dual Israeli-American citizens. Hila was born in Israel where she served as an IDF. Who gives a fuck for the infringement case whether you served in the IDF? While both Ethan and Hila are supportive of Palestinian self-determination and extremely critical of Israel and its government, this literally reads like state propaganda. I'm just being honest. In the wake of October 7th, Hassan emerged as the modern incarnation of the Grand Mufti Hajj Amin al-Husseini. Wild.
This is
Absolutely
fucking
wild.
insane.
And I think
dude.
it's cringe. I mean, I'm laughing, but it is a completely cringe filing.
It is cringe. I think that's why it's funny. Like, it is funny that he just like put all this in there. That's why they did it. Like, they did it to be just overly obtuse and cringe, and just that is the point of it. I don't know if Pisco might be too autistic to like get that, like, yes, that is the point, but I think it's fucking hilarious, dude.
I would be embarrassed to file anything even 5% this unhinged. Citing a video about the Grand Mufti on the world history, this would piss me the fuck off. Too many footnotes, guys. Way too many footnotes.
That's a
This is
lot of
complaint.
footnotes. Bro, that is a lot of fucking footnotes. Holy shit. That's like half the page, bro. Holy shit. Half the page is footnotes, dude. That's not even a footnote anymore. It's not at the foot of the page anymore. That's the whole fucking page, bro. That is wild.
What are you doing? Look at the footnotes. This is insanity. Like Al Husseini, Hassan has become a passionate advocate and highly charismatic leader of the Palestinian cause.
That's wild, bro.
Citing Benny Morris for the claim that Hassan has become passionate, or for the claim like Al Husseini was a passionate advocate.
Citing Benny Morris, that Hassan is passionate, bro. Oh, that is fucking hilarious, dude. That is hilarious, bro. There should be like a point that says like he streams a lot, and then like, yeah, cite like in the footnotes, cite somebody saying that he streams a lot.
You don't need to cite a historian for all of these fucking points. Have you watched Denim's reaction yet? If not, why are you assuming it's infringement? Why am I assuming it's infringement? Like, are you serious? Because she copied the video, she performed the video, and I know Denim's. Are you arguing it's going to be fair use protected? No way. Not a shot. So I'll ask that specifically of you, Lycan. Which of the fair use factors cuts in Denim's favor? Which of the 4 fair use factors cuts in Denim's favor? Actually, let's bring up the fair use factors. And then you can identify which of them, fair use factors, cuts in Denim's favor. Amount and substantiality of the portion used in relation to the copyright work as a whole. It's all of it, so that cuts against Denim's. The nature of the copyrighted work. It's a commentary work. It's not like a news highlight reel. This is also one of the lesser important factors. I would say this is neutral or cuts against Denim's. This is in many ways it's a dramatic work. There's some factual components to it, and so at best it's neutral, but I think it cuts against Denim's, if I'm being honest. It's literally intended to be and is served as a potential market substitute, so that cuts against Denim's. The purpose and character of the use, is it transformative? No, it's sparse commentary. So please, which of these factors cuts in Denim's favor? Sparse commentary where you lose me because that's not actually true. Okay, on that, I will admit, having not seen the Denim's reaction video, I'm relying on Ethan's characterizations to say
Sick Unchained. Sick Unchained. I thought this guy fucking died. Didn't somebody murder this bitch? What the fuck happened here? The sparse commentary is where you lose me, because that's not actually true. Everything else I think is fair. Again, the sparse commentary was from the stream. Again, this is from the stream, not from the actual content, Nuke.
Sparse. I will admit that, and I could be wrong about that. So I could be wrong on fair use for that specific factor, if in fact it wasn't sparse commentary. But given the fact that she's leaving at times, and maybe I'm conflating the reaction video versus the prepared video versus the stream, then you're just moving which of the copyrighted works is whatever, So that would be factor 1, but every other factor cuts against her heavily, in my opinion. Separately, I'll try to find the fucking Denim's reaction video, since you're gonna call me on it, and I'll try to see if I consider it to be sparse. But here's the
Why
thing.
does he keep saying sparse? Who says it like that? What is wrong with him? I'm gonna debate him on the fucking pronunciation of the word sparse. What is happening?
Right? If there are moments in the Ethan Klein nuke in which she's like 5-10 minute stretches where she's not commenting on it, or where it's not transformative at all, I think that factor is going to cut against her. So if you can, because again, the amount of the work, some of these factors kind of intertwine. If there's like a lot of heavy commentary, just kind of spaced out, and you don't need to use as much of the work that you're using to achieve the kind of critical, in other words, you need to account for the use of your video, right? You could have some highly transformative edits of like Star Wars.
Sparse. 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 sparse, 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 sparse.
So, right, let's say for the first 10 minutes, it's highly, transformative Star Wars content, fair use for the first 10 minutes, but then the rest of it is plain Star Wars, the movie, with like, oh,
Just wanted to be sure.
that's cool. Look at that. Then I think that it's the fact that part of it's transformative, it's all related to like the sum and substance of what you're using. So I'll make sure to watch the Dennis reaction video, and we'll see how transformative it really is. This filing, though, is unhinged. Completely unhinged. This is one of the craziest complaints I've seen in a while. And just as crazy as some of the Trump complaints, for sure.
It is. I talked about the fact that like Pixie's filing was just like so much nonsensical bullshit that just had nothing to do with anything. It was just like a lot of shit talking, but it wasn't funny like this. Like, this is fucking hilarious.
These footnotes are schizo. You put a picture of Hitler and Himmler in your complaint. Why? So unprofessional, absolutely unhinged. Trump has never done anything this crazy. In terms of the atmospherics, in terms of legal arguments, sure, Trump has done crazier things in his filings. But in terms of the atmospherics, I've never seen anything like this. Quoting al-Husseini, Arabs rise as one man and fight for your sacred rights. Kill the Jews wherever you find them. This pleases God, history, and religion. This saves your honor. God is with you. On Nazi radio. So he's literally comparing Hassan to like a Nazi collaborator. Literally. Why are you doing this? If some boomer judge gets this, he's going to be like, this is some psycho manifesto. It's not good lawyering. It's not good advocacy. I don't even think it's good PR. I don't think it even looks good PR wise. You have a strong case. Stick to the law. Stick to the facts. And you don't need to include this, embed this in the fucking complaint. Attach it as a fucking exhibit. Oh, look at how many exhibits you have. Holy shit. You don't need to fucking post this. We get it. Just make it an attachment. Make it an exhibit. 80 pages. 80 pages. Why? You don't need this to be 80 pages. This should be 20 pages max. 80 pages. I'll give you 25. DMC takedown notices. Okay, so there's history. You don't need to do this entire thing here. H3 Snark Mods made a concerted effort to issue fraudulent counter notifications.
This is amazing, dude. This is amazing, bro. This is actually amazing. Oh, the judge is gonna be furious, bro. The judge is gonna be fucking furious when he has to read this shit, dude. He is gonna be so mad. This is like, there's no way he makes it more than like 5 pages in and then sends it back and is like, I'm not reading this. You need to condense this. This is insane. He's not gonna read fucking 80 pages. He's not gonna do it. No way. He's gonna send it back. He's gonna send it back. He's not doing it.
So is this a DMCA case? My eyes are glazing over. Look at these. Look at it's just raw URLs of Reddit fucking threads and YouTube links. You fucked up the sizing here on footnote 33. This is a size down from the size of the font here. The text isn't aligned. The spacing is shocking. You went to the Copyright Office. You deposited it with the United States Copyright Office. Okay. The Nuke is a tragicomic documentary critiquing Hassan and Twitch. It contains of original footage. It contains of original footage.
You can do that? What, he can send it back? Yeah. Imagine if you write a lawsuit and you just tell ChatGPT to write a story, and you like tell it like, you know, about a mouse that meets a princess, and the princess is poisoned by an evil, wicked cat, and so the mouse has to go and get the magical piece of cheese for the princess to take a bite of the magical cheese in order for the princess to come back to life. And They're like, and we want it to be like 100 pages long, but every 10 pages or so, you add in like the real arguments of the case, and just like pinpoint, just put those in there. Yes, the judge is not gonna read that. They're just gonna. I just caught up the live stream and Tom isn't even here. A chair during this drama. Tom, your other chat nag wifey is now here.
You guys proofread this? At least put it through fucking chat GPT. The nuke can be, this is too many sections. And so now he's actually, he's using this to monologue. So he's monologuing about his concerns. You're like describing the work. You can just make that a paragraph. You don't need to give us the play-by-play. You're citing the UN report, Dan Clancy. Now we're talking about Dan Clancy. This is one of the worst complaints I've ever read in my life. Frogan loves, you're including the loves Sabra. This is so indulgent. We're at now 35 footnotes on your complaint. Stephen made an appearance. Very cool. Hassan. Amanto Gishon of Hassan referring to Jews and Israelis as inbred, or laughing at Jews being inbred. So all of that was like 5 pages of just describing the video and like shitting on Hassan and basically like recapitulating the video. But can I ask why? No, guys. Guys, you don't need to this is not a memorandum of law. So now they're doing legal analysis in their complaint. That's inappropriate. Save that for the motion practice. Give a paragraph maybe to fair use if you feel you have to. But save that for the motion practice.
Well,
okay.
I mean, that's not abnormal. Like, you're going to make the case as to why your case meets the standards of the law and what the law is, and then say that like there might be a spot here which seems like a gray area, but it's not. Here's why, and then that's not abnormal.
Okay, it seems like a strong case. This complaint is shocking. Beyond the pale. The complaint is so unhinged. It's unreadable. It's way too long. It's unprofessional, inappropriate, wild. Strong case, but this complaint is a bad piece of legal advocacy. It's a bad piece of PR advocacy, in my opinion. How much will the complaint actually affect the chance of H3 winning the case? I don't think it will affect it. I think maybe they'll have a motion to strike though, because some of this stuff here is completely inappropriate. Needs more memes. Big picture, I think it's a strong case of infringement. I don't think it's a strong case of fair use. I think there's a neutral reason to target these people, conceivably, and not other people. I think that the case is winnable for sure. I don't think it matters that they set a trap. I don't think it matters that there are other big fish that they're not suing. So all that's big picture. But take a step back in even bigger picture.
Dude, what happened to his light? Oh, this is in 480. Yeah, still the lights suck.
Sure. The notion that, and this is not even disputable at this point, that H3 is acting like a savior for the fair use community, the reaction community, is so preposterous as to be insulting to my intelligence.
I'm sorry, he's just too autistic. He's too fucking autistic. I can't with him. Didn't you chat with this guy a month or so ago? Yes, I've talked to him a couple of times. I've had many conversations with him. Him and I go way back, and then on top of that, like, he was part of the big blow up with Destiny a little while ago, where he was like yelling at me, telling me that I was retarded, and then apologized afterwards because he was confused the whole time. This one, that's Pisco. I thought your position was kind of fair, where you're saying, well, I'm not taking a position one way or the other as against it. Therefore, like, that's my issue, is that if
you say my definitions have to be consistent, my definition only has to apply in federal jurisdiction, because we're arguing about January 6th. That's it.
That was not the prompt of the debate. It is your personal definition. You chose to use federal precedent.
The question was January 6th an insurrection? Okay?
Yes.
The assumed venue, jurisdiction, territory that it would be applying to is the United States federal government.
What you use to define a military, and what you use to define a... Yeah, so there's Pisco, there's Mudahar, some ordinary gamer, JSTLK, me, Destiny. That's
military is
Pisco
going to be
right
the
there.
same for a state and for the federal government, unless it appeals to some sort of like federal law or state law.
You're a
then,
fucking
yes,
idiot,
you're,
Tom. That has no. You don't assume.
if
that
you
between
couldn't
different
explain at any
forms of
point and
organization of
engage with
government, they
anything
have
I'm
the same
saying, I would
definitions
believe you. But Andrew's,
insurrection, or are
I'm
we
not.
just fighting over a definition right
It's
now?
about
I don't know. It's the problem is somehow Andrew has tricked people, and for some reason Tom thinks it's like a valid argument that if you like when you
I
have
am
a
not
debate
justifying
over,
Andrew's argument for the 1000th time. I am not justifying his argument nor his debate. So I just want to.
This is pure gaslighting, top to bottom. This is fucking insane. But yeah, that was also Pisco. So when you say this guy, if you don't know, I thought Muda just exposes dudes trotting at Donkey Kong. What is trotting? Dramatic backtrack. Yeah, I do pretty good. I do pretty good with making the intros pretty dramatic.
And I believe it actually is a bit of disingenuousness to start off with this broader concern about the quote injustice regarding these kinds of streams that basically steal content and don't transform the nature of the content at all or provide any commentary. To start with that view, to show XQC be one of the prime suspects, one of the biggest purveyors, and then to try to distinguish and say this is really about helping the reaction community to prevent a lawsuit from Disney or Sony. That is so disingenuous, and it's just false. It doesn't pass the smell test at all. I resent it. And then second point, the complaint's unhinged. You have a strong case. Just present the case. Don't be a fucking loser idiot. Hire some lawyer who either doesn't know what he's doing or you're telling him to do this kind of unhinged shit.
Well, the thing is that Ethan's talked about the fact that he has a lawyer on retainer. He said this 1,000 times. He has a lawyer on retainer, and that he regularly puts his lawyer to work, which he does, by the way. That is very true. Ethan opens the legal complaint filed by his former housekeeper live on stream, quickly scrolls by everything that makes him look bad, realizes it all makes him look bad, quickly closes the document. Bonus snark mention. YouTuber Ethan Klein loses anti-slap appeal in producer Ryan Kavanaugh defamation case. Ryan Kavanaugh defeats Ethan Klein. Matt Hosenzadeh versus Ethan Klein and Gila Klein. Denims versus Ethan Klein fair use lawsuit. Defense fund. H3H3 Klein threatens lawsuit to stop criticism. So yes, like he is commonly in lawsuits. And if you guys remember, even recently, Denims said that she was going to sue Ethan Klein and started a GoFundMe for it. If you guys didn't know that, she recently started a GoFundMe. Are we citing snark now? The housekeeper lawsuit was real. I'm not citing them outside of the fact that the lawsuit existed, not that he's scrolled over everything because it looked bad. But yes, even Denim said that she was going to sue him recently and started a GoFundMe, and then like a couple days later ended the GoFundMe and said never mind. So
it's sloppy, tons of fucking typos, formatting errors. It's impossible to read. It's shit. So if you really cared about protecting the fucking reaction community, you wouldn't use that filing, dude. You wouldn't do that. Filled with venom, filled with, not getting to the facts, not getting to the point. This was a hit piece in the form of a legal filing.
Yeah, so if you guys don't know Pisco very well, he is this autistic all the time. People always say that I'm like autistic level, like Pisco. I'm not. Like, I'm autistic level when it comes to details, when it comes to logic, when it comes to like, you know, fact finding and like shit like that. Yes, of course. When it comes to like language and the way that you say something, yes, I will be very like semantic and like get into like little details and crap like that and go off on like the smallest of things that other people won't even consider. For sure, I will do those things. This is a level of autism that is just not understandable. Is enough brain rot for me. I'm glad I don't know who any of these people are. Well, I'm glad you're glad. That's all that matters. I mean, what Pisco said is accurate, to be clear. Okay, now Freddy's that level of autistic. Yes, I'm not saying that what he's saying isn't accurate. It's that he just doesn't seem to understand that this is obviously a meme and that it is meant to be these things. And he's acting like he's giving a criticism of them when all he's doing is actually just stating the intent, right? Like, I've said this before to people where they're like, Tom, you literally just went on stream and doubled down on everything that you're being criticized for. And you just gave everybody a whole lot more ammo against you. Do you realize that you just did that? That's so stupid. What is wrong with you? Why, you can't do that. And I was like, you realize that, like, if I came over to you and was like, hey, you just turned the glass of water and then the water went into your mouth and then you swallowed it. Do you realize you just did that? Why, what is going on? You literally, do you know that you just did that? Like, you're just repeating back to me my intent. Yes, that is what I did. That's why I did it. You're correct. That's what I was trying to do. You got it. You understand. Thank you. But you're saying it to me, not like you get it. You're saying it like you don't get it, but you do. That's what I wanted to do. So, yeah, it's just he's saying this as though it's a criticism of what it is that they're doing, and that as though they don't understand that this is what they're doing. But yes, this is that I think they get it. I think they know that's what they're doing.
And maybe it's even true on some base accusations, but don't pretend you're here for the broader reaction community when you file that piece of shit. You're not doing anyone any help. What could a settlement like if they were looking for a settlement, there would be like an offer, right? Like that's a problem. This is like this is a lawsuit. Sorry. It's a manifesto and PR piece masquerading as a lawsuit with the twist that it's actually probably a strong legal case. But that's not the primary purpose. But they can get statutory damages because
that's not the primary purpose of the filing. The primary purpose of the filing probably is, yes, to start a legal process, but it's not the primary purpose of the way they filed it. Yeah, the way they filed it is for the memes, and it is fucking legendary.
They filed, they pre-registered it, so that's another twist. So yeah, it looks like they're trying to make it hurt. He wants to make it hurt, and he's going to do that. If I were Denham's and Company, I would get a very aggressive lawyer because I don't think that they're going to be reasonable. The filing is not reasonable, and it looks like you're going to go through some things. And I would be like, Your Honor, we're moving for sanctions. We're motioning to strike.
How old is Pisco? I think he's like 28 to 32, maybe somewhere in there. I would assume.
All of this shit as irrelevant. This is clearly an attempt to abuse the process and smear these people, and it's fair use because of this. But it'll be expensive and painful and a total waste of our judicial system to go through if it were a clean copyright infringement case, okay, I wouldn't say it's a waste of our judicial system. And I would maybe even say I'm not against suing these people. But the way this is done, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But suing the Reddit mods is pretty funny, pretty good meme, pretty funny shit. You don't think anything would settle with a simple public apology? Of what? I'm sorry for what? That's the question, right? And it's a great question, right? What are they sorry for? What does Ethan want them to be sorry for? He doesn't want them to be sorry for, thank you for the membership. He doesn't want them to be sorry for copyright infringement. That's not what's going on here. And you have to be very naive to think that that's what they would want apology for. I'm sorry for stealing your video. XQC stole your video. He's not actually mad about that. He's mad about these people because of who they are.
Yes, again, and that is totally legitimate. Again, that's perfectly fine.
They are, not what they did. or what they did on other stuff, not this. That's it. What do you want to say? It's wild. They blame it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. No one ever said these people are like smart. Yeah, I don't think you can move to dismiss this. I think it does state a claim upon which relief can be granted. So I don't think you can move to dismiss this. Doesn't seem dismissible. Unless there's some...
What was the last game you played? Names a game from the fucking 80s?
Actually, I'm a really big fan of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Oh, it's like, okay, so you just don't play games.
Yeah, you just don't play video games at all. I really like the Mario Kart series and Mario Party. I think it's fantastic.
The Sims is actually my favorite game. Oh, alright, okay. Alright, so you literally just play a mobile game on your computer.
Holy shit.
This is action-packed.
Do you see the part where the fucking boss just kills the
It's
board?
all this shit. Is it based?
Pretty base, but I can't skip this part, so maybe I'm ahead of you.
You left click and then you hold escape.
Oh.
You in VC? Yeah, with my brother. What's up,
Chrono Odyssey. They need to remake Lost Ark and just make it so you play one character.
Oh, he's playing games with his brother. Okay.
Oh, hey, there's somebody else here.
I was gonna ask you about something, but... Bro, give me those dual axes, man.
Oh, no,
those the ruins? Oh, I'm retarded. I was just killing shit. For a reason E is not working?
enough to write her name right at the top just so that we knew that she was stealing.
He got rid of his old intro with me on the intro. What the fuck? I'm just fucking chopped liver now? I'm just not even... I just don't even matter anymore? When did he get rid of it? Oh, these are split.
Okay, Kick should be coming back. I don't know why it broke.
Yeah, he got rid of it a while ago. Damn.
Like, I'm calling my mom. You're fighting with your brother and sister, okay? You're fighting. And you go, I'm calling mom! How about you stop being a punk bitch? Sorry, go ahead, Cherry.
No, you're fine. It seems like...
Yo, Cherry's back! Hey, everybody, Cherry's back. Cherry's back, guys. She's back. She's back with Dr. K. Isn't that sweet? Dan and Pisco are fighting about Ethan's lawsuit. Dan posted... Wait, Pisco posted... Wait. Okay. Pisco posted on Twitter, unhinged, it is not a euphemism. It's a reflection of the internet unpredictability of lawsuits and fair use, specifically where all we go on really are case law analogies. Sorry you were triggered. I didn't use your... Wait, which one? Where do I start with it? Okay, I guess here. So Pisco said, I know reading comprehension isn't your strength, but I literally state multiple times in my post and my video that I agree that the videos are infringing. Okay, I just need to find this on Twitter. These screenshots are stupid. This is funny. All the people in the lawsuits all immediately posted GoFundMe's for their lawsuits. Dan posted this. He said, just keeping tabs on how everything's going, 290,000 more to go. And here's... I cannot believe that's the picture that Casey Tron chose for her GoFundMe, for her legal fund. And then, yeah, Frogan's lawsuit defense fund. Denham's versus Ethan Klein fair use lawsuit defense fund. Denham's is already at 7%. And apparently, Ethan is just call me autistic and then not even read my replies. Thomas Fair. Apparently, Ethan was talking about yesterday that Hassan was telling everybody to go donate to their funds, but then didn't donate himself and just spent like 2 seconds. Just like, yeah, guys, Ethan's suing them. Everybody go donate to their funds, and then just moved on. What is VG30ETZ31 head bolt torque specs? The head bolt torque specification for the Nissan VG30ET engine found. Wait, did Hassan buy a new car? Is that why? Is that why? Is that why he put the VG30ET? No, these are Dan's pages. I don't know what that means. Nothing to do with it? Okay. Yeah, so I just said Denham should have a lot of money after getting 50,000 viewers from the Hassan Nuke stream. Oh, we put up a poll yesterday. What do you think of the Iran-Israel ordeal so far? Pick the option you most align with. Israel is justified at 23%. Israel is wrong at 19%. Don't care, both are bad, 33%. Waiting on more evidence, 23.8%. Don't care, both are bad is winning by a long shot. Everything else is pretty even. Wait, this has 21 votes on it? What the fuck? How does it only have 21 votes? Tom not reading my meticulously crafted response to his autism accusation is triggering my undiagnosed autism badly. Damn. That's rough. Is it his Dan Can't Tweet account? Yes, it is. Okay. Ah, here we go. Aha. Okay, this might not even be good enough either. Quick H3 lawsuit spaces 13 hours ago. Shit. Agreed, but Ethan said explicitly it's not about the money, so I'm assuming he's not targeting a group of people specifically because of damages. Oh boy. Pisco at Sonsol, he goes on to laughably explain that it will promote a healthy environment to prevent Sony or Disney from suing LMFAO. Okay. H3, fine with the owner suing to enforce IP against infringement, even though bad intent or malice, legally, colloquially, are not elements, they can justifiably be grounds to pick targets. But the React Savior stuff is cringe and 100% bullshit. Also, complaint is dog shit. Ethan, who I've praised for standing up for fair use in the past, is pretending that this lawsuit is about defending the React community. He starts his video by condemning lazy reaction videos as an injustice, calling, for example, XQC a prime suspect. He rightly clips a video of XQC embodying this injustice blatantly and willfully flouting copyright law. After Ethan asks him a direct question, he goes on to justify his lawsuits by suggesting it will help protect the React community against future lawsuits by Disney. He said the suit reads like a hit piece. It does, and it is. I'm confused how this is autism. The suit is not to help the React community, as Ethan says. Okay. When I say it's a meme, and then you guys keep arguing as though it's serious, this is my point. So, if we're talking about it being a meme, Pisco never mentions that it's a meme. He never mentions that it's like obviously overly hyperbolic and ridiculous for the memes. It seems as though he doesn't get it. And then when you and Pisco keep taking things he's saying, going, see, he said this here. Obviously, he doesn't mean it. Yeah. 'Cause it's a meme. Read my next comment. He says, pretty funny, pretty good meme even now. And I'm just not sure what is autistic about how Pisco is reading the suit. Destiny Wiki is wrong, then... Oh. Yeah, I'm saying that it is him continuously saying, like, he's saying that he's the savior for all of the commentary community space and that he's protecting everyone. But it's obviously not true. It's like, you're it's a meme. That's why it's funny. I think if you want to be fair, Tom, Pisco's point is that it is both a meme and a serious lawsuit, but his point is that it can't be both. Well, no, he says it can be both. He's saying that it can't both. Okay, so when you say a serious lawsuit, you mean like so he's saying it can't both be that he is taking this very seriously and really trying to save everybody and memeing about it and not taking it seriously. That he's saying those two things cannot be true. He is saying that he memed through the whole fucking filing, and that it is going to turn out to be a real court case. He has the real elements of them breaking the copyright in there to where it will be a real court case. So, yeah, to me, that's the part that matters, is that, like, it's not as if they expect this to get thrown out. Like, it's not going to get thrown out. They're still going to be able to go to court. He's still going to be able to sue. He's still going to be able to do all of the things. He just threw 80 fucking pages in there of a 5-page lawsuit. And it's fucking hilarious. He said it's funny and a meme. I don't agree that Ethan saying he is doing this to stop Disney, etc. is a meme. Okay. In the lawsuit, he says he's doing this to save everybody from blah, 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 right? In his video, he says Disney, like, the one of the problems is that this, like, stretches what is normal to where Disney and Sony and big publishing corporations are going to start coming after us. That is real. That is true. But I don't think... I don't know if he says that's why he's doing it, except for in this. This lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos that copy entire copyrighted works and purposefully siphon views and revenue away from the original. Over 7 years ago, the owners of plaintiffs TED Entertainment, Ethan and Klein, established the legal standards for fair use reaction videos. As a genre, reaction videos vary widely in terms of purpose, structure, and the extent which they rely on potentially copyrighted material. Reaction videos like the Klein video that intersperse short segments of another work with criticism and commentary constitute fair use. In contrast, reaction videos. So yeah, so this is, like, to me, this is like Ethan's video on Hassan, okay? In Ethan's video, in the Hassan nuke, he dresses up like a guy, you know, in a suit and everything, like he's pitching the Hassan writing team on what they should do to be provocative and edgy, and that they should throw some, like, terrorism in there and some you know, propaganda and blah blah blah. And then over the course of the video, he's like, yo, he's taking this a little too far. We got to pull it back. Yo, hey, guys, I didn't mean this. This is not good. We shouldn't be interviewing actual terrorists here. Come on. Like, let's pull it back a bit. Like, it's going a little too far, right? He's doing a fucking bit. He makes the Hassan nuke very funny and it's like very memey. But I wouldn't take that and say, like, well, he doesn't care about anti-Semitism now because he made the majority of this video memes. Like, yeah, I just wouldn't, like, I think that there's just a lot more nuance to it than that. And I think that, yes, he is using the court filing as a way to just dunk on them and make fun of them. And he just made, like, a full-on Destiny manifesto on all of these people with the court filing, and that it's meant to be, like, overly obtuse and drawn out. But that doesn't mean that he's not actually suing them, and that they're not actually going to court, and that this won't actually play out. So these are all separate things. Just, yeah, the filing in and of itself is just another type of content to him that he's using to be funny as fuck, and it worked. So If this were about protecting fair use reaction videos from Sony and Disney, you wouldn't be bizarrely letting XQC off the hook, as though these companies care whether or not personal bad motive is behind any particular infringement. Alright, I gotta go back to his fucking video and see what he said about Sony. It says, I'm suing these 3 creators, and you can see Denims and Asmongold on the front. And who is this other person? Is that Charles? The Charles? Oh, wait. Oh, no, that's XQC. I don't know. I can see it when it's really small on this screen. Here, it just... I can't tell at all.
Hi there. My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you into my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a deadline. And Asmongold may have registered Hassan Piker content nuke with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars, but the purpose of this is not financial gain. People like XQC and Asmongold may have watched the entire thing, but I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Casey Tron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being...
Yeah, he did say that he's not doing it based on, like, gender, political beliefs, blah, blah, blah. And then he did say it was based on this criteria. The main thing that differentiates them from the others is how malicious he was being. When Pisco includes Asmongold in being malicious, he's totally misunderstanding the point about malice. And so he keeps saying that XQC was way more malicious in the way that he did it. Whereas, yes, he's not talking about maliciousness as in, like, ignorance and just, like, uploading things that might hurt his view count, but instead maliciousness is in they are purposefully attempting to hurt his view count and to take views from him, money from him for their own gain. That is the malicious intent, and they're doing it because they don't like him, right? That is the standard that they are using. And so that is what he's talking about. But Pisco keeps, like, misunderstanding that point with XQC. But then, yeah, here he doesn't say he's saving everybody from Disney and from Sony, but instead says, like, yeah, he thinks that there's, like, a slippery slope where this stuff gets out of control and that everybody just keeps on reviewing things that were, like, the stuff that he pulled up with Hassan reviewing the Hell's Kitchen or whatever, that shit ended a while ago. When he put out a video on this, Twitch like immediately changed their standards and started to like crack down on people watching shows and shit on their platform. And so yes, there is a slippery slope to get to a point where you're kind of stealing people's content, and then production studios just have to come after everybody after a while. That's not him saying I'm saving everybody from this, because he is also a React content creator. He also does React content. He's also saving himself in this case, and doesn't want that to be a standard where they are doing this all the time. The difference is that they already do this on YouTube. Like Sony, Disney, like Netflix, everybody, if I play something on my stream, it'll get taken down immediately. If I try to upload a video with a lot of their content in it, it'll get taken down immediately. Like, all of this stuff will change right then and there on YouTube. On Twitch, not so much. On Kick, not so much. Like, there's a bit looser standards over there. But yeah, he's just, I think that Pisco's kind of twisting what's being said here. Pisco noted that during the XQC Ethan debate, XQC admitted to not caring about stealing or yes, we went over that, but that was clipped out of context. That was totally clipped out of context. What XQC said was, Ethan said, "Do you even care about the fact that this is illegal?" And XQC says, "No, it literally doesn't. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter." And then he goes on to say, because whether or not that's illegal is in the eyes of the beholder. It's only illegal when the person who owns the content decides that it's illegal, right? So I was talking about this before. Tons of people will go and review my content, watch it on stream, go over it. And lots of times they're probably not meeting the standard of fair use. But if I don't care about it, then it doesn't really matter. It's, who cares? Like, it's not a big deal. Now, if I send them like a takedown request, or I put in like a takedown with YouTube, and now they know that I want it down, yet they keep it up anyways, now they're fucked, right? Now that is a lot more malicious afterwards. For every single day that they keep it up, that is a lot more malicious than it is if he says, yeah, and XQC says, this is all on YouTube, so if they want it taken down, they're able to just send a takedown request either to me or to YouTube, and it'll get taken down. So that's that. Like, it doesn't matter if the law says that you can't do this. The law only applies for those who have decided they don't want it there. It's not like a standard line drawn for everyone and everything at all times. It's only drawn for those who want some sort of recourse. Which is why, for Ethan, it is subjective. He is able to pick and choose who he wants to take down, who he doesn't want to take down over this. Because, yeah, it's up to him. I feel like Ethan is doing this to hurt them more for his own gain and content. I think it's a mixture of things. But as I said, like, the fact that these people have purposely been malicious to him throughout over time. I've said this 1,000 times. Yes, if people who are malicious and like are maliciously like criticizing me, lying about me, like shit like that, yes, I will 100% go after them for taking my content. Whereas other people, I have friends who fall asleep while watching my streams sometimes on their streams, and I don't give a fuck. Like, I don't really care. But yes, for people who are being fucking twats, who are stealing my content and then, clipping it out of context, lying about it, saying I said things that I didn't say, or trying to change things to make it look like I said things I didn't say, or shit like that. And these are people I have a beef with. Yeah, they better believe I'm gonna come after them 100%. So yeah, I am totally on board with that idea that Ethan is saying, yeah, I don't like these people. That's why I'm choosing them. Like, that's not what he's saying exactly, but he is saying they're being malicious, which is what I'm saying is, yeah, these other people who are being malicious, I'm going to go after them. He's saying these people are being malicious, I'm going after them. And he's not wrong. But I watched XQC's review of it. His XQC's review wasn't bad either. He had a lot of pausing, a lot of talking. The only difference is that XQC's review was like 2 hours. So he like doubled the amount of time that the video was. In Denims was 4 hours, but he's not suing Denims for her review of the content nuke. He's suing Denims for her review of the stream before the content nuke. Stealing's okay if the person doesn't want to press charges. Fair use guides exist to limit harm over people's original IP. When XQC reacts and doesn't get caught, it doesn't mean he's not harming. Yes, it does. So your IP, okay? Your IP, that's your property. It is your property. That's what it is, okay? If I have neighbors that I get along with, that I'm friends with, and they come over and take my lawnmower out of my shed without asking and go mow their lawn and then put it back, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not going to say anything about it. Don't give a fuck. Even if they didn't ask, they didn't say anything. Like, I don't care. But if it's somebody down the road that's a fucking neighborhood Nazi that's always whining and complaining about the fact that I didn't cut my grass short enough and that my hedge is too long and that, I got a tree that's over the sidewalk and they're always just bitching about every little thing all the time. They come fucking take my lawnmower out of my shed. The cops will be here in a fucking second and they're getting hauled off to jail. Why? Because I get to decide who's stealing and who's not. I decide that. Me. And that's the same with everything, right? If I'm walking down the road and my girlfriend is carrying a purse and a guy runs up and grabs the purse and takes off, if the police are standing right there and they start running and she goes, no, it's fine, it doesn't matter. They're not going to keep chasing him. They're going to stop and be like, wait, what? She'd be like, yeah, he can have it. He can have that one. I don't like that purse. And they're not going to do anything about it, right? If the standard was what you guys are pretending it is, we wouldn't wait for somebody to sue over it, which is what we do. Why? Because it's subjective. It's at your whim. When you choose, that's when you can do it, right? That's how it's done. If it was the way you guys thought it was done, the cops would just be checking all content all the time and say, oh, nope, they didn't. This is not fair use. We're hauling them off, right? They would just automatically do it. But that's not how it's done because you get to pick and choose. You get to choose when you enforce this and when you don't. That is on you. Okay, yeah, so if this was about protecting fair use reaction videos from Sony and Disney, which I don't think he said that's what this is about. He just said that is a fear that he has. He didn't say, this whole thing is about Sony and Disney, but that's what Pisco's making it sound like. You wouldn't be bizarrely letting XQC off the hook as though these companies care whether or not personal bad motive is behind any particular infringement. Yeah, he's totally misunderstanding all of this here. If this were about protecting fair use reaction videos, you wouldn't be filing an unhinged 80-page complaint, which is essentially a comprehensive report on all your political grievances with the leftist community. The reaction videos are probably infringement, but the reason the lawsuits are happening is because Ethan wants to hurt the people he hates and who hate him back, not because some of the grander motivation to enforce standards on the React community to protect against Sony or Disney. Yeah, see, he keeps using this Sony or Disney thing, and he's just totally misunderstanding it. I'd hop on Discord, but my voice is screwed up. Would you be willing to chat with Pisco? Yeah, of course. I've already pulled up all the clips on these things and shown it on stream. Like, he is just wrong on this shit. Like, he just is. And again, I agree with his overall assessment that this is why they're doing it. I think that is why he's doing it with these three people, is because he just doesn't like them. I agree with that. I think he's wrong on the hypocrisy arguments and that this doesn't actually meet the standards that he says they meet. So. The filings themselves are horrible pieces of legal advocacy, and I would be ashamed to either write them or be party having those filed on my behalf. That said, I'm not offended by the lawsuits happening. Just spare me the savior narrative. Again, there isn't a savior narrative, really. He's just... Didn't you just graduate law school? How much experience do you have in California media law? I find it hilarious that you are so quick to dismiss the complaints as trash when they are written by such a respected and successful attorney. At least counter one of the arguments. I don't think Eris read this. I don't think Eris read this fucking shit, dude. I don't think she read this, dude. I don't think Eris read any of this, dude. Can I call him 15? Yeah. I don't think she read this, bro. She's over here like, why don't you combat the arguments made in the filings then? This is a very well-respected attorney. I don't think he read this. He said, no, I didn't just graduate law school. I graduated law school in 2001. Your use of the term California media law shows your ignorance. None of the claims arise out of California state law, but federal copyright law. The case Ethan leads with is out of the SDNY, not California. And of course, it's applicable because we're dealing with the federal copyright statute. The complaint is trashy because it's too long, uses unprofessional language, includes a memorandum of law on fair use, which is not appropriate at the pleading stage, is replete with irrelevant and probably strikeable allegations, is formatted poorly, contains far too many footnotes, and generally reads like shit. You can attack my bona fides. I don't think he ever called it a meme in his review. I don't think he ever said it was a meme. I don't think he did. He said, what he did say was, I'm laughing. I know I'm laughing. It's funny, but I think this is dumb. I think this is stupid, right? I don't think he ever said, like, obviously this is meant to be a meme. Like, he didn't, I don't think he ever, like, spoke to the intent of the way it was written. And the way that he's talking about it here, shows that, like, if he had said even here, like, the whole thing was a meme, he just turned the whole thing into a joke. He's still not saying that here. He's, like, picking apart why it's not a good filing, when again, like, it's just not supposed to be a good filing. But fuck. It just reloaded, like, the whole thing. Fuck, it just reloaded me into a totally different place. I have no idea where I was. Okay, here it is. Sonsel quote tweeted where he said the reaction videos are probably infringement, but the reason the lawsuits are happening is because Ethan wants to hurt the people he hates and who hate him back, not because of some grander motivation to enforce standards on the React community. And Sonsel said, who is saying this? I feel like his video even said the only reason he didn't get Hassan is because he didn't watch enough of it. Clarification if necessary. Who is saying he is doing this to protect the community? I don't feel like this was the message of his video, but maybe it just didn't stick out to me. Pisco said, he is. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear, explaining why he did not sue other creators with infringing reactions. He says, I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior, which could destroy the commentary community as we know it. Which again is maliciously trying to replace them in the market. That is what he was talking about. Like that they have the intent to be a market replacement. That is what he was talking about. He goes on to laughably explain that it will promote a healthy environment to prevent Sony or Disney from suing LMFAO. Aristocracy. No, I didn't graduate law school. We already saw this. He didn't claim he was a savior. People, he literally is claiming his lawsuits are to protect the reaction community and to go after lazy creators while vindicating IP so that Sony and Disney don't end up suing. He keeps showing this. It doesn't say that in here. The lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos that copy entire copyrighted works and purposely siphon views and revenue away from the original. See, this is the part he keeps missing. And purposefully siphon views and revenue from the original. That is the part he's talking. Purposefully siphon views. That is what he's saying. And he keeps missing this. Purposefully siphon views. Over 7 years ago, the owners, plaintiffs, 10 Entertainment, blah, blah, blah. And then Eris is in the replies again saying, are you going to explain why you're dogging on this lawyer? He didn't dog on the lawyer. I don't know why she's doing this. H3 fine with owners suing to enforce IP against infringement, even though bad intent or malice legally, colloquially are not elements, they can justifiably be grounds to pick targets. Yes, that is okay. So that is like the important part there is that yes, that is just a part where he is choosing the targets. But the React Savior stuff is cringe. Again, didn't happen. He's just making this up. He's just made this up in his head. Tom, hey, for serious, I appreciate you adding your Middle East doc to the description. Do you plan on updating it? Yes. So I did some more like research and stuff last night, just kind of going through like history of wars and stuff, but I'm gonna try to get through this within the next like 20-30 minutes, and then if we have enough money to move on to the next round, then I'll spend the last 2 hours just doing that stuff. So unhinged, it's not a euphemism. Okay. All right. Yeah, all right, I'll just read this now. So Pisco said to Aristocracy, I know reading comprehension isn't your strength, but I literally state multiple times in my post and video that I agree that the videos are infringing. So Dan Can't Stream said, probably not fair use. Is it even possible to find a case that would be more clear-cut? I think selling bootleg Avenger DVDs on the street would be safer. At least that isn't done with explicit malice on release day, while publicly stating, you know it's illegal, but YOLO. So again, the YOLO. The malice is not a part of deciding whether or not they infringe. The harm is the infringement. The malice just makes it worse. The stated intent to take away views, it just makes it worse. But it is not a key component in deciding whether or not they committed the infringement. The infringement is based on the harm that it causes. Pisco said, probably not fair use is a correct statement, and in my stream I use stronger language. That said, there are plenty of examples, including bootlegging, which would be more clear-cut than not fair use, regardless of how safe it is. Reposting an unedited copy, also more clear. Dan said, which Pisco is definitely correct on. I don't know why Dan is saying this. Dan's supposedly a lawyer as well. This is a little weird. It's weasel bullshit. The Matrix probably isn't real. You probably can't shapeshift into a dinosaur. The world probably isn't filled with cheddar cheese molten core. This case deserves a stronger statement. They are fucked would suffice. Dan's a little. Dan cares about this a lot, so Pisco said unhinged. It's not a euphemism. It's a reflection of the inherent unpredictability of lawsuits and fair use, specifically where all we go on really are case law analogies. Sorry you were triggered. I didn't use your magic words, though. And then Dan, I don't know how to read this. Do I start at the top or the left? Pisco, when the world goes clear-cut case of infringement is shown on him. Pisco, when Hassan says an unverifiable statement after already being caught lying. And then Pisco, when the world's most clear-cut case of infringement is shown to him. I am 100% proven correct. Epic W victory lap. Well, it's probably not fair use. I can't be sure. Lawsuits are unpredictable. Okay, Dan's a little unhinged here. Dan's definitely a little unhinged here. Yeah, it makes it way worse, and I think personally a major reason he chose them, but he couldn't choose them if he didn't think they committed the infringement. Right. So I think Pisco's trying to say there's a lot of people who committed the infringement, but you chose dynamics like maliciousness when XQC's is more malicious. The problem is Pisco thinks that he's suing Denims for the reaction to the Hassan nuke when he's actually suing her for the reaction to his live stream, not the Hassan nuke. So Pisco's just confused on a lot of these fronts that are... He's just wrong, like across the board on almost everything that he thinks here. Wait, what? Yeah, he's suing her for the stream. So before... Yeah, he's suing her for the live stream. Right, okay, so before he released the content nuke, he was doing a stream beforehand where him and everybody are sitting around talking about the fact that the content nuke is about to drop, guys. We're dropping it today. They have a countdown on the screen. And so she's sitting there just watching them. She's just watching them count down until the content nuke drops. That's what he's suing her for. So Pisco keeps pointing out that if you watch Denims react to the content nuke, she gives a lot of criticism. She pauses a lot. It looks like it falls into fair use. Maybe not. We'll see. But if you look at XQC comments even less than she does. XQC's video is 2 hours. Denim's video is 4 hours. She has twice as long of commentary and pauses. So she's not nearly as bad as XQC. So while I understand you can't go after everybody, if you're looking for maliciousness, XQC is the most malicious. But the problem is that both XQC and Denims would both fall into fair use. They both would fall under fair use, and their reactions to the content nuke are not problematic. It is the stream before the content nuke dropped where Denims is just sitting there watching, just waiting for the content nuke to drop, where she's just stealing the stream and not adding anything. Then why did no one call out Ethan clip-chimping Denims in the bathroom to spread that false narrative in his video then? In the bathroom? What do you mean, in the bathroom?
My God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Sneeko fan.
Oh my God, bro, I love you. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
None of the hostages that have been released so far have said that they have been raped. The hostages have public statements. You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good.
It's not even that. It's reproducing the entire nuke with the stated intention of siphoning viewers. Again, that's not that is not copyright infringement. That does not. That in and of itself is not copyright infringement. If I meet fair use, and I'm obviously like, you know, transforming the content is transformative. You cannot sue somebody just for having the intent. So if I take a whole video, it's obviously transformative. It is blatantly transformative. Nobody can argue with this. And then afterwards I say, I transformed this entire thing to try to take away from their content. There's nothing you can do about it. It's transformative. The only place that intent matters is if it's transformative. Or sorry, if it's not transformative and it is theft, intent to steal and intent to replace them in the market makes it worse. That's what matters. That's what matters right there. What's up, Philly?
What's up? No, what's up? I was just listening. Making good points. So I guess I've been watching everything, and I think.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
basically
One second. Just, I'm sorry. Talibot said that is at least one of the 4 components he was talking about. So at least he believes intent to siphon viewers is relevant. So he says that that's one of the things that makes it to where that's who he's purposefully choosing, right? He could probably catch hundreds of people for stealing content, right? He could probably catch hundreds of people who didn't meet fair use at some point during their reviews. He's saying my standard for who I'm choosing is based on intent. That's not his legal standard. That is his subjective standard. He could subjectively get everybody, but he is subjectively choosing the people who he thinks was the most malicious in trying to take views. Then on top of that, that is also a legal standard that can make it worse if you did steal content. But that is separate from when he says right here that he is using this standard to choose who is who he's picking, that he is choosing it for his own subjectivity, the ones that were most malicious. That's why he's suing her and not somebody like XQC. Sorry, Philly, go ahead.
Oh no, so I don't. I guess I don't disagree that this was copyright infringement. I don't disagree that React content most of the time, like 75% of the time, is copyright. Probably more than that. Probably like 90% of the time is copyright infringement. Okay, we agree there. However, where I disagree, what I think what you're saying and what is bothering me the most is Ethan has every right to sue Denims, Frogan, and Casey Tron, and XQC, and Destiny, and probably Asmongold too. He has the right to sue all these people for copyright infringement. So my issue isn't with the lawsuit. I do like, you know, other than that, I do feel that he is being malicious. He is being very, he's using his, I mean, which is, I guess, like, there's nothing, I don't have a huge problem with it, but I think he's being malicious and he's using his power and influence to, you know, silence these smaller creators who basically I don't think there's this grander, you know, noble cause to stop React content, because if that was the case, then he would go after XQC, who is actually harming his brand, right? He would go after Destiny and Asmongold, who actually were siphoning views. Well, actually, I don't know about Destiny.
You think XQC
Well,
is
he's
harming his brand?
siphoning. Well, according to Ethan, he's worried about siphoning views.
Intentionally siphoning views. Again, he want like it's the maliciousness of doing it.
Do you think? What do you mean? Like the act of rebroadcasting is there's no like malicious intent that you can take away from somebody who is rebroadcasting somebody else's copyrighted work.
There is, because like, so especially for people who stream for like 8, 10, 12 hours a day, right? A lot of times they're not going to just sit there and talk for 8, 10, 12 hours at a time. Lots of times they're going to pull up other content and they're going to pause a lot and give their opinions on it and things like that to kind of like take up time to where they're not just sitting and talking for the entire fucking time straight. The fact that they're watching something doesn't mean they're watching it.
I don't disagree with that.
Hold on, wait, hold on, just listen. The fact that they're watching it doesn't mean they're watching it to take views from the person. That may be a consequence of them watching it, but that doesn't mean that's why they're watching it, right? The malicious intent behind it is what he cares about, is that they're purposely trying to take money and views away from him.
Did you okay, no, sorry, I got you. I understand.
I'm sorry, hold on. It's a TTS coming in.
Ethan is obviously attacking them because he was attacked by them. Philly, stop caping for dishonest actors like Hassan and his orbiters.
Okay.
Is it Slimita?
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait. Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Ethan is obviously attacking them because he was attacked by them. Philly, stop caping for dishonest actors like Hassan and his orbiters.
I think that's Philly's point.
Is it?
I think Philly's point is that he's only choosing them because he doesn't like them, and because they've been attacking
I don't
him.
understand when people like, they don't even listen to what people say. It's just like, you're caping for Hassan and his orbiters. You're on Hassan's side. You're what's the word? You're sweeping for Hassan. Like, listen to what somebody is saying, and you can probably guess who people are aligned with, but like, that doesn't discredit their argument. Listen to people. Listen to what I'm saying. I haven't even fucking made my argument yet.
Well, Trib, you said, and to
exactly.
me that point is a duh, but that is like what a lot of like people seem to be disagreeing on, and I think it's mostly a misunderstanding of Ethan's argument. But there are people who like Dan Can't Stream, who is out here like, no, this is just purely a legal standard, and this is obviously just way worse, and that's all it is, and it's just a legal standard. Where it's like, even Ethan isn't really making that argument. He's saying like, no, I could go over after tons of people. I'm choosing these people just because I don't like the maliciousness behind this, that I'm personally choosing to go after them because I think that they are being malicious. But obviously the maliciousness comes with the beef that they already have. So that is like, that's already a component.
It's not that he's trying to stop React content.
Right.
Like that's what I'm saying. Right. Like, so Ethan is putting on this whole grand show that this is for fucking, the sake of React content, when let's just call a spade, it's not. And for people to pretend like that's what it is a little annoying. Like I said, he has the right to file a lawsuit that his copyright work was infringed on, right? He has the right to do that. Do I agree with it? No. Fucking the UFC president sues people all the time for copyright infringement. He sues bars for throwing watch parties. He sues fucking individuals. Like, you can look up cases of him suing people who had 25 people over at their house to watch a UFC event. Dana White will sue the fucking owner of the house. And does he have the right to do it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he does.
And
he goes to court and he fucking wins.
Yeah.
But it's fucked up. It's fucked up. It is fucked up, and it's not cool. And he does it because he has a grudge with these people. He doesn't do it for the sake of, the integrity of his copyright. He doesn't feel like, oh, those fucking 50 people there, that would have been $1,000 worth of revenue for me. So, I'm going to go fight for my $1,000. No, it's a petty fucking grievance to show dominance, to show I have money, I have power, and I can do this. And the reason that I find a problem with that is because, well, first, let me ask you. I did ask you, and you said the TTS was playing, but did you read the whole lawsuit?
No, I didn't. But I watched Pisco go over some of it. No, there's no fucking shot I will ever read that 85 fucking page thing where 90% of it is just pure nothingness. Like I would say 99% of it is just pure fucking memes. Like it is just memes. It is fucking bonkers, dude.
Does that annoy you at all?
I mean, it's like when you say annoy me, like I think it's funny. I think it's fucking hilarious that they did it that way. It
Okay.
seems to be the
Remove
intent of
Denim's
doing
name.
it.
Remove. I got you. It is funny. Remove Denim's names, right?
Mhm.
And then put Tom Foolery in the defendant.
Yeah.
And remove Ethan Klein and put Ben Shapiro in the motherfucking
Mhm.
as the person suing you.
Yeah.
Is this now funny?
So not if it's like obviously I wouldn't think the scenario is funny. Obviously I wouldn't like it, right? But I also I have done literally this. Like I've talked about the fact that like there's people who have gone out of their way to be malicious while stealing my content, and they are like lying about me, slandering me while stealing my content. It would be a lot harder to go after them for like slander or for what I'm blanking on the word, but you know, something similar to slander, defamation. You know, I would that would be a lot harder to do. What's very easy to do is just get them on the fucking copyrights, get them to get fucking strikes on their channel for stealing my content, get them that way, because I can't go these other routes, and so I've talked about doing literally the same shit in the past, so I can't be critical of it.
So who would decide? Who would decide that these people are lying on you and being malicious towards you and defaming you?
Me.
Okay, so Ben Shapiro decides that you're lying on him and you're slandering him and you're being malicious towards him, and he takes you to court. Do you even have the money to fight that?
No.
Do you think it would be right for him to do that?
In a sense, like when you say would it be right, like
so you would get on stream and say, guys, this lawsuit sucks, but he's kind of right.
I've always said
I did violate his copyright.
I have always said that there are probably tons of people out there that could come after me for times that I haven't met fair use, and that if that day ever comes, that'll be totally on me. I have said this many times. I started this whole stream off talking about the fact that like all of us within React content who do React content, this is just a reality that we all know exists, and we take those chances carefully, hopefully, and think about these things ahead of time. But
okay, I think it's wrong. I think it's fucked up. I think it's such a horrible precedent for a content creator to get to decide. I think this person's lying about me, or I think this person isn't well read enough on the news.
I would say it's the other way around. I would say it's the other way around. I say
what?
it's grace when they don't sue us. I don't think it's wrong when they do. I think it's grace when they don't. I think it's the exact opposite.
So for copyright is fine for me, but to say you're suing me because I lied about you?
Yes, because you lost that grace.
Me because
yes, you do not have that grace. You have lost the grace. They are being graceful in not suing people who are not meeting the standards and are just taking their content and doing watch parties with it. Yes,
Tom,
it is grace to not sue them. But if you're lying about me, I'm not giving you grace.
5 years down the line, we're going to settle content disagreements by lawsuits, and that's fine with you.
Say that again? What do you mean?
5 years down the line, if this precedent is set, this precedent that you agree with, this precedent that you think is fine, you know, and that
again,
we're lucky
I've been
that this
doing
precedent.
This. You're saying this precedent. This
This
isn't a new precedent. I'm doing this. Like this is not new.
What do you mean this isn't a new precedent? That this is not a precedent in court that you can sue somebody for reacting to your video negatively in a way you don't like.
First off,
that is not a precedent.
First off,
bro.
as I said, I already do this. This is a thing that is being done. This is not new. First off, secondly, this is the same. I've already
Wait,
said.
can you clarify that?
Yes, I've already said that I am suing
You
people.
do react content?
I am suing people who take my content and do it without like transforming it in any way, and that if these are also like malicious actors who I think are dishonest, who come after me in dishonest ways, who are malicious in the way that they will attack me, I will be malicious in the way that I come after them as well.
Wait. You file lawsuits against other content creators?
Yes. And
Who?
we'll get like strikes on their channels and shit like that. I mean, I don't want to. Like,
all right, well, let's go back to that. Let's go back to
but
that. Like, if it's a copyright issue, there's already a way to rectify that. If it's a copyright issue,
right, and that's how I'm doing it,
correct?
is through copyright. That's what he's doing as well. He's doing it through copyright.
Who's he?
Ethan Klein. He is suing them for fair use.
Wait, isn't this in a federal lawsuit?
Yeah, for all copyrights are federal.
Right. YouTube has a copyright mechanism in their system to
correct,
handle
but that's not
copyright
but not. But the problem is that so I copyrighted one guy. Okay, I took down 4 of his videos. He replied and said, "Tom gave me permission," knowing he was lying. Right? It's a fucking affidavit. Yes. Okay. So he lied.
Yes.
Then YouTube says, "Okay, you have 10 days to reply and show."
It was one of my videos too. You took down, motherfucker. Like, what the fuck? It was one of our arguments. That's crazy.
Yeah, it
Go ahead.
was, wasn't it? But anyways,
Yeah.
he replies and says this. And they say you have 10 days to show us that you are filing a lawsuit or these videos. He'll be allowed to put them back up. Whenever you get to filing a lawsuit, just show us the evidence that you're filing a lawsuit, and we will take them back down. Right? That is the process.
Sure, I don't have a problem with you suing him for copyright infringement. All right, like that's not my issue. But in your lawsuit, do you specify?
Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. The reason I said this is because you said YouTube has a process for this, and I'm telling you, YouTube has a process. It doesn't work without the court backing it up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I will stick to that one thing. Okay, so YouTube has a process, and you say that it won't work without the courts backing them up. But doesn't YouTube have a copyright court?
No.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
you just have to show YouTube that you're taking them to court, that you've like filed a lawsuit or something. Then they will take the videos down until that court case has been settled. Once it's settled, if they win, then they'll put the video back up. If I win, the videos will stay down and they'll likely get strikes on their channel.
okay. All right. What's the CCB?
Copyright Claims Board. So this is the group that you use for copyright. So this is what I'm talking about, where you don't have to go to like actual court. Like it's kind of like its own court in and of itself, which is copyright court, and that's pretty much what CCB is.
And this is what you have to get. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I thought I thought the process was, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not, this isn't a gotcha. This is really trying to think through the process here. I thought the process was, I file a copyright strike against Tom Foolery, and then Tom Foolery files a counter strike or counterclaim actually. And then if YouTube accepts your counterclaim, then the onus is then on me to then take you to court. And what you're saying is that court would be the CCB. It wouldn't be a state or federal court, or that option would be up to me. Like if I want to take you to the CCB, or if I want to.
So you have a couple options. You can sue them, right? And if you sue them, then you would use separate courts. Whereas or you can go through copyright court, which is a type of like suing them instead, but it's specifically just for copyrights, right? So if you sue them, now it's about separate laws that apply to copyright, whether it's state law, federal law, like that apply to copyright. Whereas federal copyright court is the CCB, which is where it's just strictly copyright laws, federal copyright laws, and it's just their like their standards. You go through their processes, and that's that. Which I believe even he's using the CCV, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because the way
Is
that
he
he
using the
talked
CCV?
about the
Okay.
statutory, the fact that he filed it first so that he could get statutory rewards. So I'm not sure.
Okay, so I just want to be really clear. My biggest issue isn't the actual copyright strike or copyright claim or the court him suing them for copyright. My issue is setting the precedent for all the other shit he had in there. Like let's see, I got it pulled up.
Yeah,
right
so
here.
he was memes. He was meming on it. I get it.
No, it's not just that he was me. So he's setting a precedent that if you disagree with me, if I don't agree with you, if you disagree with me, if I think you're quote unquote lying about me or slandering, then I can sue you. That is not a precedent right now. This has never been gone over in court. That's why this is not funny. And I think that
The problem is that
the fact that
didn't
you're saying that this is okay because this will be you tomorrow, bro. Like
So
this will be you
the problem
next year.
is that Denham's literally just like a month ago said that she was suing him for defamation. Started a GoFundMe, started collecting money from
unless he retracted his claim. And
correct.
Then he retracted his claim.
I don't. Did he? I thought she just said that she decided she didn't want to do it because he has big, expensive lawyers, and she didn't want to have to deal with a long, drawn-out lawsuit. She wasn't prepared.
Maybe
for
he was
full...
memeing. Maybe. All right. Full disclosure. I didn't keep up with it day by day, the ins and outs. That's what I thought. I could be mistaken. I thought that like she filed a suit and she sent a cease and desist, right? And then he went on stream and was like, I take it back. She didn't call CCP on me. She didn't have CCP called. And then, that's what I thought happened, but you could be right too.
Because what I remember, and I will say the same. I don't remember exactly. What I thought happened is that he came out and said, I didn't say she called CCP on me. I said that she was the reason for it. And then he played a clip showing that she directed that she was the reason that CCP got called. And he shows himself saying that she's the reason CCP got called and that he's blaming her for it. But that I'm not sure. I do think Ethan made some kind of clarification. Okay. Yeah, maybe he did. But yeah, so just a second, for people in chat who are saying Tom, you can't say that. You can't say that's why you're suing in copyright court. You got to be careful. You're going to get in trouble. So first off, I'm not. This is IP is your intellectual property. It's your property just like anything else. I keep giving the same example where if I have a lawnmower in my shed, I have a friend, we're close, he comes over, grabs my lawnmower out the shed, never asks if he can, but just comes, grabs the lawnmower, mows his lawn, puts it back. I'm not going to give a fuck. I get to decide when I give a fuck if somebody takes my stuff. Somebody down the road that I don't like, that's always annoying and complaining and calling cops and shit like that, comes over, takes my lawnmower out of the shed. I'm calling the fucking cops right then. Why? Because anytime something is your property, you always get to choose when it's being stolen because it's your property. That is the way it always works with all property all the time. You always get to choose when it's being stolen. That is you. So you that is just the way it always has worked, always will work. Yeah, sorry. So I'm not getting myself in trouble by saying no, I'm subjectively choosing to sue these people for something they really did illegally, that I'm just choosing to get them and not the guys who watch my content and fall asleep while watching it. No, that's not weird. You're allowed to do that. You can pick and choose.
You are allowed to. Yes, you can pick and choose. I think that is a little bit wrong to do it for malicious reasons, right? Especially if the reason, Tom, is not copyright related. Do you get what I'm saying? The precedent that he's setting is that you can sue people for just straight up disagreeing with you. And yeah,
I'm saying that I don't think he's setting a precedent. I think that's kind of a stupid thing to believe, that all of us have always known that you can sue for copyright infringement anytime you want to.
I'm not arguing about copyright infringement, bro. Please listen to me. You can sue for copyright infringement. I'm not arguing that. What I'm saying is he's also adding in all this, the other 80 pages, right?
Wait,
Like,
but
if it
the
was just
other 80
copyright
pages,
infringement-
the lawsuit's only suing for copyright. That's all it is. The other 80 things are just memes. The rest of it is just memes. He is only suing for copyright.
hold on, just give me 1 second. Hold on, I gotta go back to the first page.
Yeah, he's let's see, I think
This lawsuit is about ending the practice of lazy reaction videos that copy entire blah 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 blah. You read that. 2, the case involves a group viewing session hosted by these people, which would take away revenue. Then it goes on to talk about the moderators of the Snark collaborating with them.
yes, they are also being sued.
Like most lazy reaction videos, Denims peppers her group viewing sessions of TI works with primarily brief and sporadic observations, which can be categorized as following. Denims will watch long, unadulterated portions of work and briefly pause to give short, surface level, and often repetitive observations that provide little to no new information, right? Denim's her quote commentary has little to no critical bearing on the style or substance of the works. She goes off on this. So what he's saying
again,
here
I'm
is,
telling you that is all irrelevant information that he's just adding in there, just memeing. The rest of it, like, it is only about the copyright. That's all he's suing her for is the copyright.
What do you think the numbers are for?
Wait, specifically what numbers?
So 1, 2, 3, and 4 to begin the lawsuit.
Hold on, can
5.
you send me the link? Because I have Frogan's here. I thought I don't have Denim.
I was looking at Denims.
Yeah, can you send me the link to it?
Okay. All right, there you go.
Item you have requested has an error, cannot load. Okay, here. All right.
So if you look like on the bottom right, there's the little arrows that'll like flip you through the pages.
Yeah, I
don't go
know
off
how to use it.
Okay. Oh yeah. All right. My bad.
But
So like those numbers 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5.
yes, these are
what he's
yes.
suing her for.
Yeah, these are points, but they don't actually state like the thing that they're suing for in each one of these. Because even when Pisco went over it, he was like, "Yeah, this was only a fucking copyright thing," and he's just adding in tons of irrelevant information. Now, some of it might be there's aspects
It's like
of
got laws attached to them. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So some of it can also be aspects of a law. So when you have like 4 requirements that you have to meet of a law, like, or to meet the standard of a law, it can also be that. Let's see, this lawsuit's about ending the practice of lazy reaction video copyright. Number 2, this case involves a group viewing session, so still copyright.
Yeah, I know. It's mostly 4 and 5.
Okay, 4 and 5. Like most lazy reaction videos, Denims peppers her group viewing sessions of TEI works with primarily brief and sporadic observations, which can be categorized as follows. So that's he's just talking about how often she comments and whether or not
Other
it's
times
substantive.
has little.
Then then number 5, the poverty of Denim's commentary, coupled with her highly commercial use of the works that she specifically intended to serve as substitute for the originals. These are all still. This is all. The argument is that 1, she doesn't meet the criteria of fair use. 2, that
Yeah, that's it.
Hold
That's
on.
it.
No, hold on. No, it's not.
That's all it should
No,
be.
it's not. One, that
Yes.
okay, listen. One, that she does not meet the requirements of fair use. Two, that she is a market replacement for his. And three,
Yes,
that
that's fair
she
use.
is
Yeah, that's all
intentionally
copyright.
Hold on. And three, that she is intentionally a market replacement for his video.
Yes,
Those,
I agree with all that. I
okay,
agree with all
okay,
that. We don't disagree.
those are all part of fair use. They are separate things, though. Like, I can sue somebody just for not meeting the fair use guidelines, even if they didn't do it intentionally. But if they did it intentionally, the malice that they did it with is a much higher degree of violation. And so that is like part of the law, is that you don't have to do it
I
intentionally.
don't think maliciousness.
Hold on.
I don't
Listen,
think
please, fucking shit. You don't. Hold on. You don't have to have malice in order to meet the violations of the law. You do not have to have malice. It is not part of it. But if you do it maliciously, that is a greater violation where you can get more money because they did it maliciously. That if they do it intentionally and maliciously, that is a greater violation of taking somebody's...
I would argue just the act of doing it is malicious. So I like that. That's what I would
That's
argue.
not
and
what
I think
malicious
that's what
means in legality. Like, legality means that you are knowingly and
I don't know. Are you a fucking lawyer?
I'm telling you,
What the
it
fuck?
means you are knowingly and intentionally doing something to hurt someone. That's what malice means. People use malice in all sorts of other ways for some reason, but that's what it means. It means you are knowingly and intentionally doing something to hurt someone. That is the purpose of doing it.
So in copyright law, the word malicious is in there.
Yes, that the intentionally doing it is.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yes, I'm answering. Intentionally doing it to harm the person and to replace them within the market is part of copyright law.
Means. I know what malicious means. I'm asking you.
I just answered that, Billy. I just answered that.
Okay.
I said it is in
stop
copyright law.
explaining it. Oh shit. You just want to keep explaining it. Okay. So
that was your question. Your question was, is it part of the law? I wasn't explaining. I was answering the question. You've asked, is it part of the law?
Where's malicious? Where's malicious in the copyright law, though? Like, I'm talking about the 4 factors of fair use. Where does it talk about maliciousness in there?
Okay. While good faith intent isn't explicitly...
asked.
Hold on, quiet.
That's why I asked.
I know, that's what I'm answering, Philly.
Yo, stop yelling. Stop. Yo, relax, bro.
No.
I'm trying to figure this out. I'm not a lawyer.
I know.
You're not a lawyer.
But I don't think you're
I'm
actually
just trying
trying
to
to
talk to you
figure
about
this out.
this. But you're talking.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Okay, just listen.
I'm trying to figure.
I know. I understand.
You're just sitting
I
here
understand.
freaking out about maliciousness,
yes, but because
which I agree with.
Okay, listen.
That's not where I disagree with.
Okay, just listen to me for a second, okay? The word malicious is not in there. The word intent to harm is in there. The harm by itself is enough to sue. But once you have the intent to harm as well, that just makes it worse. That's what malicious means, intent to harm. So
does it make it worse,
yes.
or is it just part of the things that would qualify it as being a violation of copyright?
No, because you can accidentally violate somebody's copyright without the intent. It doesn't matter.
Sorry. I have copyright and fair use pulled up right in front of me. I don't see intent to harm.
Okay,
I don't see
so
malicious.
just listen. Okay. While good faith intent isn't explicitly part of fair use analysis, this is well, actually, here, let me pull this up instead. Here's the problem. Good faith. So I'm reading from johnstonlegal.com. Here's the problem. Good faith intent is not part of fair use statute or legal analysis. Good faith intent is utterly irrelevant for determining if infringement has occurred. Even if you have good intent, fuck this website, dude. Even if you have good intent, stop talking. Even if you have good intent, you can still infringe on someone's copyright. Good faith intent is not part of fair use defense. Fair use implies good intent, according to the Supreme Court. Good faith or innocent intent may factor into damages calculations, such as perhaps lowering the damages, but it does not avoid the infringement. So again,
okay.
So
once again, Maliciousness has nothing to do with if it's infringing or not.
That's what I said.
Right? You can infringe. No, you did not.
That
Because
is what
I
I
said,
said.
okay, bro, I said XQC was doing it maliciously and you disagreed.
Correct.
You said no. Okay. Right. Okay.
I do disagree.
So listen. Okay. Do you agree that malicious intent, harm is nowhere in like when it talks about copyright law?
Yes, I agree.
Do you agree that you're reading off a legal analysis? Okay.
Wait.
So that
Again, I said
she was
from
just
the
screaming
beginning,
at me
it
about
changes the degree
God.
of the harm. That's what I said from the beginning. It doesn't have
Tom,
anything to
I
do as to
do
whether or not you.
disagree. What the fuck? I don't disagree with you.
Why are we talking?
Yes, if you're malicious, if you're malicious, you probably will get more in damage. If the person is malicious, the sewer will probably get more in damage. However, maliciousness does not have anything to do with if you're infringing on someone's copyright. Can we agree on that, please?
We already have 5 times.
Okay, so XQC is infringing on copyright, right?
Yes, probably yes. Maybe I don't know. In this specific case, probably not. But like if when it comes,
no. But the distinction Ethan is wrong. He said he wants to end the practice of lazy reaction videos. Okay, and what does he? Okay, and what does he define as lazy reaction videos? Right? He says for it to be a lazy reaction video, and once again, what we're doing is setting a precedent in court. Meaning other people can now do this to you, right? And that's why I'm against this. This is not Team Denims. This is not Team Frogan. I don't watch these fucking people. And like for people to like not listen to your argument or what you're saying and just write you off because of the person that it's happening to, right? Like that's crazy. So what I'm saying is what Ethan is trying to do here is masquerade as he's doing some project for to fair use, right? He's trying to help fair use, right? Like he even gloats here about being the fair use guy in the lawsuit, and then he goes on to state what a lazy reaction video is, and he says it's group viewing sessions, it's not talking or giving sufficient commentary, it's fucking what else did he say? Poverty of commentary coupled with her highly commercial use of works that this blah blah blah. She fails the okay, no, that's fine. I don't disagree with that. But there was something here, like specifically that I disagree with, and then you agreed.
Well, then
that you
initially
agreed
we
with.
started
So
going
that's
over
where our
this as
argument
to
is.
whether or not he was adding in other things besides fair use. I'm saying all of this has to do with fair use, and that the intent just has to do with the level of violation. But he's not suing her for a ton of other things. It's just fair use. It's just the copyright.
Okay, so he says that so supporting the fact that this is lazy react content. He says that on rare occasions when she does provide what he says is sporadic and brief commentary, which he's deciding is sporadic and brief, right? And on the style or substance of the works, she spread what he calls misinformation that is refuted moments later by Ethan himself in the works. So he's saying her word against him. I'm saying something and she's disagreeing, and what she's saying is misinformation. And he's trying to put this in a statute, meaning, like I said, any YouTuber can sue you if this goes through and this becomes law. All right, so like I said, I'm not.
I'm sorry,
so
none
what
of
I'm
this
trying
is
to
becoming
add,
law again. This is just this.
Yeah,
is,
that's what I'm trying to add. Like when something becomes, if this happens and Ethan wins this lawsuit, is this now like something you can sue people for?
No, again, this is already that's why I started from the beginning. I am doing literally this. This is already precedent. This is already a normal thing. There is no difference here. You can always pick and choose when you sue somebody for copyright. The only thing is that he just adds a lot of fucking memes to talk shit about them in this court document. This court document has nothing to do with why he's suing them or anything like that. He's just making a case and then talking shit about them. Whereas, like, his video is explaining why he's doing this and, like, explaining all of that. Whereas this is just a fucking meme and then sporadic in small parts has little bits
Okay.
of his legal arguments in there.
Got you. All right. So do you see where we agreed at and where we wasted like 45 minutes on, like we agreed on that? So and then here is the disagreement, and you're saying that Ethan's not doing this, okay? But you said out of your mouth, you said people who are malicious and criticizing me and lying about me, I will 100% go after them for going after me. And you're saying right now that's the law, that you can sue somebody for copyright like shit about lying about you, or are you suing them for defamation of character, or
No, you're suing them
what's
for
going on there?
copyright. Just the same as if, again, it's copyright. Like suing somebody for copyright is just stealing. That's all it is. You're legally going after them for stealing. Just the same as my lawnmower example. If my friend takes my lawnmower, I don't have to sue him. I don't have to have like a standard where I sue everybody who takes my lawnmower. No, I get to choose when I sue somebody for stealing my lawnmower, or when I call the cops or whatever. I choose that. If somebody takes it that I don't like or that I don't know, yeah, I'm just gonna call the cops. That's always the standard.
Okay. All right. I mean, like, if it's just about copyright, I mean, it's cut and dry with the Ethan thing, but and I guess your case that you're having is cut and dry on the copyright, and you're just saying, yeah, I'm going after him because I don't fuck with him. I mean, I can't really argue with that, right? Like, what I thought was happening, right, was that this was setting a precedent going forward that you can sue people just for criticizing you or disagreeing with you under the guise of copyright, right? Like, if this is added to, I thought this would be like added to the copyright law, like like you can sue somebody for copyright.
No. So people who are saying precedent, they're not
so-
saying legal precedent. They're saying this is going to make it a norm to where anytime somebody doesn't like someone, they'll just sue them for copyright to get them. And I'm saying that's all right. But there's legal precedent, and then there's like cultural norm precedent. Yes, and so a lot of people, they're just talking about like
but
cultural
also,
norms.
there is a problem, I think. I do have an issue with that too. Like, I guess using the legal system to fight your internet battles, right? This is we're creating content, right? Like the game used to be.
Yes, but it's also unfair that it is so hard to sue people for defamation. It's hard to like make the cases to where people get away with a whole lot more, just because it's hard. You got to pay a lot of money. You got to go through a lot more like legal work and have lawyers and all of this shit. Whereas going through copyright court, you don't have to do all that. You can just, most people don't even take lawyers. They just go and make their case, show what it is, and that's that.
Right, but Ethan's not doing that. He's suing Denims. He's trying to like get money.
Sure, I'm saying that a lot of this just isn't fair. Like when we're talking about like the way that these things work, like a lot of it is just kind of fucked up in the way that the system is built, to where people are limited on their options. And
so are you okay with bigger content creators coming after smaller content creators for things that, like, if this 80-page lawsuit, like are you okay with that? Because not everybody can do that, right? Like you're talking about going to copyright court. You're not talking about actually suing somebody and trying to get money out of them, right? You can get a little bit, I'm sure. Right?
Yeah.
But
So
like,
there's a couple
I'm sure
of.
he's trying to get a lot of money. He filed this in the. He was trying to ensnare Hassan in this trap.
Yeah, I know. Again, this
like,
wose thing's a
obviously,
fucking meme. Like,
that was the play.
He's talking. He's just talking a lot of fucking shit in this whole document. Though, like the 99% of it is shit talking, and then like 1% of it is just making legal arguments.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I think I think this is actually like nightmarish for content creators. Because if Ethan Klein can sue Denims for watching his YouTube video, right? We're not talking about like, a fucking pay-per-view event. We're not talking. Isn't Ethan the person that sat there and streamed the Logan Paul fight to his members and got sued for it? Or am I tripping? Did that happen? Do you remember that happening?
I don't know. I went over the fact that he's had like a lot of lawsuits, and and like he's been sued a bunch of times. He's sued a bunch of different people. Like it is. Even Klein talks about the Logan Paul crypto allegations. Guess who's getting sued
Maybe
for
it was the
50
Jake Paul
million?
fight. It was one of the Paul brothers. Sorry.
H3 challenges. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything about it.
Okay. So I know he was getting sued for defamation from Ryan Kavanaugh, but right before that, there was some Triller event that H3 had streamed illegally to his members.
I don't know how many of
and
y'all here
maybe they settled out of court, and so that's why. So wait, all right, settlement with Cav. All right, here we go.
Hold on one second. I've got something pulled up that seems to explain something similar. So hold on. Let's see.
Let's just jump into it. And the first thing that we should definitely talk about today are these massive updates regarding the Triller lawsuit, or rather now lawsuits. Because depending on a few key things here, this may have huge implications, not just for the people involved, but the content creators everywhere. We last left off with a judge last week dropping the majority of the defendants in that lawsuit, including YouTube's own H3 production. Though, notably, as I said at that time, the board note here, Triller could refile everything as individual lawsuits later on. And that is exactly what happened, because Triller is now suing the H3 podcast directly, and specifically for $50 million, alleging that they unlawfully broadcast the Jake Paul versus Ben Askren fight. Specifically, in the latest complaint.
Okay, yes, it does look like Thriller sued.
Triller is now suing the H3 podcast directly, and specifically for 15.
Yes, it looks like Thriller is a production company that promoted the fight and is now suing, or 4 years ago sued H3 podcast for rebroadcasting it. I don't know where they rebroadcast it or how they rebroadcast it or what. I think, if I remember correctly, I just vaguely remember this, that was it like in a was it in a Discord or something?
$1 million, alleging that they unlawfully broadcasted the Jake Paul versus Ben Askren fight. Specifically, in the latest complaint they filed this week against H3, Triller accused them of copyright infringement, conversion, violations of the Federal Communications Act, and violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, saying that H3, quote, acted knowingly, willfully, unlawfully, and with blatant disregard of plaintiff's copyright in the broadcast by uploading the YouTube, adding that Triller never authorized its
Leftovers podcast even started.
I see. Upon information and belief, defendant acted knowingly, willfully, and unlawfully, and with blatant disregard to the plaintiff's copyright in the broadcast by uploading the broadcast to the aforementioned YouTube channel and personally profited therefrom, including via the generation of ad revenue due to consumers' interest in the broadcast. Yeah, that's
And then he just got sued by the dude Ryan Kavanaugh for the same shit. He would sit on his podcast day after day after day and apparently lie about him and say and just make up shit and say whatever the fuck he wanted day after day after day. And Ryan Kavanaugh sued and he just settled with the bull. And he came on stream. He was like, sorry guys, I gotta delete, I gotta chop every fucking instance of me talking about Ryan Kavanaugh out of my live streams. I've got to, sit here and apologize. He's sitting there saying I retract all my statements against Ryan. Is that the fucking precedence you want to set on YouTube, bro? That is crazy.
Hey, what do you mean the precedent? Again, I just don't think this is setting a precedent. I don't like that term. This has always been the case.
Precedent. All right. Is that so larger YouTube's suing smaller YouTubers for copyright has always been the case?
So first off, yes, larger versus smaller, yes, that's been a thing. But even just the fact that Paramount Pictures has sued numerous people for
No, I'm talking about creators. Can you name another creator suing a smaller creator for
I mentioned earlier, I remember something Viper saying that he was going to sue
Chud Logic.
Yeah, Chud Logic. I don't know if that actually ever happened, but
and that would have been fucked up, right?
I don't know enough about the case, but again, I've always said that this is the game that we're in. This is.
Feel like Chud Logic reacted enough, and he was watching it. We're talking about YouTube videos, dog. All right, okay, yes, it is legally fine. You can do it. But you're all right. You've already answered. You're okay with it. I don't even know why I'm sitting here arguing with you. Okay, you are okay with it. I think the reason I think it's fucked up is because, like I said, you don't like the word precedent, but it does set a bad precedent of larger creator. It hasn't happened yet because people know that they would get fucking destroyed. Certain content creators don't copyright other content creators because it's not fucking good etiquette. That's just not the way we work. Is it like legal to do that, yes, but like there's a certain way we act on the internet, bro, and it's just not like suing people for content you don't like is not something that you're acting like this is so fucking normal. It's not.
I've seen numerous examples of this. You even sent me a video a while ago of a guy, and you said, "Hey, what do you think about this?"
Yes.
And I pulled it up, and it was a guy
but
who was suing another guy who was much bigger to try to get his personal information and shit.
What he actually was doing was taking him to fucking the copyright claims board. That's why I ever even heard of the thing. The copyright claims board was from that situation, and he was not suing. He wasn't taking him to court. He was doing a copyright claim shit, and it was over the same thing. He thought so. He the Flacco, who we're talking about from No Jumper, and there's another content creator called Point and Shoot, and Point and Shoot mocks him all the time. Like he sits there, he almost doxes him. Like he says his real name every video. He like makes fun of him. And so there was this one situation where Flacco thought that he was calling him a rapist or something. He interpreted something he said and was like, he's basically calling me a rapist, so I'm going to now maliciously copyright strike. He's like, I don't care about the outcome of the case, I just want his information. And even though nothing he was doing was illegal, yes, that's abuse of the copyright system, but it's not illegal, right? And so like it's bad for him to do that, but it's not like illegal for him to do that. But that is bad. It's frowned upon. That's something that we look at as like fucked up. And I look at this in the same way. We're talking about a Twitch streamer, right? How many Casey trying Denims? I don't know about Frogan. I don't know about them, but like Denims is probably the biggest out of all of them. How many viewers does she get? And is she even on YouTube? Or okay, here's a better question. How big of a loss do you think that Ethan took from her restreaming his content?
Not much, but like that is part of it, right? So if let's say she made $150 during that, and he lost, $500 or whatever, it's gonna be like one of those two numbers that he would recoup, is like the $500 or the 150 that she made, maybe even both, and then like just like fees for like court and lawyers and shit like that. Like it's not gonna be like $1 billion because he lost $500 in ad revenue or something, right? Like the Denims again had like 50 something thousand viewers. She said she had like 54,000 viewers watching while she was reviewing it, and that's an insane amount. That is like more than Hassan gets on average. Like that was a ridiculous amount of people watching.
So you know what you do? You make a YouTube video like he just did that got 1 million views in 2 days, and you've already fucking 10x'd that number. Like okay, yes, legally, all that jazz, but you're just saying that if you don't like a content creator, just go ahead and sue them for copyright infringement. And
well, the problem is that I would say otherwise. The other thing is that like if they're on YouTube, you could just like do a YouTube request takedown. But the problem is that they're not on YouTube. They didn't re-upload them, and they made all of their money and all of their views on a totally other platform where you can't go through the same sort of process to where you're able to recoup it. Because with so let's say somebody streams my stuff, I can go and just request their revenue from that stream, and then that revenue will go into my account, and it won't get taken down. He doesn't have that option because it's just not on YouTube. So the whole thing is on Twitch. But I also don't like the precedent of people saying, hey, fuck this guy, let's all watch their shit and get 60,000 views. Like if you have 50,000 people watching at one time, you have over 1 million views for that fucking for that stream. That the fact that she would have, if you,
how'd you get that?
That if you're averaging, so like if I have like 40 or 50 concurrent viewers for my stream today, I will end up around like 1,000 views for the whole, like concurrent versus total views.
Yeah.
That's
but what does the concurrent mean?
Sorry?
What does concurrent mean? What counts as a concurrent
How many people are
viewer?
watching at a time? So like right now, if you look at my channel, it says I have 62 people watching. The 62 is the concurrent. That's how many people are watching in one moment.
Sure.
So
So basically, 54 people are watching your stream right now, even though maybe 600 have clicked off. Right?
yes, yes. So like
Okay.
so I'm saying that
So
like
we can't
Hassan's views are normally
go from
around like 30.
50,000 views.
I'm saying Hassan's views are normally concurrent. He normally has an average of about 30,000 people watching. His streams will have 1 million views overall, right? So if she's getting 54,000, she's at least meeting the like million mark, and his entire fucking video got 1 million. So she's getting 1 million for like just the just
would
her
you
part.
count that the stream views versus the YouTube views?
Sorry?
Would you count the stream views versus the YouTube views? Like, would you say he lost 1 million views from her stream? Or would you say he lost closer to 50,000 views?
Yeah, I would probably. The problem is that it depends on how long her stream was and how much of it was taken up by just that one video. But I'm pretty sure that until she was watching that video, well, I was gonna say I think until she was watching that video, she maybe had like 500 to 1,000 people watching at most, and then got 54,000. So like,
where did you get that from?
That's how much she averages for her views is like anywhere from.
I'm saying, did you look that up or did you see that somewhere? Or
I know
you know that
Denims.
happened?
I know I've been around her community for years. I've engaged with her a ton. I
Wait,
know how much
saying
she.
though, how do you know that she had 400 viewers up until she
I'm
put the
saying,
video on? Or are you just
saying
like,
she
in general, like
averages.
she has 400
Yes, I'm
viewers?
saying she
Okay,
averages somewhere from
okay.
500 to 1,000 on a good day.
Right.
And then.
Yeah, no, I thought you were describing one stream. I got you.
Yes, no. So I'm saying,
right.
like, yeah, it would be around there. And so, anyways, my point is that the precedent is also that like people are allowed to just maliciously steal half your fucking views and and run off with it, and that is that's also a dangerous precedent as well.
So then why isn't he suing XQC, who probably stole way more views?
Because as I said, maliciously stealing your views is something that's much different and worse. Whereas, that doesn't seem to be the case with XQC.
Gotcha. Okay. Ethan says he's one of the biggest criminal. He's one of the, what did he say about XQC? He's like one of the biggest perpetuators or something. He says it right in the beginning of the video, so I don't think Ethan even agrees with you. Oh no, he said, I think he does say he's not malicious. I think he like.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that he does react content. So he says, like, I do a lot of react content. I don't want to chill the react community. That's not what I want. But I do want, if people are purposely trying to steal people's views, I do think that is something that should have consequences.
But I've heard XQC say, I don't give a fuck. He's had this debate with XQC, and XQC says, I don't care. I know I'm stealing people's views.
That was cut out of content. That was cut out of context. So he said that and Ethan is the one who cut him out of context. He put that in his video and cut XQC out of context. He said, so do you even care that you're stealing people's content? And XQC says, no, it literally doesn't matter. And then he gives like my example for the lawnmower. He says, like, it's not stealing unless they say it's stealing. The content creator decides whether or not it's stealing. So it's not this flat law where like the cops are going to come arrest you if you do it. It's the content creator gets to decide, you shouldn't have done this. I'm taking your video down, or I'm getting I'm requesting the ad revenue from this, or like whatever. Like they get to decide if I did something wrong and what happens as a consequence. Whereas I don't have to like ahead of time say, I can't do this because nobody wants me to. Plus, he is right. The majority of content creators, because they're smaller than XQC, would be fucking ecstatic that he reviewed one of their videos, because they would get a ton of fucking traffic to their channel because he did it. And so most people don't.
All that.
Yeah.
So what if like 100 people got together and decided to file a class action lawsuit against XQC and take like I don't know, maybe it wouldn't be 100 people, say 500 people. How many have ever, let's just take the total amount of people's videos he's ever reacted to. They all got together and filed a class action lawsuit and took fucking 70% of XQC's money. You'd also be okay with that?
70% of his money. Shit. I mean,
yeah. Let's just say they
yeah, to
somehow
an
add
extent.
up all the views he got
I
from
think it is.
YouTube and all the fucking
I think
revenue
it is
he got
lazy
from
as
Twitch,
fuck.
and they
I was
somehow
talking
just
about this
added
earlier.
all this up.
I was talking about this earlier. If we go through like commentary community videos, all of the videos that they upload are them reviewing other people's content. And I've talked about there's a lot of cases where I do not like people re-uploading my fucking content, and it's especially when they agree with me. Like if they're re-uploading it to say this is why Tom's wrong, this is why he's a piece of shit, this is why he lied, this is like whatever, even if I think you're wrong, like that's one thing. But if instead you're like just sitting there the whole time like, oh yeah, true, chat, isn't that crazy, chat? That was so true, right? And then you just re-upload that, you're just doing nothing, taking all of my work and then gaining from it in the out. That's fucking dumb. Like if you do it on stream, that's fine, I don't really give a fuck. You re-upload it as a whole new video where you're stealing my fucking algorithm, my views, my like me getting the search results, you're taking that from me. That's fucking bullshit. So there's a lot of lines that I think like most people will draw on these things that change it, and XQC violates like all of those like regularly.
All right. Go to my channel real quick. Pull it up on your screen real quick. American Confident.
Okay. Is it gonna be the B-roll?
Go to popular.
Okay.
Almost a couple seconds behind, sorry. All right, and so all right, the second video, the Noah Scurry video, okay, so it's got 476,000. So when I dropped this back, I think it was like January where I dropped this. DJ Academics reacted to it, and you know DJ Academics, right? Yeah, okay, so he's got like I think 2 or 3 million subscribers, and so he reacted to it, and initially I had that feeling like what you were just talking about, like I was a little pissed, like fuck, and then he re-uploaded it to YouTube immediately. So I was a little pissed. I was like, yo, like, and then he didn't
even so link slick. You, nothing.
He nothing, no shout out. He like almost goes out of his way not to mention who it is. He resizes his screen so like the
can't name of my YouTube
channel isn't showing.
Yep.
Exactly. Like you have it right now. Exactly. So he does that. But so I was pissed for like the first few days. And so what I did is I just took his YouTube video and just uploaded that shit to my channel. Just like uploaded the whole shit. And I was like, American Confidential teaches DJ Academics about Philly drill or some shit. That's what I titled the video. So a couple weeks go by and I look at the numbers and there was a definite spike. Like when after he reviewed my video, it was like 4,000 views. The next day, 5,000. Like it was like a almost 15,000 view spike just from him reviewing it. So like that's an anecdote, right? So I don't know.
Right, that's what I've said is that there's the
right?
reason the majority of content creators don't care is because, especially when it's somebody like XQC, it is because he is so large that nobody gives a fuck, because any like name recognition like that like helps them in any way to where it's even like more likely that people will go try to find the original video and find it is a thing. So like I think you found me originally because of the Balenciaga video essay, and that was because Chud Logic reviewed it on his stream.
Yeah.
And then I didn't care, and I didn't like I was happy that I was like my channel was growing. I was getting a lot more views. My channel was like all of a sudden popping off and growing for the first time in years, and so I was happy with it. My producer Sassafras was not happy, especially when they re-uploaded it, and also did not put me in the credits, didn't mention my name, didn't say who it was from or nothing. She didn't link the video. She went and like started messaging them and was like throwing a fit, telling them like you need to add this in or you might get taken down, blah blah blah. And I I didn't even know that. And the next time I ran into Chud, he's like, "Hey, really sorry about the stuff. I think we got all that squared away. Like, you guys are fine. Like, you're okay now." And I'm like, I didn't care, bro. I was like, I appreciate it, but like, yeah, I didn't care about it all that much. But yeah, I was happy just that I was getting like more views. I didn't like that they re-uploaded it. Didn't like care enough to make a big deal about it because I was getting more views because of it. So it just wasn't something worth fighting over for me.
So, as a content creator who sometimes uses clips, which I think is in fair use, I will use clips of music. I'll use clips of interviews, news broadcasts. There's a lot of things I use clips of. And as somebody who does have to deal with copyright and copyright laws and all that, I just don't think it would be fair if these bigger content creators like if DJ Academics could have sued me for re-uploading his video of me. Right.
Well,
even though
so
it's
that's
technically
another part.
his content.
That
I did no commentary over it. I just
Yes.
re-uploaded his video.
Correct.
And the precedent I think this would set is that he can just sue me now.
So
And
that's
it's
the
okay,
other
and
thing,
everybody
though.
be like, "Ooh."
So one, there's two things there. One, he is using your content, your IP, your property is the majority of that content. And so that is still like, it would be hard for him to sue you for re-uploading what is the majority your property. One. Two, I talked about the fact that like me and Chud Logic or me and like Queeman, me and JCLK, me and like, all of these other content creators, we will never go after each other for these things because we've all reviewed each other's things. So anytime if one of them went after me, I'd be able to go after them for 10 fucking
you're
things
going
right
after one of
afterwards.
them.
Huh?
You just said you're going after somebody.
Yeah, the very different. But the point is that we there's
Sure.
like an understanding there to where we are not going to go after each other because if one of us went after that one, then they can just come right back at us for the same exact thing. And yes, there's just kind of an unsaid
We'll turn
agreement
into a
that already
TikTok.
exists there. And so because he already took your content in the first place, what is he gonna do? He's gonna get mad at you for taking his content now? No, he sues
would
you.
think
You
so,
can
right?
sue him right back. So, and you would make more money because he's like the amount of money that you made off of his video getting uploaded is a lot less than the amount of money he made off your video getting uploaded. So you would end up suing him and making way more money off the fucking lawsuit. So he would never do that because it's just not beneficial to him. You would win in all of that.
Sure. I mean, I agree with everything you just said. I just still think that like this does create like a quote unquote chilling effect. There's the same problem. There's the same issue with the Hassan at the airport stop. And like it's not like illegal that they stopped him at the airport, but I feel like it's going to create a chilling effect on dissent towards either the Trump administration or the war in Gaza. And then with this, what it'll do is create a chilling effect on people reviewing Ethan's content, for people criticizing him. I understand he's trying to like dox the Reddit mods, like he's trying to get their information to do what with. I don't know. He's an individual. He's not a corporation. He's not somebody we can hold accountable. He's just some dude, right? So who knows what he's going to do with that information that he gets? And I just don't like the way that this is going to where he's ass mad. Or not even Ethan, anybody can get mad enough at people on the internet for quote unquote harassment and then like if they review your video, you can now sue them for whatever. I will say this is like the cover. I don't know how much if he's going to get anything or anything, but if he gets a substantial amount of money or like something happens where like Denim can't create content anymore, that's fucked up. Like I'm not going to shed tears for her. I'm just saying for content creators in general,
Yeah,
we're
again,
all
I
in this
think
game together.
that that's always existed, and that especially if I'm uploading
Sure,
something
it
that
has.
is very critical of the other person, I want to make sure that one, I am like qualifying for fair use, that like I am like transforming the content, or that it is derivative. Like yours would qualify as derivative when you're looking at all the clips
But, like,
as
I
like
don't like
B-roll and
academic.
stuff that you're uploading. But my point
But I
is
can
that
still
hold on,
help.
wait. My point is that
Right.
that to me is something that I've always kept in mind and that I've always thought of, and that I just do not think is a new precedent. I've seen
Sure.
tons of YouTube videos of YouTubers suing other YouTubers, bigger YouTubers suing smaller YouTubers. Like this has just always been a thing,
For
especially
copyright,
for
though?
copyright, especially for copyright.
Wait, who? The what? Can you name another case? I can't think of one.
I'm sure I
think
can
of
find
Matt
some,
Haas
but that
and Ethan, I can think of Matt Haas and Ethan Klein. That's it. And Ethan Klein and now Denims. These are only copyright cases I can like. I'm not saying there's more, not more. Of course, I'm not saying there's not more. I'm just saying I can't think of any off the top of my head, like as it being like drama or like something that's been widely talked about. Not over copyright.
Well, I mean, there was even the the pirate software guy, but that was like not YouTube content, but it was for copyright on a video game and for stealing likeness as well.
Moral of the story is it's a privilege to react to content that is not yours and
Yeah,
still
true.
make money off it. It's not a right.
I can't hear
Be
you.
courteous when doing so.
Yeah, sorry, you're good. Go ahead.
Oh, so no, Trip. I agree with you. Like I'm ethical with the way I do it. Ethan, for the most part, is ethical in the way he does it. So like, yeah, and Tom is. There's people that are very like, conscious of this. But what I'm saying is, what this is going to set up is a system where larger content creators are going to have the ability to sue smaller content creators. Wait, okay. So before I start talking out of my ass, how much money does it cost to file a lawsuit like this?
So again, it depends, because I don't see in his declarations anywhere like the laws that they violated. So I don't know if they are United States District
like how
Court, Central
monetarily
District,
damaged
California.
Yeah, that's a federal court.
Yeah, I think it is a federal court because it says jury trial demanded.
Yeah. Any United States district court is a federal court. Yeah.
Well, but again, let's see. What court handles copyright? Copyright court cases are primarily handled in federal courts, specifically U.S. district courts, which have original jurisdiction over copyright claims. However, the Copyright Claims Board, CCB, a tribunal within the U.S. Copyright Office, offers a streamlined alternative process for resolving smaller copyright disputes up to $30,000. So yeah,
Which if Ethan was genuine, he would use that.
Well, I don't know. Again, I don't know how much he's suing for. I have no fucking idea.
He's being malicious.
I don't know how much he's suing for, and I don't know.
Sure. Me neither.
And I don't know what the law is that he's suing under, because it's not in the, like, normally it would be in the opening line, and it's not.
Yeah.
And so because it's not in the opening line, it makes me wonder if it is copyright court, because in copyright court you don't have to have it in the. Yes, but again, these are memes. Like all of his fucking shit is.
No, I was gonna say, like, these are links. Has anybody looked it up in actual federal court? Like, because this is stuff he linked, like, on Internet Archive.
Yes, again, the things that he's linking are like YouTube videos a lot, and like random. It's like articles and shit like that.
Sure. No, but what I was talking about was the actual document you're looking at, the actual PDF file you're looking at itself.
Did you ask if
anybody independently gone to the federal court website and got the document? Is what I'm asking. I mean, I'm almost 99% sure this is a real complaint, right? It says like this looks authentic, but that's all. That was just a question. If you don't know the answer, fuck it, we don't gotta investigate it right now. I just wanted to know if anybody had like independently looked it up, which I'm sure somebody has. Like by now we would have heard like this is fake. This is nowhere in the federal docket.
Yeah,
I'm sure somebody would have fucking looked it up.
Hold on, I'm checking now.
But it is weird what you said about like not having the law. It did have like laws, like it referred to laws and like the numbered things, like the complaints. It did refer to laws, but like I said, it didn't say in the beginning they violated this statute.
Like this, that's normally
right in the beginning.
Court listener. Yep, here it is. The date filed June 19th, 2025. So it's 3 days ago. Nature of suit 820 copyright. Okay. 17501 copyright infringement. Wait, it's not linking for some reason. 17. Okay, there we go.
Looking up court cases is a bitch, bro. I gotta do this for my research all the time.
Okay.
This shit is not.
So yeah, so they do just link to the to copyright laws on copyright infringement and fair use. So yeah, that's
fair use. Yeah. I mean, listen, if that's all he's suing for is fair use, go for it. But like all that other shit to me just is like if it's just memes, okay, whatever. If this is just a way for him to create content, this is a creative way to him to just get attention and create content. I mean, listen, do your thing. I'm not hating on him for that, but if this is like now saying like it's okay to go after people that disagree with you and sue them and just say it's copyright, like fuck that. I don't like that at all.
Again, it's
And, like,
it's
trying
the
to
opposite. It's again, it's that he doesn't like them, and they did violate his
Sure.
copyright,
I
and
agree.
so yes,
Right.
he's just going to use
No, I agree.
that.
I
Yeah.
agree. Oh yeah. I mean, but he admitted he's doing it maliciously.
Again, you say malicious. I think we just use this word drastically differently. I don't.
No, but he said he's doing it like because he doesn't like him. I think that's malicious.
Well,
It's not
he
because
didn't
he's
say that,
protecting.
but that
He
is
did.
the conclusion
You
that
watched
I'm
the
coming
video.
to. Yes, in the video he says that he's using 3 markers for his standard on why he's doing it, and like maliciousness was the main thing.
So you
that
don't think he's being malicious in this? You
No,
think
I
like
just
this
said
is actually about
hold on
recovering
again. You keep saying
or
malicious.
protecting
This
his
is why I said
copyright
I think
after
we're like different. I think we're using the word malicious differently. Whereas like
All right, when I say it, I mean he's not trying to protect his copyright. That's what I mean.
yeah, I think he's trying to protect his copyright, but he's using that to also go after them because he doesn't like them. So I'm saying that
Maybe
yes,
like
he could
maybe
probably
like
sue 1,000 people.
30% or
He's
something.
choosing those 3 because those are the 3 he doesn't like, and that this was
Yeah.
was like a easy way to just.
So he's not picking the biggest threat. He's not picking the one that's harming him the most. He's picking the people he doesn't like, which is malicious, and it's fine. I'm not saying malicious as in like he's a bad guy, but it is like it is for it's not for copyright reasons. It's not for protecting his copyright because like I said, there are people that has done much more damage if that's what he's worried about is, you know, damage to his copyright, damage or loss of revenue or whatever. You know, I mean, but if this is just to say no more lazy react streams, oh okay, I guess, dude. I guess. I mean,
Yeah, I just think
do
also
you
like
really
how.
do you believe that this is what about is to stop lazy react streams? Do you really think
No,
that this
again,
is
I think that
what this is about?
I think that again, if I'm going to go like with somebody that I've been beefing with for like the last year, that I've had like a lot of history with, they hate me, I hate them. I think it would be really
And
weird
all they've
of
done is
me.
make YouTube
I think it would be
videos.
really, really weird of me to think, hey, I will get the grace of being allowed to steal their content and not be transformative with it, and that they'll just allow me to do it. I think that would be an insane fucking thought for me to think I would get away with it.
Like I said, so Ben Shapiro can sue you now, and you'd be okay with that because you had the audacity to think you can get away with criticizing him and playing his video.
Sure,
I know you've
that's
sat here and
very
watched a full Ben
different.
Shapiro video
Again,
on stream before
again, yes, but
and criticized
again,
him, and he can say that you're lying about him and you're
hold
being
on, hold on,
malicious,
hold
and
on.
you're doing it to
That just
take. He
doesn't.
can say that you're
That's not
doing
the
it to take
same
his
as what I
revenue.
said, but sure, yes, I've
No,
already
wait,
answered that and
what do you
said
mean?
yes, but that's not. What I said was,
You said you'd be okay
if
with
there
it.
was somebody that I've been beefing with for a year, I hate them, they hate me, we have like a lot of personal animosity towards each other, and then
Okay,
I
sure.
think I'm going to get the grace
But
of
that
being
doesn't have to
allowed
be
to
present.
steal their content, that is something that is just like no shot, no fucking shot. I
I
would
agree.
never think that.
I agree with that. But with this, if this goes through, what this could say is that, like I said, Ben Shapiro can sue you.
He's always been
Like,
able to.
even though y'all don't have beef, right, and you agree and you think that's okay.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So that is that has been our disagreement. I don't think it's okay. I think it's ridiculous. If you get sued, I want to see you get sued 5 times and just sit here and say it's okay.
Sure, but
I really want to see it happen.
So as I said, I think that most people think of like stream content as something very different, right? Like stream content is different because even like Ben Shapiro will be given stuff to react to, and lots of times he just doesn't have anything to say about it because he didn't choose what it was or whether or not he has anything to say or whether or not he cares, and so lots of times he'll just turn it off, right? Like, and I think the same way is that, yes, like I would never sue somebody just for going over my thing on stream. Destiny's done it numerous times where he's pulled up my videos and then just watched 2 hours of my content without anything to add whatsoever the whole time. And that, like, yeah, it's during stream. But if he re-uploads that now, yeah, that's totally fucking different. like it's
Oh, wait.
It's
okay. So that's what makes the difference for you is re-uploading it.
In that case, yeah.
Well, what if Ben Shapiro just sued? What if Ben Shapiro just sued you for the stream? What if he didn't re-upload it and he just sued you for the stream?
I hope I reacted hard.
Me too. For the love of God.
I think I
react harder.
do. Well, that's what I'm saying is I think that my content is almost always going to be like very transformative because people like I am very clear all the time with people when they're like, Tom, you're pausing too much. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You're not here. You're coming to my channel to watch somebody else's content. You're in the wrong fucking place. Okay. This is where I give my opinions and my content. Huh?
It's not according to you. It's according to the judge. If you reacted enough, quote unquote.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
You can think you're doing enough, but other people could disagree, and you're cool with that. You're cool with that. Being the case. Leave it up to the judge. Fuck it. Ben Shapiro consumed me 5 times. We'll just leave it up to Judge Fuckerface. Right? You're cool with that?
Yes. Again, if he sues her and he's wrong, he ends up having to pay like all of her legal bills and everything, and he gets fucked in the process. So,
sure. Okay.
I think.
All right.
I just feel like everybody who does React content knows this when they go into it. I think that if they don't, like, it's their own ignorance.
Listen, I'm not saying he doesn't have a case. I'm not saying he's wrong. He's wrong to sue her. I'm saying that this is not. Well, I am saying he's wrong to sue her. I'm not saying he's legally wrong to sue her. Morally, I think this is fucking retarded. He didn't lose anything. Like I said, he can make a video and make up for that money if that's really what he's worried about. But that's not what he's worried about. He's worried about harming these people who don't like him. They criticize him on the internet. They said he's a Zionist. Like what? They coordinated with a subreddit. I mean, Jesus Christ, what are we talking? This is Ethan Klein we're talking about. This is a guy who's like ruined people's lives. Remember the dude he was calling a pedophile? The dude who did the music videos for the girl who did Friday. What's his name? The black dude. You know what I'm talking about, Tom.
Mm.
And he was like, the girls would do the music videos and he would be like creepily outside their window. Ethan Klein made fun of him for the longest time, but was straight up just call him a pedophile on the show over and over and over again. But whatever. Okay. Yeah. What the fuck is his name? Jesus.
I don't know.
The girl who did Friday. You remember the song Friday? Friday.
Okay.
Friday. It was that annoying ass YouTube song.
Yeah.
So the dude who directed that music video has a history of like finding teenage girls like that and like trying to make them pop stars. And so like he would like be in some of their music videos and in creepy ways, honestly.
Weird.
But then then Ethan would he would interpret all that as him being a fucking creep and a groomer, and he's
I thought it was fucked up when he did that to Dan Clancy as well.
Oh, sure. Okay. All right. Okay. I think we are pretty much done here. You cool? You done? Anything else?
Yeah.
What's up?
Well, I
Nothing else is.
It's just it's astounding to me. Like I feel like it's like me and my friends. One of them, like, if they just come in, like, punch me in the face, then we're just, like, gonna get in a fight and, like, we're just gonna have it out. And that's that. Like, it's illegal to, like, punch people in the face. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird, but, like, you know, we're just gonna get into a fight, have it out, and that's that. But if I'm just, like, walking down the street and some dude just randomly walks up to me and punches me in the face, yeah, I'm probably gonna, like, kick his ass and then call the cops. And that, like, I think I've just always thought of, like, you know, content reaction, like copyright, like all of these things, because it's just property. I've always thought of it in the same way, and that it's the way that everybody thinks, like, this is setting a dangerous precedent to where we could get sued for stealing people's content now. This is not good. I've thought it of the exact opposite the entire time, is that, like, we're just lucky that people don't sue us. Like, this is awesome. Like, we're just so fucking lucky that we don't get sued all the time, and that we're even capable of doing this because people are just graceful and allow us to. And that's that. Like, it's
All right, let's walk through this for a second. Why is it good for you that people can sue people over reactions to a YouTube video?
What do you mean good for me? What does that mean?
Like, why do you think that law is a good thing?
Well, because I should own the intellectual property of my content creations, and I should be allowed to decide what is or isn't done with my own creation. Like
why?
Because it's mine. If I didn't get to own my content, there would be no reason for me to make it. Like, especially when it comes to, like, video essays, documentaries.
Wait, does Microsoft get to say that, or who made your computer?
Microsoft. Yeah, it's Microsoft.
So do they get to take part ownership of your content?
No. There's so there are, like, lines that are already drawn on these things. Like, just the same as, like, if I use a Yamaha piano to create a song, they don't get to claim the rights of the song just because I use their thing as a tool within my content creation, or whoever creates the brush for my painting doesn't get to create doesn't get to claim the IP on that either. Like, my content, just the same as, like, anybody who makes a movie, anybody who makes a TV show, anybody who makes some sort of art or content, like, that should be their property, and they should be allowed to decide what is done with it, because they own it. It's theirs.
So the reason that, like, Yamaha wouldn't get a cut off of what you make for the piano is strictly because of the law. It's not because of some inherent thing that it's yours or anything like that. It's just the law. And I think that the law written about the DMCA thing was written well before YouTube even existed, and YouTube was never thought of. I think YouTube videos, since they were put out so rapidly, and they were put out for the purpose of being consumed, for the purpose of being critiqued, for the purpose of being whatever you want to do with it, right? And the fact that you're not directly getting paid off of it, I think once you publish it on YouTube, I think it should be public. It should be public content. YouTube videos. We're not talking about a movie where you fucking invested $2 million and making a movie.
But you are directly getting paid off of it. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're getting paid with ad revenue.
Yeah, ad revenue, memberships, members pay for.
People aren't paying. Members pay you, yes, but people generally are not paying for your content. You publish it onto a website.
The majority of people are not paying, sure. But that's also your choice. Like, you get to choose whether or not you want that to be the case. If I want to choose to make everything members only, I can choose to do that. If I want to choose to put it out without any sort of ad revenue on it, I can choose to do that. And if I want to choose to put it out just on my channel and not on 50 other channels, I can choose to do that, because I'm the one who did all of the work to create it in the first place.
Well, my point is, you're publishing it on a website, and I argue that once you publish it on a website for public consumption, when you put it out there to the world for free, for public consumption, that you
So-
don't get to claim a monetary stake
Okay.
on it.
So what
in the
about Lil
terms
Wayne's
of-
YouTube videos? He publishes those on YouTube. Does he get to claim anything on
the
that?
songs?
Yeah, the production companies, all of these different places, they publish his songs on YouTube. They get to claim the
Well, he
copyright
owns the
on those.
copyright to that.
Correct. That's what.
If you file a copyright on your video, that's something
No,
different.
no, no. It's
Like,
not.
if you go
It's
to
not. Filing a
To me, it
copyright is just a public recording that you own it. You
No,
own.
I'm not saying.
Hold on, wait,
no,
wait,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no,
I'm
no.
saying
Lil
you
Wayne,
own.
Lil Wayne.
Hold on, I'm saying you own a.
There's a difference between a
I
YouTube
know.
video and a Lil Wayne
I know. Just
song.
listen, please. Fuck. I'm saying you own like your intellectual
something.
property as soon as it's made. And that is yours. And if you publish it, it is still yours. You own the copyright. Filing it with the copyright office is just saying, I know, just hold on. Oh my goodness. Just filing it with the
You just
copyright
asked
court.
me about the Lil
I
Wayne
didn't.
song. If you know that, why you asked? You did so. You said, "What if Lil Wayne publishes a video, a thing on YouTube?" You already know the answer to that.
But
I don't know why you asked.
Because you answered, I'm replying to your answer now. What the fuck? Why is that so weird?
Because you're about to. Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
No, I'm
so
shut up. Go ahead.
when I file the copyright claim, that is, or the copyright with the government, I am just making a public record that I own the copyright now. But that doesn't mean that if, like, Lil Wayne or the production companies or anybody, if they didn't file them ahead of time, then they just don't own the copyright on the song, or it's not their intellectual property anymore, and now people would just be able to steal it. I'm saying that that isn't a distinction because you own it legally one way or the other. Like, it is always yours. You don't even have to file a copyright to sue somebody for copyright. That is just the best way to do it so that there's a public recording of it.
Listen, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. What I was trying to stop you from doing was explaining something that I already know. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm not saying that isn't the case. I know that if you it is legally your copyright. If you publish a video on YouTube, it's legally I know that. And if you're a music artist, you go file a copyright with the government. That is, yeah, that's different. I know all of that. So what I was trying to stop you from doing was explain that so we can move the conversation forward. Okay, so you asked what the difference was with Lil Wayne. That is the difference. And for me, I think that just any Joe Schmo who uploads to YouTube to now have the monetary reins over that is different than a music artist who records songs and goes and like that's
Philly,
that's just a little bit different.
I don't think you listened to anything I just said.
Lil Wayne sells his albums. Do you sell your YouTube videos?
Yes.
So when you make your live streams, you make them to just for your members? So demonetize your channel then.
Some things go into members only, but there is
So demonetize
a required amount of donations for me to stream a certain amount of time. Then there's also members that, yes, pay for the content to where even if I'm like, I'm not feeling it today, like, no, I need to like at least have this many streams and this much time streamed because there's people who are paying for the content one way or the other. Like, yes, that is.
Thank you for explaining something. I know. Why do you do that?
Wait, because bro, what I'm saying is directly contradicting what you're saying. You keep saying, why are you saying something that literally debunks everything I just said? You've done this like 5 times.
Okay, just still my argument. What am I trying to say right now?
I don't know because I was just getting ready to say that what you just said, I just finished explaining the copyright thing to explain to you that your answer about Lil Wayne doesn't make sense. And then you went back to saying, yeah, see, I don't know why you explained that. So yes, Lil Wayne, he has the copyright. That's why it's different. I just finished explaining why it's not different. So it doesn't make sense.
And also he sells his music. That's why I ask you, do you sell your music? Do you sell your YouTube videos?
Okay.
That is a difference. He
Okay.
sells his music. You publish to YouTube for free. Okay. I'm not arguing what the law is. I agree with you what the law is and how things stand and why people do what they do. I agree with all of that. I do not agree that the copyright law should be the way it is now because of the way that the internet has progressed. They made the copyright law before the internet. And I think that once you publish your free work to YouTube, that it shouldn't be fair game. Like anybody can just re-upload your content, but I don't feel like you should be able to use the suing somebody as a way to win an argument, as a way to, especially because you're a big content creator and you have the ability to do so. That's why I asked you, how much does it cost to file these lawsuits? Because this is just going to create an environment where if I don't like your coverage of me, I'm just going to say that you like. People always say, "Oh, I'm clicked out of context. I'm clipped out of context. Watch the whole video. Watch the whole video." Now it's going to be wide open to where if you watch the whole video, somebody can just decide you didn't react enough. You didn't react, hard enough, and they can just say, "Oh, I'm suing him for copyright. Also, he's slandering me. Also, here's my whole fucking 80-page case against them." And
Do you
now
know who
everybody can just.
Anna Akana is?
Mm-mm.
Or Anna Akana. So she's a big YouTuber. All of like her whole career has just been spent on YouTube making like philosophy videos. If you watch any like bit of her videos, she will take all of your ad revenue, whether it's in stream, whether it's in a video, regardless of what it is, she will take all of your ad revenue. It now goes to her. She could just take your whole video down.
I think YouTube should make a mechanism of. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's an option to share song revenues with certain artists.
Yes,
so where like you can use their however much of their song you want in a video, but you gotta split the ad revenue with them.
Yeah.
I think they should have an option of that for creators. Like if you want to use my content, you gotta split the revenue.
They do,
with me
but
or something.
the content creators get to decide on what it is that you do. So lots of times if I do play a song during stream, lots of times they will either take all of the ad revenue, sometimes they'll split the ad revenue, and then sometimes they'll just take the whole fucking video down and say we do not approve of you using our content in your content. Like they have the options. It's all there. They can choose what you do with their music. Just the same as I can choose what people do with my content.
Music is different, but I don't think I agree with like people being able to copyright claim your video for like 6 or 7 or 10 seconds of your video or something. I completely disagree with that.
Sure, and there's things that you can fight. You're able to fight things in different if you want to. Yeah
I've had plenty of claims and strikes against my. I know all about that. And also so I think they need to change the law just to update it to be able to. We're in the 21st century now. We're going into 26 here. They wrote this law 26 years ago, before YouTube, before Instagram, before Facebook, before all that shit.
Again, I think my content is like a transformative. I think that my content, if that anybody tried to sue me for my reactions, by far the majority of it. What?
I can find something. I can find something you could be sued for.
Yeah, maybe. Like I'm saying that
if I wanted to sue you, I would find something to sue you for. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
And I just don't like that. I don't like that's creepy. That's fucked up. But hey.
Well, I also don't like the people like XQC's entire fucking career now is built off of other people making content, and that he doesn't even do anything. He doesn't even do anything to like actually add to it, and instead he is getting famous off of doing nothing. Everybody else does the hard work. Everybody else puts the money into it, the blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then he gets the millions of views and the ad revenue, and just sits there going, "Chat, that's crazy, chat. Wasn't that crazy?"
It is the laziest form of content creation there is. Like, especially like the hours I put into my channel and shit, just to know that there's somebody that just fucking wakes up, goes, hops in a chair, and just fucking clicks record and makes fucking $60,000. Like that shit is just, it's heartbreaking. But I know that I'm proud of my work and shit. Like this is fucking slop. SQC is never gonna like be proud of it. And I guess that's the trade-off, right? Like, I don't know. It's fucking annoying. It is. But in terms of the copyright system, like they did that, I would agree with you. There should be some sort of mechanism there to where like he has to split what he makes with other content creators, especially if he's using 100% of their video, right? Like there should be like a 50-50 split or like 60-40, something like that. Right.
Yeah.
I think that would be fair.
Again, yeah, content creators are allowed to choose those things. That is what by far the majority of them do. Is that like most of the time, if you violate the what?
Is you can't choose to split it. It's either like
Yeah, you
take it
can.
all or don't take.
No,
it.
no,
This
you can
disagreement
do
is
partial.
capitalism vs socialism.
I can pull up my
And what's what is this? What's the split on it?
I think it's half and half. Like obviously YouTube's taking their cut as well. So yeah, so here I'll pull up my content on
So you can do it
stream
for
right
regular
now.
YouTube videos?
So these are my live streams. So this one here is ineligible because it has a copyright, and that if I want to, YouTube gives me the option after I've done a stream that if somebody is taking all of my ad revenue, I can click erase their fucking shit from my stream. It'll go edit it out. It's gone. And now I get all my ad revenue. Like they give me the option of just clicking erase, gone. Then
Oh no, that's not what I meant.
I know. Then there's here. This is called limited. So that's the red is ineligible. Red is called limited. It says this video may earn limited or no ad revenue due to content identification as not suitable for most viewers. We use a combination of automated systems. Oh, that's because it's not. That's ad suitability. That's different.
No, if somebody uses your copyrighted work, do you have the option to split the revenue with them?
Me? Yes. If somebody uses my stuff,
right.
yes, I can choose to split the ad revenue.
I've always seen just take all of it, or like file a copyright claim or nothing. I haven't seen the option to split the ad revenue.
Yeah. So this one says right here. Copyright protected content found, the owner allows the content to be used, but you can't monetize the video. So that's like what the content person decided. And I don't think I've seen many that are splitting recently. But yeah, it has.
If it's music, they have the option to split. It would be music. I don't think it's content creators. It's music that splits.
No,
like artists have.
Yeah. So sometimes it's music. Sometimes it's things like I'll watch like a YouTube short or something, or like an Instagram video, and it'll have like clips from movies and stuff in it. That'll be in there. And so yeah, there's different.
It's like
things.
major corporations, but it's not individual YouTubers. That's what I'm saying. Like individual YouTubers don't have the option to opt into some sort of like ad sharing revenue with other content creators. That's not an option. What I'm saying is if they added something like that, that would mitigate, I'd say 75% of these issues. Especially if like the content creators can like choose how to split it, like it would just make this so much easier. But then if somebody's malicious like Ethan, they still would sue. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think this is even about copyright at all, because he has other options, right? Like he's choosing not to take those other options.
He does, but I'm saying those options don't exist for him because they did it on another platform and on Twitch, and that's not
copyrighted work though.
What?
That's a copyrighted work. It doesn't matter if he copyrighted that. Wasn't it the live stream for Denims? But he copyrighted the content.
It's the same thing.
So,
Yes, it's the same thing, because even if I go and say, hey, I want to split on this, the person can still challenge it in the same way and say, no, they don't own the copyright on this, or I'm allowed to, I have permission, or blah, 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 right? So you actually getting the copyright on it actually makes it to where there's not the same challenge. Plus, if I was as big as him, I would literally copyright every single one of my videos, every single time I put anything out.
Yeah, but what did you just say? I don't understand what you just said before that.
That
he can still sue the Twitch streamer.
I'm saying he can still choose to take part of their ad revenue if they uploaded it to YouTube. Like he would have those options, and having the copyright ahead of time would give him this ability. But that if he didn't have it and they challenged him on it, then yes, like he would, one, still have to take them to court, and two, like it's beneficial that he already has the copyright at that point. So like but that option isn't even available to him because they did it on Twitch.
Right. So which is more evidence that this isn't about copyright.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying that where you're saying he didn't even take the other options to split ad revenue or anything like that with them. I'm saying that's not even an option because it happened on Twitch. He can do that on YouTube but they aren't on YouTube. It's like about where the content was uploaded is how you can do it. So
Yeah, you're right. I guess that's why he went copyrighted in the first place, because he knew this was. Sure. Okay, I will concede or whatever. Yeah. So, like I said, the laws need to be changed, and they don't need people don't need content creators don't need to be suing content creators over copyright shit. Like, unless it's this fucking extravagant trap where you're this fucking millionaire fucking YouTuber who lives in Bel Air, and you can, like,
I'm just saying, I think that most big YouTube channels already do this. Like,
beg people to react to it. Hassan, please react to my content, nuke, and then you sue fucking everybody who reacts to it. It's just,
yeah, so I'm saying that I think most big YouTubers already do this, especially if they have big channels. That if I go and I review some, like, there's channels that put out movie-like documentaries consistently on their channels, and that if I watch that on stream, they will likely take down my video. And when they take down my video, if I reply and say, no, I'm allowed to do this, they're taking me to court.
Why do you think they're taking your video down now?
Because they want all of the people who are going to see that content only on their channel. They want to get the views. They want
who are going to see. I'm sure they don't really care about, like, the first people who saw it that day, right? It's about, like, future revenue, future losses. Like, I mean, it's apparent. I mean, bro, you don't go set up a fucking copyright for a specific video, beg somebody to watch that video, and then say this was, like, something other than a malicious trap. Like, I don't get how people are, like, missing that part. He went and set up a copyright claim of copyright at, like, the beginning of the year, made the content nuke, begged Hassan for months to watch it, begged him. He's such a pussy.
Right, but in that case, he wouldn't have sued. No, he wouldn't have been allowed to. No, he would not have been allowed to. No, I promise you, he would not have been allowed to. Like, if he would have lost that case embarrassingly, because he's literally giving him permission to watch it. He cannot do that.
I don't think it would have been about the case, but I mean, I don't know. I guess if you're on stream saying watch my I don't know what he was, what it was. It was obviously filing the copyright ahead of time is some sort of motive there. I mean, we could use our heads here.
Yeah, maybe. Again, it's through, like, Teddy. It's through Teddy Fresh Productions. I don't know that he says it as though, like, he planted something. I said from the beginning, I was like, I bet you anything he fucking files all of these as copyrights. Like, if I was a channel that big, I would file every single video as a copyright, and I highly, highly doubt that he just went and just filed just this one for some sort of trap. Like, no, because we wouldn't be finding out about it this late after either, especially not when Denims was threatening a lawsuit. He would have been like, oh, well, I'm also coming out with a lawsuit, right? He would have said something back then. He didn't. It's been like months since then. He didn't say shit. He's now saying it because, yes, I think now he's deciding that this is, like, a good direction to go. I think he had the copyright the whole time, and he copyrights all of it. Yeah, but why would he get the copyright? Does he? Yeah, I'm saying I think he copyrights all of his shit. I'm saying I would if I was his size, and that if he did it just for that reason, he wouldn't be mentioning it this late.
No, I heard somewhere that this was the only thing he's ever copyrighted before, but I could be wrong. Please don't quote me. I was under the assumption that he did this with the premeditation of suing somebody for copyright infringement, but you're saying you don't think so.
I don't have any evidence to back that up, but I do think that is, like, common, especially for channels of his size and even much smaller. Like, if I was at, like, 400,000 or 500,000 subs, I would be copywriting all my shit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's it, I think. Yeah. I hope you don't get sued, bro. That would be fucked up. Like, good luck.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it.
It's a crazy world out there. All right. Yeah, nothing else. I'm still reading that book, The History of Israel.
Oh, okay.
I saw you started a document.
Yeah, I'm learning more about, like, the broader, like, history of the Middle East and like all of like the wars that happen, not pertaining to Israel, just like in general, just as like a catch up on the stuff that's going on with Iran.
Yeah, it's pretty fascinating. I've been watching YouTube videos on that lately.
Mhm.
Just like during the 70s, during like the 1979 revolution and all that, like how the country like completely transformed, and the United States was like heavily in Israel, or were heavily involved in that. And fast forward to today, we just bombed Iran and shit. It's fascinating to just watch that history, just what actually happened, because we weren't alive then, obviously. So like, you know, we have little knowledge of what actually was going on back then. But it's fascinating. Yeah, Iran's a fucking shithole, and they're so fucked. I don't say that in a racist way. Like, it's just such a shitty country.
Yeah, you're saying
bro.
it's a shithole country. I got you.
Trump was right.
Mhm.
No, it's just like fucking that. Like, isn't the leader like cowering in a fucking cave somewhere?
Well, the problem is that there's nonstop proxy wars going on in that area, and it's not really like on Iran as much as I would say. Like, it really is on the United States. Or sorry, not the United States. It's on the British and the French, for the way that they like split up the areas and the way that they drew the lines for different countries. And that they tried 5, I think, different tries, and the 5th one is the one that they went with, but still left like very little happy. It was much better than their first attempt, but it doesn't split people up based on where their alliances are, where their like cultures align, where like anything like that.
Yeah.
So it made it to where Saudi Arabia and Iran were the two like powers for the Sunnis and the Shiite. And because of that, now both of them are always fighting to be the dominant power, because if they don't, they're just going to get wiped out. Like, they will get wiped out. And they're both like, literally every little thing is a fight for their lives, which is why they'll like fund Hamas and shit like that, is because the more powerful Israel becomes, the more they feel like their entire way of life is going to be decimated and they're going to disappear. And so they have to just like continue fighting these proxy wars all over the place to make sure that they're not getting wiped out. And it is like a legitimate fight to where they are kind of fucked. That doesn't mean I agree with their tactics. It doesn't mean I agree with their moves. It doesn't mean I agree with like, you know, their ethics or anything like that. But it is that like they always feel like everything is under threat as the Saudi Arabia, and so they're always fighting these wars for power so that they are not wiped out.
Yeah, and Iran always was like the wild card. They would always like they were fraternized, well, not always, but lately they would be like with Russia and China, and just like not in the accords and shit, and not in the well, they were in a proliferation deal, but they like,
well, Iran's also under the IAEA agreement, and Israel's not. But Iran was not abiding by the rules, and they were hiding it, like nuclear sites from them. They were breaking like they weren't breaking rules, but they also weren't like, there are norms that they are hardcore breaking by having uranium at 60%.
yeah. But what's fucking my head up is a couple months ago, Tulsi Gabbard was saying they didn't have enough uranium to build nuclear weapons, but Benjamin Netanyahu for the last like 20 years have been saying they're like weeks away from doing it.
They 100% do. They 100% do that. Even the IAEA says they do.
Months ago.
Yeah, it was so. What Tulsi said is that there's no evidence that they are building a nuclear bomb, and that is the thing that everybody keeps like mixing up. Is that even the IAEA said they don't have a systemic plan to build a nuclear bomb. Everybody took that quote because Al Jazeera took that and put it as their fucking title on their shit all over the place, saying IAEA says they're not there's no evidence of nuclear weapons. There's no evidence that they were going to build a bomb. There's no evidence of that's not what he said. He said there's no evidence of a systemic plan to build a bomb. But he goes on to say that they are not abiding by the audits, that they're hiding nuclear sites from us, that one of the sites that was bombed had nuclear particles coming out of it, that the Iran then lied and said that Israel planted the nuclear particles there to try to frame them. And so then they investigated that and said it was literally impossible that Israel could have planted any of those things, and that they kept telling them they can't have 60% enriched uranium because there's no civilian use for this. There's no peaceful use for this. It makes no sense to have it, yet they have the largest stockpile of it in the world. Then they also, the high level officials in Iran have said over and over, we have all of the pieces to build our nuclear bombs. We just have to put them together. The IAEA goes over this very clearly and says that is evidence. That is evidence that they are going to build a bomb. They just don't have the systemic plan. It's not written out in a piece of paper saying this is exactly what we're doing, X, Y, Z. That's all evidence that they're fucking building a bomb. That is all there. It's just that, or at least
What is it, 3% you need for to run for a power plant or something? 3% or something real low.
Say that again.
And then there's
yes,
isn't it something
yes, for a power plant? Yes, it's
a power plant or something.
Yes, it's 3%, maybe 5% at most, and then they're at 60%, whereas you would need 90% for a nuclear bomb. And they're saying, well, they could just get to that in a week. That would be really easy. So they have all of the parts, and they are all just stockpiling all the parts that they need to where they could, he literally said, if they wanted to, they could have 50 bombs by next week. He literally says this. So the way that people frame the shit that he's saying is bullshit.
Wait, who said that? Netanyahu?
Masi, fuck. I'm forgetting his name. It's
from Iran?
No, he's from the IAEA. He's the
okay. The inspector dude.
Yes. It's Mosi.
So he's the one that's
Grassi.
saying that they're at 60%.
Grassi.
Yeah. But so what is has he been warning? Because my trouble is parsing through everything. I've heard pretty much all the news from the different outlets. I watch Channel 4, I watch Al Jazeera, BBC, CNN. I'll try to get it from all angles. I watch Fox News sometimes. I watch the Warhawks and said I try to get it from all angles, but I'll hear different shit at different places. And then I won't care to look more into
I'm
it,
trying,
to be honest, because I'm so busy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get less different, MSNBC versus Fox or something like that. I'm more so trying to get other countries, officials, other countries, third-party inspections. I'm trying
the first night the bombing happened, I went to Iranian TV, and they were bitching, bro. They knew it was over that night, bro. The first night Israel dropped that bomb, I went and watched Iranian state TV and shit. Some of them were rah rah rah, fuck the West and all that, but some of them were a few of them, 3 or 4 of them were the leader is a coward. We haven't heard from him in months. He's hiding somewhere. Be prepared. This country is about to fall apart. The United States are liars. Israel are liars. We can't trust them. However, our leader is a coward, and they are going to destroy him. That's basically what they were saying since day one. It's so interesting. No other news station really reports anything close to that. They're all saying either the Iranian people are completely against the government, or the Iranian people are this is a flag mending time, or whatever the fucking phrase is.
You're the first person to say that he's in hiding. I haven't heard this. Because they.
So I read a story from Axios that said that Trump's back channel to Iran.
Oh yeah, 21 hours ago. Report Khamenei hiding in bunker, names potential successor amid Israeli strikes. Oh shit. Yeah, I didn't know about this.
Yo, bro's hiding out. He knows it's over. once they killed all his commanders the first day, like he was like, "Oh shit!"
Damn, this
like,
turned out to
we
be a
ain't
lot
heard
more
shit from
like
him
Iraq
since.
than I thought. Fuck.
Yeah.
We pulled that guy
country's
out
about
of a
to
fucking hole in
fall.
the ground too.
Real shit. And it's because it's so crazy. Like, where's he gonna go? Pakistan? Like, I don't know. Are they gonna send troops in? They probably will. Like, this is about to get real. Like, it's already real, obviously, but this is about to get crazy. But listen, good talking to you. I'm very interested in this Iran shit because this is like actually crazy.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
But
I had been. This whole section was actually going to be like doing more research on the Middle East because it's actually like fascinating trying to, especially now that I take Adderall to where I'm actually able to like understand the information and retain it. That like it's nice to be able to actually understand the shit that I'm looking at now.
that's what's up. No, so you're back on Adderall. That's awesome, bro.
So much better.
Stay
Dude,
focused.
I'm like pissed
Yeah,
off that I haven't been doing this my whole life. Like it's been infuriating thinking how different so many things could have been. Yeah.
Wow. Take advantage, bro. Take advantage. Did you see Abba's video? He just had a video saying he just got on Adderall and like his whole fucking world opened up too.
You told me about it because you were telling me the difference or why he was saying stuff about Destiny. But yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, and I started Concerta not too long ago, and that's been helping a lot. It makes my heart race a little bit, but that's really been helping. But anyway, enough with the ADHD meds. I'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, later, homie.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Chat, thanks for tolerating me. I know y'all hate me, but whatever. But Tom's my boy. I like arguing with him. I will talk. Oh, also, do you mind me arguing with what's his name? I always got something to say in chat. He was the one that was like arguing with President Sunday. I'm not looking at chat right now. I can't remember his name.
Origin?
He's got like a stone face. Yeah. Origin of Logos. Yeah. Would you be cool with him hopping up here with me one time?
Yeah.
Not tonight, obviously, but
you want to do it tomorrow?
Yeah, because he's got. Yeah. He's got a lot to say. I want to check him out, see what he's all about.
Well, he came on last time and just kind of called you dumb the whole time. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping he was just drunk. He said he was drunk, didn't he?
Oh, I don't
know. I remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah. Maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm confused now.
All right.
All right.
Later.
All right. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Peace.
Yeah. Just FYI, guys. I am not saying that Israel said X, Y, and Z. Like I am never saying like, oh, Israel said it, so therefore it's true. Like, but that is the straw man that the left keeps setting up is. Israel said that they have a nuclear bomb. So, Bibi Netanyahu said it. Oh, so they all just believe Bibi Netanyahu. Whereas, like, dude, there's so many fucking organizations who say this shit. The fucking UN, IAEA, the fucking the French investigations, the UK, the United States, like that. Everything says that this is evidence that they are likely building a bomb and that their literal officials have been saying that they have all the pieces and that they're just that they just have to put it together. And so now not only are we saying that they've had all the parts for a while, but now we're saying they are stockpiling massive amounts for many bombs, and that it's getting to a ridiculous level to where it can just no longer be like tolerated, and that there has to be something done about it. Now, that is, again, I'm saying like there seems to be a worldwide consensus on this, and that if anybody is saying, oh, you just trust Bibi Netanyahu, tell that person to go jump off a fucking cliff, because they either have no idea what they're talking about, or they're insanely dishonest. Because yes, that is not the fucking conversation. Somebody like Piers Morgan the other day saying the shit that he was saying, just pure lies, dude. Christ's Scourge.
Sorry, I was not ready there. I was watching your stream still.
Yeah, no problem.
Right, am I coming through okay, by the way?
Yeah, you're good. What's up?
All right, sound. Yeah, just this Iran stuff is just crazy, man. Very crazy stuff. I stayed up quite late last night, just kind of watching, talking about it, and everything. I mean, in a lot of respects, it's not like super unpredictable, but I do find that a lot of people are having like the wrong reaction. It seems even on the left and the right, everyone's like, "Oh my God, this is World War III," or "We're gonna have a war with Iran now," and that is just bullshit. That's not gonna happen.
That's insane.
Not yet, anyway. Well, World War III isn't gonna happen yet, but it will happen. But America is not going to go to war with Iran. America is going to go to war with China. That's what's going to happen there.
Okay. Why do you think we're going to go to war with China?
Because that's what this whole shit has been about since COVID.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Do you think all this stuff is an accident? Do you think no, whoa. Do you think this stuff is an accident? Do you think this stuff is an accident?
No, I don't think it's an accident, but that doesn't mean I'm going to jump to the fact that this is over China and fucking COVID. There's a lot of other things happening at the time, like the fact that Trump is trying to negotiate another deal, like the fact that Iran has been funding Hamas and Israel is in a place where they don't need to be carpet bombing Gaza anymore.
Right,
so now they can put their efforts into another country and start fucking them up.
Let's just do a little timeline here, right? COVID happens. How did COVID happen exactly? It was leaked, quote unquote, from a lab in Wuhan, China, right?
Well, you need to quote unquote that as well. Yeah.
No, I'm saying quote unquote because I don't think it was a leak. I don't think it was by accident.
Well, I'm saying you need to quote
purpose.
unquote all of it because we don't know that it came from a lab for sure. We're kind of like 50-50
Oh, come on, man.
it.
Can you not see the writing on the wall, man? Like, what is going on here?
No, I do not
activate those neurons in your brain, man.
Writings on walls. No, I go based on evidence, and that currently the evidence is
evidence.
The evidence is currently
the evidence literally points to the points to the lab in Wuhan.
No. The evidence right now is fairly even. That the likelihood is about 50-50 to where it could have come from like a natural pathogen from an animal, or it could have come from a lab. Yes.
Bullshit.
Yes.
No, that's bullshit.
No, it's not.
It's not true.
Yes, it is.
Mate, you're going to tell me that the lab where they study COVID variants as a fucking hobby, basically, and they have loads of them there, that somehow magically in that same place that there just happened to be a wet market that then also basically spread a COVID-19 virus. No, that's for stupid people. It came from the lab very clearly and obviously.
Yes, anybody who ever says I'm just discounting all of the investigations and I'm just going to say this is obvious is somebody who has no idea what is obvious.
There's no investigation. There's no evidence to say that it came from a wet market whatsoever.
What do you mean no you haven't seen the investigation?
There's no evidence to say it came from a wet market whatsoever.
There are investigations, okay, that are able to look at the type of pathogen that could infect a human, and and they're able to see based on
very
how,
rare for a pathogen to affect an
hold on,
animal and then affect a human. Very rare.
Wait. And how it's mutated can show a trail of where it came from. The pathogens.
They've never found that trail.
Stop. Correct. They have never found that trail leading back to the.
Because that's
stop talking. I'm gonna kick
bullshit.
you.
That's
I'm gonna kick you. I'm not doing this with you. Okay. If you're just gonna sit there and talk over me while I'm trying to explain why everything you're saying has literally no evidence for it.
All right. I'm sorry. I'll stop.
Okay. You are correct. They haven't found that evidence that pathogen was ever in that lab. Ever. It was never there. They don't have any evidence to say that even the pathogens that came from that lab could have mutated into what we ended up with. There's no evidence for that. But there is evidence to say that it could have come from bats through the wet market. Or sorry, not bats. It was, I forget what the animal was, but it wasn't bat. It was something else. But yes, that we do have evidence for that.
Can I respond?
Yes.
That it's actually the complete opposite. They were studying COVID-19 in that lab for a long time before it ever came out into the public, and there's no evidence to suggest that it was mutated from any animals or anything like that. They've never been able to find that trail that it could actually go back to animals. That's why they don't completely discount that idea now.
So when you say they completely discount that, who's they? Tell me who they are.
Just like general people, the
No,
people
not
like the
general
scientists or the
Okay, like who?
like people who have written all the articles about it and shit, man. I don't know who the fuck they are, literally,
don't
but
think
like
you do.
this, basically, this is the consensus now.
Right, but if I'm saying they, I'm saying the fucking studies on this, the investigations.
Yeah, the government people, the people who've done the studies. Yes,
not
exactly,
just
those
government
people.
No, not just government people, but the majority of the studies. So again, when you're saying that it is a COVID-19 lab, 100%, they are the leading research lab on COVID-19, but not that
Exactly.
you understand that there are thousands of strains of COVID-19, and that again, the way that it mutates can show like what process it went through and how it mutates, and the types of animals that it's inside of can give us evidence of where it came from. That evidence cannot.
And they never found any evidence of it being attached to an animal.
That they never found any evidence that it came from that lab. They did find evidence that it could have come from pangolins. They did. I can show you the studies.
No,
yes,
man.
I can show you the studies.
Okay, fair enough. You think what you think. You think what you think, but I'm going to tell you now, man.
No,
it's just
I don't think
quite
what I
obvious
think.
bullshit.
Yes, okay, so that's what I'm saying. You're saying you can just think what you think, and it's obvious. I'm saying that anybody who says
To
those
me, it's
sorts of
very
things,
obvious,
yes, and I'm saying anybody
And
who
then if
says
you
those
actually
things
look
can
at,
just be
like, what
discounted
has
from the
happened
beginning.
since then.
Right off the rip. They can just be discounted. If it's just obvious,
look at-
I can go show you the studies. I can go over the fucking data with you.
Show
and
me.
Evidence. Okay.
If you look into it right now on stream and you look at did COVID come from a wet market or come from bats or come from animals, you will find that there's been no evidence to suggest that that is the case.
So again,
And
you're
most
saying
people,
no
the consensus
evidence.
is that it was a lab leak now.
Okay, again, you're saying no, it is not. You're saying the consensus that is not true. Like even in most government
It
settings
is.
in front of Congress and shit, it has been a very even split. Even as like the most recent things, they are very even splits. They have been for a while.
But what's most likely? You can say even split all you want. What is most likely?
That's what we mean when we say even splits. We're talking about what is most likely. We're saying the experts have been
No, we're
evenly
not
split
talking about
on
what
this.
is most likely, because you're basically saying, well, it could have been this, it could have been that, but we don't really know. That's what
Correct.
50-50 split is.
Correct.
So what is most likely then out of the two?
That's the same thing again. What we think happened is what is most likely. That is the same thing.
The lab leak is just quite... Well, it's not even a leak. They did it on purpose. And the reason you know they did it on purpose is because when COVID-19 actually came out in China before everyone else and they tried to hush it up, they already were ready with disinfectant tanks all over the city, ready to go.
Why would we attack
Why
China
would that
over that?
be? Sorry?
Why would we attack China over that?
Because we're not even there yet, mate. We're not even there yet. China, it's not that we're attacking China. China want the world war. That they released it as a bioweapon. That's the point.
How did they win? What happened? What did they win? What did they gain?
What did they gain?
Yeah.
Well, they had the biggest economic recovery after fucking COVID, mate. They're trying to restructure the global paradigm. This stuff is very obvious if you know anything about politics, human psychology, literally anything about anything, mate. Like history.
So here's
Like,
just
God.
one study. This is the abstract after a recent emergence of SARS-CoV-2
When was it done? When
infection.
was this study made?
I think this is using one from 2017. So it was done before
2017.
Yes.
So before COVID even happened.
Yes, they were studying COVID before the pandemic, and they're able to
Yeah.
use genomes to trace these things. So yes, they have the evidence of the same genomes matching the studies from back then. I want to make sure I'm right on the date though, so give me just a second. Let's see. Pangolin, COVID isolated, gangs.
People are saying, would they do it to their own country? Yes. China would do whatever the fuck they want to their own country.
Semi-conservative mutations. So yeah, I think.
Also plausible deniability.
I think this started in 2017. But well, they're using. It looks like they're using a couple studies in this, but they're using, the genomes within the studies. Okay, so it says, after the emergence of SARS-CoV-2 infection, unanswered questions remain related to its evolutionary history, path of transmission, or divergence and role of recombination. There is emerging evidence on amino acid substitutions occurring in key residues for the receptor binding domain of spike glycoprotein in coronavirus isolates from bat and penguins. In this article, we summarize our current knowledge on the SARS-CoV-2. We also analyze the host ACE2 in interacting residues of the receptor binding domain of spike glycoprotein in SARS-CoV-2.
Does it say this can spread
bats.
to humans?
Yes, but they also go over the evidence that says that it is unlikely. So they have like a mix of both, as to where some of it is saying this is likely, some of it saying
Which
it's
version
unlikely.
of COVID is this?
This was the original, the SARS-CoV-2. So this is like the very initial part where they're testing the genomes of the initial infection.
So COVID-19 is obviously a variant from there, right?
SARS-CoV-2 is yes, COVID-19 is a variant of SARS-CoV-2, yes. Or SARS-CoV-2 is
How was that
COVID-19.
developed?
They are the same thing. SARS-CoV-2 is COVID-19.
Oh, they're the same thing.
Yes, the COVID-19 is just like the general name that we give it. SARS-CoV-2 is the scientific name.
Right. Okay. So they had it years before in that lab, and they were studying it already.
Yeah, again, they can have different.
That's what you're telling me.
They have different types that they're testing the genomes, but this wasn't in China. This was in I think it was Sweden, if I remember correctly, or something like that. Or no, it was somewhere around France. I don't remember the country that this was done in, but yeah, it was somewhere around France.
Okay. I'm still not really understanding what the point of this is.
That
because Wuhan very well known as a COVID lab. That is where they actually study that shit.
Yes,
right?
Again, that doesn't mean much though, because we also had COVID experts here in the United States who were also doing things and communicating with them, and a lot of people added information that this was the closest variant that to what it was that broke out in China, and that China was working with the scientists, so therefore it broke out in China because they were sending it back and forth. Problem is, he literally never sent it to them. It never left I think it was Wisconsin or something.
Yeah, because it wasn't a leak or an accident. It was on purpose. That's why.
But again, it never went over there. It stayed here the whole time. So it never went. It stayed here the whole time. So
what you want about?
It would have broken out here.
Wuhan was a leading researcher in COVID
Again,
variants.
You're just not saying anything. You're saying they're the.
So they already had it.
Not this strain. Again, you're saying things as though that means something, but if you understood virus genomes and how drastically different they are, COVID is just a type of virus that has spikes on it and that's it. COVID viruses have been around for a very long time, and that they study COVID viruses, but they are not the leading researchers on COVID-19 or SARS-CoV-2.
One off in the world next to maybe one of the labs.
SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19 did not exist until that pandemic. It did not exist
until it just magically appeared one day.
But anyways,
it just magically appeared one day.
Yes, again, but we have a ton of other types of COVID viruses that we can match the genomes to see the path that it could have taken.
But it wasn't those ones, was it? It wasn't those ones. It was COVID-19, wasn't it?
It also wasn't the lab either. It wasn't the ones that were in the lab. You keep repeating that as though that means it's the lab, but it wasn't in the lab either. That's why I'm saying we don't know.
How do you know that?
You're saying you know because they did.
How do you know that?
Because there were numerous people who were working with the labs to where we don't have any evidence that they had it in the lab. We have no evidence to believe that this came from a lab. But
I don't think that's
outside
true.
of the fact that would be a massive
Can we look that up
coincidence.
right now to find out if the Wuhan lab were already studying COVID-19 prior to the COVID pandemic?
Yeah.
If that's true, fair enough. Maybe I need to revise my theory here, but I'm fairly confident that that is not the case.
This is a little old. This is 2023.
Yeah, I know. That's nobody thinks that now.
Okay, this just doesn't have.
I'll see if I can find something.
Let's see. Classified State Department documents credibly suggest COVID-19 lab leak. Wenstrup pushes for declassification. The Select Committee
World
on
Health Organization
Coronavirus
admits
Pandemic.
Chinese laboratory. Oh shit! What is this? Oh, fuck off! Fucking cookie thing. World Health Organization admits Chinese laboratory origin of COVID cannot be ruled out.
Correct.
COVID origin. Why the Wuhan lab leak theory? Oh, that's 20. That's the same one you just looked at a minute ago. Sorry, give me a second here.
This one says Sub-Select Committee of Coronavirus Pandemic recently reviewed classified U.S. State Department documents that credibly suggest COVID-19 originated from a lab-related accident in Wuhan, China. Fuck, dude, this keeps jumping. Oh, there's something wrong with my screen. Okay. Strongly convey that the Chinese Communist Party attempted to cover up the lab leak and that the Wuhan Institute of Virology, WIV, maintains a relationship with the Chinese People Liberation Army. Chairman Brad Wenstrup, Republican of Ohio, is requesting the State Department rapidly declassify the information and share the truth about the origins of COVID-19 with the American people. These documents were previously released in an unclassified and highly redacted Freedom of Information Act production, first obtained and reported on by the U.S. Right to Know nonprofit working, blah, blah, blah. Initial outbreak could have been contained in China if Beijing had not covered it up. Xi lied to obfuscate his role in the cover-up. PLA contractor involved in the construction of the Wuhan Institute of Virology. PLA presence at WIV continued after construction completed. Official Chinese websites show robust cooperation between the WIV and PLA. Cyber evidence of PLA shadow labs at WIV Bioengineering University as mounting evidence continues to point to lab-related incident in Wuhan, China, as the likely origin of the COVID-19 pandemic. Safely removing these superfluous redactions is a step towards transparency. Okay, this was just a political post. This says that it could have been just as likely a wet market as the lab.
They just have to say that to cover their ass.
Well, no, they don't say that.
More than likely, it came from this lab.
Hold on, they don't say that. The evidence that they just gave says that because it aligns with the story from the initial doctor who tried getting it out and tried telling people. Because we already know China was like covering it up. We already know that. Like there was fucking doctors trying to tell people that they had patients.
Yeah,
and
why would they do that?
Sick. And
why would they do that?
They said because they didn't believe him and that they thought that it was overly that he was jumping to conclusions. But then once it was proven, then they did like release a national like thing saying like, oh no,
Can you think of any reasons why China might want to cover up the release of this virus?
Because they, even if it was an accident, they would still want to try to contain.
If it was an
and
accident,
deny
then
it.
they would do a national emergency, wouldn't they?
Again,
because it's an accident. So why would they cover it up?
Not China. No. If China found out that there was an accidental leak, they would be freaking out, thinking, "Oh shit, everybody's gonna blame us for this. We need to fucking contain this and shut it down and make sure nobody knows about this." That's fucking China.
Is it also possible they did it on purpose and they didn't want people to know where it came from exactly?
Yes, there are many possibilities in this. That's my point, is that there are many possibilities. I'm not the, again, this is where this
Okay.
always goes, is that people
Okay.
keep making the point that there are still many possibilities and we don't know. And then there's a bunch of people who run around saying, they're all denying the lab leak. They said we're all conspiracy theorists for saying it's a lab leak, but they're denying it's even possible that it's a lab leak, when nobody's been saying this. Like, it's been pretty clear from the beginning. They're saying, we don't know. There's multiple possibilities. We'll have to
All right,
see.
fair
and
enough.
one side claiming, we know exactly what it is. It's a
I will
lab
agree
leak.
with you. Okay, I will agree with you. There's multiple possibilities. What I'm saying is, I find this far more compelling and probable than most of what other people say, just saying that it randomly occurred for no reason. When all of a sudden this kicked off all these very opportunistic things for China and all their allies, all of a sudden. That's very strange, isn't it? And it was literally China and all their allies that it literally directly benefited and also kick-started all these different wars and stuff like that they started specifically. I just don't believe in coincidences when it starts to come down that. Back then, when it all started happening, I was more entertaining of, oh, it's the wet markets, oh, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. Years ago, I was more entertaining of that. But after things started to happen, when things started to go down a certain pathway, I started to go, wait a minute, this shit feels kind of planned. Not planned to the nth degree, like they're doing everything perfect, but just planned in a sense of, okay, we're creating opportunities now. So everyone just stay on your toes and wait for your opportunity to strike.
So while I agree, again, I've said this 1,000 times, they're like, to just deny the lab leak theory would be dumb, because that is a massive coincidence. Like, that would just be such a fucking ridiculous coincidence that it just pops up there. Like, that would be fucking nuts. But like, that doesn't mean that we know it came from there. And so we would still want that direct evidence, and that's what we're missing.
Okay, I'll see that
But then
point.
we
I'll
also
see the
have
point. We don't
evidence-
know it
Well,
100%
hold
for
on,
certain.
But then we also have the evidence of the genomes where it just looks like it couldn't have come from there. And so we have multiple possibilities to where we're just not sure yet.
The genome just says like where they extracted this virus from, but like COVID-19 is like a mutated variant. Like, so even though it might have its history coming from like animals and stuff, if it's a mutated variant, that means it can just like now it can attach to humans or whatever the fuck, right? And it's not necessarily the mutated version wasn't necessarily incubated from the where it historically originated
Right,
from.
and
Like,
they can do
animals.
that in labs. They can do that in labs. But again, we would also have to have
exactly,
that.
yeah.
We would have to have that evidence. Whereas COVID viruses are rampant in certain types of animals, like penguins, horses, bats. Like, they are just rampant in them, to where they are constantly kind of being
But it's
passed on
extremely
and
rare for them
mutating.
to actually affect humans,
Correct.
though. That's why that's why it's remarkable.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So what I'm getting at is this stuff. I'll give the room to say that like there is some possibility. There's different things. Maybe it could have been an accident or whatever. But when I look at what things are going on and the way China was so ready with disinfectant tankers that were literally blasting disinfectant all over the streets while they were trying to cover it up that it had happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they were literally sealing people in their buildings, welding them in, right? Almost as if they were willing to sacrifice a small amount of people in order to allow this virus to get out and give themselves plausible deniability.
Yeah, again,
they knew
I
that this
agree that this
virus
is a
would not be
possibility.
so deadly it would kill everyone, but it would kill enough people to completely throw everybody's economies into disarray. Also, who were the people that were guiding the lockdown rules for the most of the world? China was the one that suggested all these lockdown rules. I wonder why they suggested those lockdown rules in particular, which basically shut down half the
When
economy.
you say China, you just mean the World Health Organization, right?
The Chinese government, obviously, yes, the Chinese government.
You mean the World Health Organization.
Yes, but loads of them are run by Chinese representatives and stuff like that, which are obviously attached
China
to the
has
Chinese
a lot
government,
of influence
and
in
they
the
are the
World
ones
Health
that
Organization, yes.
Yes, and they are the ones that drew up the guidelines for lockdowns in each country.
Somebody in chat just said China doesn't benefit from the world economy. They do, because they hold a lot of
Yes, they do.
Debt from the United States, as well as like and they sell it off to
They are
other
debt
countries.
trapping loads of African nations right now.
So yes, they definitely they
yeah, they're massive
also,
players
hold on,
in the whole
hold on,
world game. Like,
Saying
what the hell?
no, they didn't, and no, they don't are different things. Initially, you said they don't benefit from the world economy. That is not true. If you say no, they didn't, okay, that's a different claim than.
They're saying people are saying it's a grand conspiracy. Yes, when people want to go to war, conspiracies do actually happen. People do actually do things behind closed doors. If you ever read history, you will find this out.
Well, again, because even so
human behavior has not changed much.
Even the fact that like China was trying to cover this up, that just is a grand conspiracy in and of itself. But we know that this is true. They were trying to cover it up. They were trying to shut people down. They were trying to make sure that nobody said anything. They were trying to make sure that like the rest of the world didn't find out. It's just that could be because they leaked it themselves and they were trying to infect the whole world, when that sounds like they're not. Like, that it's weird to try to contain it. If you're trying to infect the whole world, it sounds like you would just like ignore it.
No, not in the whole world.
But
they obviously don't want it to infect China, do they? They wanted to give themselves plausible deniability with the least amount of casualties possible, while everyone else gets all the bullshit.
okay, but
That was
then
the point.
but then it's also possible that like we just know how China works, that like they don't want people to find out that a virus is originating there and that this is like a big problem, and so they can also just be trying to make sure that their population doesn't freak out, that they don't know that there's a virus on the loose, that nobody's like stopping going outside or going to the markets, and that their economy doesn't slow down.
Can I just clear something up a minute? Because Toxoplasmus is saying something in the chat that I just want to clear up. Yes, every country decided their own lockdown policy in the end. And what I said was, if you were listening carefully to my words, I said China set the guidelines from the WHO that lots of countries followed. It's not that they had to follow them. It's that they wrote up like, okay, this is the blueprint, use this if you want to do a lockdown, basically. And a lot of people used that. Some of them did variations on that. Some of them didn't do it at all. But I'm saying that China was the Chinese government had a massive hand in how those lockdowns what they looked like. So also after that, then Russia and Ukraine happens. Also, China bounces back, one of the first economies to bounce back during all this situation. Then we see the Middle East stuff kick off.
Because of the way that
Iran.
the Chinese like economy is set up, they weren't even affected. Their economy is not affected in the same way as like other like
Yes, I know, because they
countries.
set themselves up in a very particular way, didn't they? They had all the cards,
Well,
basically.
you say they set themselves. They just do. It's not like they changed a bunch of things and then all of a sudden the pandemic came.
You think they just do things randomly by accident and they're not smart people? These are smart people.
I'm sorry, you're not engaging with what I just said. That you're making it sound like they just did this like right before the pandemic, when in reality they were going the opposite direction, where everything was more centralized within their government for a very long time, to where getting closer and closer to the pandemic, they are making things more and more dictated by the free market, to where they are more and more like at risk because of the direction they were heading in. So while they weren't like they didn't have nearly as much inflation as the rest of us, because they have a lot of centralized aspects to their country, they're still not like they were heading in the wrong direction, is my point for your theory.
I don't know if that's necessarily true personally, but okay, I'll take it at face value.
Yeah,
but I don't really know exactly how it's even pertinent, to be honest.
Because they were a communist country, and they are becoming less and less.
They had free markets for like decades, way before this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. They didn't make these changes all of a sudden right before the pandemic, but they have been.
No. Okay, that's what I'm saying. They set themselves up over decades, mate. What are you talking about? They set up a situation where they are like they are basically one of the biggest exporters in the world, right? Everyone's buying from them. All the PPE had to be bought from them originally. All this fucking stuff happened where they had set themselves up to basically be a massive beneficiary from a situation like this?
Yeah, I think the problem is that I don't think that overall they benefited from it. I think that they would have been better off if it never happened.
I reckon long term it's kind of backfired a bit. I think they couldn't get a hold on the COVID stuff as well as they thought they were going to. So it's not that every single plan goes off without a hitch, you know. Things change. Humans are human, errors are made, all that kind of stuff, right? But I don't think it was an accident. I do think it was on purpose. I think China are doing it because they're pushing for a world war. They want to be the global hegemon. They want to be America. They want to be on top. They want it to be the Chinese currency that people buy oil in and trade with and all that kind of stuff. The problem is, while that's true, in theory, if we look at the way that they've set themselves up, they have made it to where they are insanely dependent on the American economy, on American markets. Like, even one of the things that people will bring up is like, well, that's not true because they're backing off the tariffs and running in different directions. Well, even with that, they still have so much invested in like our buying houses and businesses and all sorts of other shit, where they are just highly dependent on our economy, and they can't really do much to like get over the hump where like they can't fuck us, because if they fuck us, they're fucked too. And so they're totally interdependent.
Attached to us.
They're actually interdependent,
right?
But also China loads of people rely on China to export and whatever to them. So realistically, yes, America does make up probably a lot of their, a good portion of their economy, but they could probably survive without them.
Short stack, you're making a lot of background noise, or like feedback. Okay.
Anyway, like that's just generally my thoughts on it, and like I think realistically, like this whole thing with Iran, America are just not going to go to war with Iran. It's about as simple as that. I
don't think we were going to anyways.
Iran are allied with China to back them up when they go to war with Israel, which is what is happening right now, and eventually, around about in the next couple of years, China are probably going to make a move on Taiwan. That is what is going to kickstart World War III. This whole thing before now has been a prelude, basically. And they've been trying to do everything that they can do to make this as advantageous as possible. China will be the last out of the allies to attack because they want to spread America thin. This is like a tactic. They're spreading America thin through all these other conflicts that America are allied with. And once America is stretched thin, then China can attack, and America are not going to be able to fight back against China in the best way.
That doesn't even seem to be happening. Like, it's the thing. I would say the thing that's hurting us the most is like just Trump being president, just like the way that he's like pulling out of a bunch, or even like trying to pull out of US aid deals and break contracts and stop all of the aid that we're giving to all of these other countries to make it to where they like us and they owe us and they're like very subservient to us, and all of the like allies that we have all over the world. He's talking shit about NATO and talking about pulling out. He's talking shit about the UK.
Yeah, do you know why? Like, because he realizes that China are moving for war, and all these people are lazy ass motherfuckers with no armies, not fucking paying into the shit. And we need to start fucking getting our shit together. Because this shit is coming, whether you like it or not. This shit is coming.
We are the ones who can lose the most. We are the ones to lose the most. So the last thing we want to do is start like giving up allies. That means
that's why all the wars are being started by China's allies, not America.
That means that we should be ready to pay 100% of the dues to NATO. We should be ready to pay 100% of it to make sure that everybody in NATO is still there and ready to fuck with Russia.
Why?
Because Russia's right there. What do you mean, why?
Every other country that is linked to Russia and the European mainland should want to fucking pay to NATO to be protected from that.
What?
Right, on the European mainland, all the countries that are part of NATO should want to pay their fair share into NATO to get the protection from Russia that is imminent.
Yeah, sure. The problem is again, those countries are just going to do what's best for them, and if that means like kneeling down to Russia again, like that only hurts us.
They don't want to do that.
I know they don't want to do that, but we don't want them to do that even more. We have the most to lose. We have the most to lose in all this again. So
we all do. We all have a lot to lose.
You can't say that. We have the most to lose.
America isn't the center of the universe.
It is. It is.
Jesus Christ, man.
It is. I'm sorry, but in this scenario, in the doomsday scenario, no, not a big superpower. It is the superpower, and in the doomsday scenario that you are building, it is the center
Not next
of the
to China.
universe.
Right. Okay. What do you think's going to happen if Pakistan and India go to war soon?
I don't know, but I one way or the other, I was going to say
America are going to try and support India.
Earlier, you were trying to explain why America isn't going to war with Iran. I don't think they are either. Like, I don't think they were one way or the other, regardless of the doomsday scenario. I don't think they were going to war with Iran. So I don't. It just like I didn't need.
It's going to be on multiple fronts, just like all the world wars were. All the world wars were fought on various fronts. And that's what's developing right now. All the fronts are starting to be developed now.
And all of our allies. And
yes, that's why people need to pay and get all this stuff made and these weapons made, because the war is coming. That's why he was trying to kick everyone up the arse about it.
Goblin.
Yeah. Can I? You guys are triggering me, both of you.
Yes.
Like, obviously, the conspiracy theories is triggering me more. But Tom, okay, the lab was not studying COVID. That COVID is a fucking disease. It's not the virus.
Wait,
so
that's what I said.
COVID-19.
That's what I said.
No, but it's not. That's not what he said, and you kept not.
No, I did. No. I did. I said that COVID-19 is the specific type of virus, whereas a COVID virus is just a virus with specific spikes.
There is no COVID virus. There is no COVID virus. The D is for disease. There are coronavirus, and COVID is a disease caused by a coronavirus.
You know that's what COVID stands for. You know that's what COVID stands for. So it's a coronavirus. That's
kind
what
of irrelevant, but okay.
But that's you're just playing a semantics game. But yes, that's what coronavirus is.
No,
I'm COVID. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
it is irrelevant.
There are dozens of coronavirus. There are 3 COVIDs. There's COVID-19, there's MERS, and there's SARS. Those are, so we could have called SARS COVID 2002 and MERS COVID 2010, 2012, one of those. There are 7 coronavirus in history that have affected humans. There are dozens that affect cats, dogs, bats, camels, and some other bullshit.
I agree with you. You are absolutely 100% correct. It's just completely irrelevant.
I just used fucking terminology correctly. The lab never studied COVID. It studied coronavirus. It studied coronavirus from animals that affect animals. Bats have a bunch of coronavirus the same time that rodents have a bunch of the thing that gives the Black Plague and the bubonic plague and whatever. There are specific viruses. For us, for humans, we have herpes. Herpes don't just propagate inside there's different types of herpes infections that propagate in the human population because it doesn't affect us that much. For an animal, if it ever crosses the species barrier to an animal, it could be a plague that kills a bunch of them. But for us, we are used to it. Bats are fucking used to have coronavirus in their blood. It just happens. There are viruses that are endemic to a species, and plagues or pandemics happen when a virus jumps somehow through a mutation to another species, and that species is not ready to deal with that fucking thing.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, so the reason why there's a coronavirus research lab in Wuhan is because Wuhan, that region of China, has a bazillion species of bats, and bats have coronavirus inside of them. Why the fuck would you build a lab to study coronavirus in Alaska where there's no fucking animal that has any coronavirus in it?
Right. which makes it more likely that it would come from a wet market.
Yeah, that's the reason that a lot of different animals have coronavirus. So there's a high degree of, so one, for the lab, it's easy to just go to the wild, grab a bat and study whatever fucking virus that bat has. And two, it means that it's easier for that region to fucking spread the bat to spread the virus to us. SARS was also from
Okay,
China.
how does that explain China being completely ready to try
It
and
wasn't.
like
It
spray all their
wasn't fucking red. That's
yes,
something
it
that we
was.
made
There was
up.
videos of it.
China took the considerable bigger hit than US economically from COVID. You understand that, right?
When?
After COVID, the US recovered. You keep saying that this thing that you have in your head, the US recovered from COVID better than China. Economically.
Yes, we had the best recovery. We had the fastest recovery and the best. But the problem
Also,
is that, hold on, wait, hold on. The best is subjective, and that's why I was saying that the only way that we would say that they're the best in recovery-wise is because they just didn't have the same, like, impact from inflation as the rest of us did. They were at, like, 20th on the fucking scale where we were, like, 16th, and proportionality-wise, we already had, like, a really good deal, but because they did, yes, they were already like 20th, they were able to recover in a very different way from us.
Yeah, they are a net exporter, so it affects them differently, but the recovery from them was also fucking shit because they fucking had to close a bunch of factories. They were not ready. This is a thing that's in your
that's what I said,
head,
but
right?
he said that that just means it didn't go to plan, which kind of like we can just use that argument for anything.
It's actually kind of comparable, it looks like, from certain things I'm reading here, but it's all different years, so it's hard to know like which ones to take super seriously.
What's all comparable?
Either way, China did recover fairly well after COVID.
What's all comparable?
As in, like, comparable to the US.
Yes, but we're gonna compare versus the, like, after COVID, and again, they just weren't affected in the way that we were, and we ended up dealing with it the best. We had the fastest recovery. We had better wages after COVID. We had, like, we were the first to recover of G7 nations. We were like we were just like considered the best pretty much across the board. Also, I had the point up about the fucking bats, and we ended up moving off of it before I went back to it. But yeah, we ended up going down a different rabbit hole, but I had it on my fucking screen the whole time.
Yeah, but bats don't like to have like inflammation from infections because otherwise they are fucking disease vectors by nature because of the membrane on the wings. They cannot have an inflammatory response, otherwise they cannot fly. Another one, no one fucking took what China did seriously in terms of first one, the World Health Organization is in Geneva, Switzerland. It's not in China. It's not run by China. China has no fucking say on whatever the fuck they say. And two, you saw like the things that China did to its own. No one fucking did what they did to their own population. They fucking locked people inside buildings for fucking months. You saying that we followed their lead in how we did lockdowns?
No,
we didn't.
I'm saying China did whatever they did, but they offered guidelines to the WHO, which a lot of countries followed, and these guidelines purposefully were to shut down lots of the economy so that it would fuck over most people's economies. That was kind of the point of it.
The main economy that got shut down was the Chinese one. Chinese closed their
They locked down very particular provinces.
The rest of us, we closed our restaurants. They closed their factories. We didn't close any factories during COVID. We didn't close anything that people just is like one person every fucking 12 meters in a fucking machine. We didn't close that. They did. Because their factories, part of them are fucking sweatshops, and they have a bunch of people working together anyway, and it's an infection point for them. Well, for us, a factory. When I was working, I worked in a water bottling factory for a while. The person next to me was like 12 meters away.
Okay. I just, to be honest, I just find
It's
it kind of
2025.
like
It's been
irrelevant.
fucking 5 years. Why are you still conspiracy brained on this? I don't understand. It's been
Because of
5
everything
years.
that's happening. It's just not an accident. This shit is not an accident. It's not an accident that all of China's allies are now taking their opportunities to start wars.
They're only China's allies because they hate the West, and people that hate the West, since the West is dominant, stick together. They all fucking hate each other too. They just hate us more.
Yeah, Russia was doing this shit before COVID.
It's not really a reason for them not to do it, though, is it? It's not.
Russia
That's
and China
even
have
more
been
reason for
to
them
war
to do
before.
it.
Russia and China have border disputes before.
And
They
Iran,
hate each other.
yes, and
They just
Iran
hate us
and
more.
Israel and America all had these disputes. Like, these aren't things that came about more recently. These are things that all existed before.
Yes, and then this was like the perfect jumping off point to start chasing their ambitions.
It wasn't.
It's not a jumping off point.
It was a horrible jumping off point.
Ambitions for fucking decades.
How is COVID-19 a horrible jumping off point? That's like the perfect time when everyone's economies are in complete disarray.
Because there's our
everyone's stretched thin. Their services, their resources are stretched thin, and certain people like China are bouncing back fairly quickly after COVID.
Again, so
they've
it's
got
America.
a lot of resources. They're helping people. They're like North Korean soldiers have shown up in fucking Ukraine and stuff like that. This shit is not fucking an accident.
Like, you
man.
just repeated everything
They wanted this
and
shit
just
to happen.
ignored everything that we just went over. The fact that, like, America's economy had already bounced back as well, that America was the one that they would have to be like totally dominating in order for anything they're doing to matter, because if America comes in and starts funding them or starts giving them weaponry or whatever, their whole plan is fucked. But they're doing it anyways, which means
No, it's not. How is it?
which
Because they're
means the
stretching
economy
America
shit
thin.
didn't-
That's
How
what
are
they want them to
how
do,
are they
is to
stretching
send
us thin?
weapons everywhere.
How are they stretching?
So they don't have weapons for themselves. They're sending them everywhere else. The stockpiles of weapons in America are actually quite low right now.
No, wait, bro. We're sending mostly shit that we're not going to use. We're sending shit that we don't use. It's old shit that we don't even have machinery for anymore. Like, fucking shit that like cannons that go inside of certain types of tanks, and we don't even have those tanks. We don't even have them.
I've just literally Googled it. Recent reports suggest that U.S. weapon stockpiles are indeed strained and in some cases dangerously low, particularly due to sustained support for Ukraine and Israel. This situation has prompted concerns within the Pentagon and national security circles about the ability to respond to future contingencies.
What is that from?
I just searched USA weapon stockpiles low.
So you search your own reply, and
The Pentagon isn't buying enough ammo. That's fucking foreign policy website. CSIS, rebuilding US inventories, 6 critical systems. So they need to be rebuilding the inventories. Why would they need to rebuild them? Because they're low. Under-equipped for the task at hand. That's what Stars and Stripes says. US NATO weapons stockpile, dangerously low. That's from Breaking Defense. That was in 2023.
How does this come from COVID? How is this related to COVID at all?
No, because COVID was the jumping off point for the wars. They're using the wars to stretch America thin.
But I'm saying it's not a jumping off point. All of us are saying that.
Why would it not be?
You made that up in your mind, and you can't justify it.
It's just like a kind of tactical thing. If I was in their shoes, that would be like the perfect moment. I wouldn't want everyone to be strong and their economies to be strong and then start a war. I'd want everyone's economies to be fucked.
Okay, let's imagine that COVID never happened. How does that prevent Russia from invading Ukraine?
Because people would be, their economies would be much stronger. They'd be able to handle the output much better.
How? We don't have production capacity. We still wouldn't have production capacity. Our problem is not that we don't have money to produce more weapons to send to Ukraine. Our problem is we don't have factories to produce weapons faster.
Also, I just read China, I mean, this is just an AI overview, but it says while China is rapidly modernizing its military and expanding its capabilities, the United States still maintains a significant advantage in overall military strength, including stockpiles of weapons and equipment. However, in specific areas like advanced aircraft engines, drones, and hypersonic technology, China is either surpassing or catching up to the U.S., according to The Economist. So that is, and I think that's what you were reading a minute ago, is The Economist.
Some of this stuff, yeah. I was just quickly going through because I don't want to be sat here doing like some mad research stream or whatever because it's not good content. But so I'm just going over certain things that I've heard and seen over time. I'm not like sitting here like I'm a fucking expert necessarily.
Anyway, so it's not doesn't matter.
Okay, fair enough.
So I want to strawman you, Chris. So is your viewpoint that China has engineered this virus already, planning on having its allies? So I don't even having Russia attack Ukraine later, and somehow.
I don't know if they had a plan of who would go first.
It was the other way around, so I don't
okay,
know.
hold on. I don't know if they had a plan of who would go first, but Russia was probably logically the first one to go because they'd already invaded Crimea anyway. So it made sense that Russia should probably kickstart this, and they could sustain a war for a lot longer than some of these other allies probably could.
How did the Iran thing come to be? Did China bribe Israel into attacking first?
No, again, at certain points, there's opportunistic things that happen. So when Biden released like these funds to Iran and everything, that was like, okay, this is our opportunity now. We can give a bunch of weapons to Hamas. They can attack Israel. This could be the impetus for our beginning of our machinations now.
What funds did Biden raise? I don't know about this.
There was a famous story. I think it was like roughly. Well, it was just before October 7th. Actually, it was just before then. It was maybe a couple of months before that. Biden, they had sanctions on Iran and stuff like that, and he lifted some of them. And this gave Iran like several $1 billion or something.
Okay.
That they just used. They obviously just funneled that to Hamas, like a bunch of that. I wouldn't say they gave them billions necessarily, but they obviously. Sent a bunch of weapons and resources to Hamas to conduct this attack.
Okay, factcheck.org. Post misrepresents and freezing of 16 billion Iranian funds in May 10, 2024.
It was their money that was frozen, somebody was saying. Which is like a sanction type thing or whatever they were doing. But yeah, basically some money was essentially released to Iran, more or less.
It was an exchange between, like the fact checker. So it's 6 billion, not 16, and it was an exchange between prisoners and unfreezing the money.
Yeah, so they got a bunch of money.
They got money, and we got Americans back. 5 of them, journalists, or some of them might have been spies. Iran thinks they are spies.
Okay. It doesn't really change what I've said.
How did China plan for the U.S. To decide that $6 billion is less important than 5 people?
I don't know if they knew that was gonna happen per se. I'm not this is what I'm saying. Like they have to make their plays where they come. Obviously, these things grow and develop over time. So if you're on a do you play tactics games? Do you ever play things like Total War or anything like that?
Hold on. If you're saying that,
things have to kind of adapt to the situation, right?
If you're saying that, literally everybody would agree with that, which is why I was saying earlier that a big problem is the way that Donald Trump is dealing with all this is because he's so fucking ignorant that he's just kind of giving away all of our allies. And China's sitting there like, oh fuck yes, dude, we're gonna be able to slip in and grab a lot more fucking pieces on the board. But that is something that China is always trying to do, is just always just waiting for the right moment to slip in and take more power and be able to to be able to do more.
So why would it be any different now?
Well, it wouldn't be. That's kind of the point that one, that would have nothing to do with COVID. 2, the fact that everything that's happening with Iran, we already have all of these splits between all of these different groups who don't like each other, whether it's
Palestine and
Yeah, and they're
Israel,
trying to empower that and like
Ukraine
make
and
it
Russia.
into a bigger thing, obviously.
Right, but I'm saying that these splits have always been there. So like it's not like they're all of a sudden like trying to move board pieces or something. It's
I'm not saying it just came out of thin air. I'm not saying it came out of thin air, but what I'm saying is these countries have had these machinations for a long time. They've been the underdog for a long time, but now they've got opportunities where they might actually have the leverage to actually pull this shit off.
Okay.
Pull what off? How does Iran plan for this? How does it, like, first of all, Iran is getting its teeth kicked in, but how are you relating this?
I'm not saying it will necessarily be successful. I'm saying in their heads, they think like, now we've got the leverage to do this. We should give it a shot.
And you know
that's
better
why
than they
That's
do,
why
and-
everything became more. I'm just putting myself in their shoes. Like, what would I be thinking if I really wanted to have a war with Israel and I'm Iran? Then yes, having all these proxies attack them at the same time means that gives us adequate time to bolster our shit for a while until the shit hits the fan, and then we can start fucking bombing them when we've got the right excuse and the amount of shit that we need.
But that was happening like decades before COVID.
Iran were not directly attacking Israel.
Iran didn't directly attack Israel. Israel directly attacked
correct.
Iran.
When was the last time Iran was in an out-and-out war with Israel?
I can't remember the last time Iran was in an like straight up war with anybody. They've been fighting like with money and proxy wars with everything.
Probably Iraq in the 90s was the last time Iran was in a full-scale war.
I asked with Israel.
Oh, with
Never.
Israel, never. Well, I mean the Nakba, I guess you can.
But they want to, don't they? And they've been funding
even during
proxies
the
to attack
Nakba,
them for
I
a
don't
long
think-
time.
I don't think Iran got involved in the independence war, right? I'm not even sure.
In the 1948 war, you mean?
Yeah. I don't even think
can't
Iran
remember
got
off the
involved
top
in
of
that.
my head. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I could have sworn they were. Maybe not directly. I'm not sure.
They might have been.
Iran did not
They
participate.
might have been involved.
Okay, yeah, no, they didn't participate.
Okay.
Directly. They were obviously going to be like part of
Because
it
at the
in a
time,
sense, but
because
yeah.
at the
I think
time
that was
they were not a-
that was before the
they were not a
revolution in Iran,
theocracy.
right?
Yeah, they were not a theocracy at the time. They didn't fucking give a shit about
Yeah.
Jews. They only care about now because they are religious freaks.
But now they're allied with China. Have been allied with China for quite some time, have they not?
They've been reluctant allies because no one else will fucking talk to them. Iran
They're
will
also
take the
allied with
allies that
Russia. They
can.
have Russian tech. They have
Exactly,
Russian
because
tech
no one
that they're
will
using.
fucking talk to them.
And Russia is also aligned with China, are they not?
Yeah, but it's
Again,
you're
for the
kind of
same
saying
reason.
this in a way where like it's kind of like Michael Jordan and you get to go pick your fucking teams for basketball, right? And each one of you gets to pick one at a time. And Michael Jordan goes in each time he's or not even at one at a time. Michael Jordan picks all of his players first. Everybody else, they're just kind of stuck with you. They don't really have much of an option. There's not a third option there. It's just
It doesn't
you
mean
or
they don't
Michael
still want to
Jordan.
do what they want to do. They still want to win that game.
Correct, but it currently in our current circumstances, winning the game is doing nothing and staying alive.
China don't want that. China want to be America.
I don't think so. I think they want to be. I don't think that they have the gall to believe that they can be.
I think they do.
They probably do, and they probably can. But
Not like
to be
this.
clear,
No,
there's a
not like
difference.
this. Not right now.
No,
He's
not
making it
today,
sound like they're
in-
making a move
in like
now.
50 years.
Yes, whereas they're trying to gain more
No,
allies.
I did not
they're
say that. I
trying
said
to-
in the next few years, China will attack Taiwan. But in the meantime, they are spreading America thin so that when they do launch that attack, America cannot respond in the way that they could have done if none of these wars were taking place.
So you know that for Ukraine, the West is both selling them weapons and giving them weapons and giving them money. There's aid that goes to Ukraine. Does China give aid to Russia or Iran?
Yes, probably, yeah.
No, they sell them weapons.
Which means that they're also spread thin to an extent as well. And
So
then
the-
also,
I mean,
and
not
then,
necessarily
and then,
between
and then
China
just to be
per
clear,
se,
and then just to be clear, if China's also giving things to Iran, Iran is giving things to Hamas and jihadist groups. So like Iran is also backing
And North
a bunch
Korea.
of groups and spread thin as well.
North Korean soldiers have been showing up in Ukraine. What's that about?
Yes. In
Yeah,
Kursk,
so we're saying that
actually, so in
every
Russia,
so you're making it
Who in
sound
North
like
Korea
the
aligned
United
to?
States is spread thin right now, whereas we're saying everybody is spread thin right now.
To a degree, yes, that's correct. But what I'm getting at is they are pooling together, just like America and the European countries are trying to pool together on some level, but they are stretching they're stretching America much thinner than the other way around.
we're not fighting you on if China would like to be a bigger player on the world stage. We're fighting you because you claim that they caused this by releasing a virus in their own population.
Okay, if you don't believe that, that's fair enough. If you don't want to believe, whatever. Like, that's just my belief on that.
Well, just
But
to,
whether
just
or not
to,
that's
just to,
true or
just to
not,
be clear,
China still have these machinations regardless.
just to be clear, we're not even saying like we're not just talking about whether or not like we want to believe it or whether or not we're willing to believe it. It's more so on whether or not there's anything that exists that could make one logically believe it. Like,
Yeah, we're fighting your thought process.
yes, we're saying that we
Well,
do
I think
believe
the
that they
Wuhan lab
want to do this.
Wuhan's lab existence is evidence of that. Also, just the way that they were trying to cover it up and the way that they were ready to sanitize everything and lock people in and all that stuff. They were ready to do that pretty much from day one, and they were trying to cover up that they were doing it. I just think that these kinds of things they beg a lot of questions. And then when I look at like what is the probability now, and after I'm looking at all the actions of China's allies since that time to now, I do think that like it seems more likely that this was probably on purpose, and they're trying to do it to fuck everyone over so that they can change the global paradigm and also be more successful in their attempts in these wars, etc., etc.
Okay, yeah, again, like we're
Well,
not disagreeing that like China, we're not disagreeing about the like alignments. We're not disagreeing on like what China wants. We're not disagreeing on like the idea that China would do these things if they could. We're disagreeing that they can and that they would because they're based on the circumstances that they're in right now. That like this right now is not the moment to make the play, but that like I think. Short stack said 50 years. I would say probably like, yeah, more like 75, maybe longer. But that like Trump is doing a lot right now that cannot be undone. That is making all of this like a lot better.
I don't understand because you're kind of discounting the psychological element of this, of these world leaders as well, and like how they think about themselves and what legacies they want to have and where they want to position their countries and stuff like that. A lot of them are old too, so they want to do it before they die. So they're not going to wait 75 years to pull off this shit, which they don't even know if America would become even stronger in 75 years than they are now. Like, it's just, these kinds of things just don't make any sense, especially when China have been doing drills around Taiwan, which are literally just them doing drills on invading the island over and over again. Right, basically almost invading the island, but not quite, just doing quote unquote a drill because they're obviously gearing up to do it.
Again, I think that they're gearing up to do it, just not now. I think that this is.
Yeah, I said in a couple of years.
Again, I don't even think in a couple.
When, obviously, but in a couple of years they will do it.
I think that they're always trying to put themselves in the best position possible, so that if there is ever a moment where they could take advantage of something, they will. But I don't think it's going to be something as big and as extravagant as you're thinking. I think it will constantly be slow, tedious, like allies, gaining allies, backing certain wars, allowing just like small pieces to be moved on the board very slowly to where it'll just eventually.
I don't know why you think it would be slowly in the last 5 years. Everything has been exploding over the past 5 years. Why would it be slowly?
Because there is
I just
still
don't, that
big
doesn't
enough
track with
gap,
what's happening.
Because there's still a big enough gap between the United States and Europe, the UK, and the EU, and China and their allies. There is too much of a gap there to where they could even be dreaming of fucking around and finding out.
I don't think that's right. Like, do you know, like, the numbers of soldiers Russia has in their army? It's like 2 million or something, which, like, dwarfs all the armies of Europe.
It doesn't really matter today. So, like, while...
It does when they still also have loads of weapons as well.
Yes, loads of weapons, but the problem is that the countries that have, like, the best technology... So one of the things that we were just reading a minute ago is about the fact that, like, there's some small areas where China is ahead of us in military technology. Do you know who's ahead of them across the board in all military technology?
Yeah, I'm sure it's America,
No,
but
no,
what the
no,
point
no,
is,
no,
if
no,
that
no,
tech is
no,
then
that's-
spread thin
no,
across
that's not-
the various conflicts...
No, I just said that there are
that still
some
gives them an
small
edge.
areas where China is ahead of the United States. Israel is ahead of everyone in military technology.
Yeah, but they're
Like,
tiny, mate.
No, it doesn't matter how big they are. They have the technology. They are our ally.
You think they could take on China?
No, they are our ally. That if we need that stuff, which they are currently like helping us upgrade a lot of our shit, like it right now, like as we speak. But they are but that like the leader in technology is the United States. Israel, like it's mostly going to be us and our allies, and that while they're always playing catch up, the whole time they're playing catch up, we're moving to the next thing. So it's
Sure. But I think you're discounting this idea of how they're stretching people. So for instance, there's been a recent conflict with India and Pakistan, right? Likelihood that they will go into all-out war is in the next year probably fairly high, I would say, considering everything that's going on. What would happen if Pakistan and India go to war? What do you think would be the fallout of that, like globally?
Depends on how far they go. They are nuclear powers.
Do you think America would support India?
They will not support either side because they are nuclear powers.
That doesn't really track. Israel's a nuclear power and they support them.
Well,
exactly. You support the person that's not fighting a nuclear power.
yes, nuclear powers don't get into
no
direct
US
wars with each other. They get into proxy wars with each other because we can't really take a chance of nuclear war like powers.
Well, they have done historically, but right now it's all becoming hot wars.
Between who? The US is not in Ukraine.
Yes, Ukraine are fighting Russia. That's a hot war.
But the US is not fighting in Ukraine.
Yes, not right now.
And it won't.
Yeah, so it's not a hot war between the US and
I think that's
Russia.
a very big assumption.
So it didn't under Biden. Biden was clear that he didn't want to put troops on the ground, and Trump wants to suck Putin's dick. So it still won't. It's more likely that the US invades Ukraine or something because Putin has like.
It's most likely
tapes
America are trying to
Trump
hold
or
out
something.
because they know China will attack Taiwan at some point, and they're trying to hold out to be able to fight against them. That's the front that America are probably going to fight on, is against China. They're trying to support other fronts,
Trump
like
doesn't
other
wanna fight
countries,
because
to
Trump is a
fight their
coward.
fights.
Trump will ask Taiwan for money or some bullshit like this. We'll ask him for a mineral deal because Trump is a coward.
I don't know about that. Again, we're all speculating here, but like I just have serious doubts about that.
Just to be clear, like yes, you're speculating, and we're forced to like put in like engage with evidence that would make your speculation not make very much sense. So like this is a common thing when
I'm not sure what doesn't make any sense about it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You're
I
making
feel like we
connections that
just
don't
went
exist.
over
That's
it.
our
I feel like
problem.
we just went over it for the last like 20 minutes. But I think it's a normal thing where like people start to think of a conclusion. They have a hypothesis, and then they start thinking of things that would make that hypothesis make sense, but they don't ever look for the things that would make it not make sense, and that like it is a normal thing for them to like drive this.
Because I'm not going to lie, I find a lot of these things very weak arguments, especially when you're looking at like what's in front of your eyes. Like, you gotta, like, have a theory of mind about people and stuff like that. Because people are putting out all kinds of propaganda and stuff. I'm not saying it's all propaganda, by the way. I'm sure there's lots
Right,
of
but
factual
right now we
information
just
as well.
got to this because
But you have
you
to understand
said
that
we're
there's
all
an information
speculating.
war going on.
Yeah,
we are kind of all speculating. We don't know where this is going to go. You're saying that
wait,
Trump would never do such and such a thing, but you don't know that if that's true or not.
Hold on. We're like right now we're here because you said we're all speculating, and I'm trying to say, not really. You're speculating. We're giving like information that like kind of like detracts from your speculation, but that like the speculation just doesn't seem to align with the information that we have, and that there are a lot of conclusions that are being jumped to, whereas like I said earlier with the Wuhan stuff, like there isn't direct evidence. There's evidence, but there's also evidence on the opposite side, and so when we have this like mix of evidence, we're just not going to come to a conclusion. Whereas I feel like it's the same thing here, is where you can give us a bunch of arguments that make
you can decide not
sense.
to make a conclusion if you want based on that. You can decide not to make a conclusion based on that, but I would, because like all this shit is happening. I just don't think that like it's pertinent to just be constantly in this state of I can't make a reasonable assessment of this because some evidence goes against them. And like most of it's quite dubious, really.
Okay, you were talking about a theory of mind. Can you give me a reason? So if I'm China and I want to perpetrate a biological attack upon the world, why would I not release the virus somewhere else?
Because they obviously didn't want to come under suspicion, so it was plausible deniability.
They are under suspicion now because apparently you got suspicious because they released the virus next to their fucking bioweapons lab, which is not a bioweapons lab, but you believe so. So they released it
No,
next
it's obviously
to
a virus
research
lab. I'm saying they released the virus as a bioweapon.
Okay, so they want to not become suspicious, so they release it next door to their research lab. That's your idea? Why not release it in fucking Chicago? Or somewhere in the US that has bats.
Because it might have been more difficult to smuggle it in there and do it that way. And also they wanted plausible deniability.
It's a fucking virus. You need one guy with a briefcase.
It would be
but you'd
so
have to
fucking
contain it in a
simple.
vial or something before you got there.
Yes,
right?
but there's scientists that are actually like transporting viruses all the time. Like it would be even on top of that, even if you wanted to.
Yeah,
you
under
could
very secure channels.
Even
under very
even if you
secure
wanted
channels.
to, you could just give it to somebody and put them on a fucking plane to the United States. Like they like I don't
yeah,
mean
loads of
I
people
don't
from
mean,
China came over to
I
the
don't-
United States. That's
I
how it
don't-
spread.
I don't mean I don't mean give it to somebody as in like, you know, give them the vial. I mean like get them infected with the virus and just send them over to where they're not
That is
even-
what happened.
No, but
How
you
many
would infect
airports
them
are in
the
Wuhan?
airport because it takes 2 fucking
I don't
days
know,
for
but
the
a
virus
lot of
to
people
become
came from
infections.
out of China and were spreading COVID all over the world.
Yeah, in Europe first, but you would infect it without infecting your own population. You would give them a fucking injection in the airport. It would take 2 days for them to become infectious. So you would fly them to the US. The US would get infected, and China would not for like months. And China would have the advantage of having
Plus,
months of preparation time.
we were one of the last major countries to hit. I think it was 100 cases. Like it had already like fucked up Spain, like
Yeah,
France. Like there were tons of countries in Europe
Italy
that were
was
totally fucked.
Yes.
So I don't really understand why that matters.
Why would you?
Because the
if you
United
want
States
to
would be the main
perpetrate a
target.
biological attack. Exactly. And
No, they
also,
wanted to target
why would
everyone.
you infect your own people? You want a theory of mind. You
For
can,
plausible deniability.
and you put it like next door to your research lab of this type of virus, and this gives you plausible deniability.
That probably wasn't the best move, but they fucking did it. What can I say?
Oh. So they are very smart about plausible deniability. They are so smart and they can create this virus, but they didn't think about just putting it somewhere else.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know, man. Like, what can I say? Like, so,
They
some
are-
of these
they are like
sometimes they just do
Schrodinger's
shit. They were like,
intelligence.
okay, this is the time. I don't know. Maybe they didn't think people would be as scrutinizing to this. Maybe they thought they could actually cover it up, but then it wasn't covered up.
There's no way they thought they
Why
could
not
cover
just-
that.
They were trying. They were
There's no
trying to
way.
cover it up, though,
There's
weren't they? We
literally
all know
no-
that.
Yes, but there's literally but that's the difference though, is that if they knew what it was they were infecting people with, and how rapidly it would spread, because that's the idea, right? Is that they know how rapidly this is spreading. That's why they're going to do it. There's no way they would know how rapidly this would spread and think that they could cover it up. The reason they thought they could cover it up is because they didn't know how infectious this was.
That's not true, because if they knew how infectious it was, then they would go about it in a certain way, right?
Yeah, they would infect someone else and then lock down their country.
Initially,
like
yes.
Australia and New Zealand did.
Initially, what they did is just told everybody to shut the fuck up about it. That's what they did. They said, stop talking about it. Do not go tell people about this. Shut the fuck up. That's what they did.
Because that's what totalitarian regimes do when they have a new threat, because they don't want to look incompetent.
Yes, and because they didn't know how infectious it was.
You could say that. That's one way of looking at it, for sure. I just don't know if I subscribe to that. I used to think that.
Well, and I'm just saying that it's just
don't
as
think I think it
likely. And
anymore.
so what I'm saying that, like, jumping to conclusions, it's a hasty generalization fallacy, where almost all of the things that you're using as evidence, you're then using that as evidence, but then jumping to a conclusion so that you can use that conclusion as evidence to jump to another conclusion, where, like, none of these things have these, like, direct connections to them, where you're just jumping over and over and over. Whereas, like, yeah, so it ends up being just a long line of
I remember another reason why I hate you, Tom. I remember another reason why I hate you.
Because
stop
I bring
fucking
up
saying
fallacies.
just as likely. No, stop saying just as likely. It's less likely.
No. Oh, hold
Stop
on.
saying it's
Okay,
50-50.
okay. Hold on.
50-50.
No. From like we spent like an entire day about 2 months ago, and I don't know if you were here that day. We spent an entire day going over the fact that everybody kept saying that the Wuhan virus was now the prominent theory, and I kept saying I don't think that's true. And so we went and looked it up, and everything that we were reading was saying the experts now believe it's like 50-50, that before it was like 55-45, and that like every year we gain more information to where it just is getting closer to where now we are kind of around 50-50. That is what we came, like, that's what we got. That's the conclusion that we came to. But if you don't think that, that's fine. It's just that, yes, it seems like many governments, many authorities on the situation feel like we're just kind of at a standstill between the two.
Okay, I can see the point and say, okay,
but that
on the
wasn't
other
the
hand,
case in
let's say it was an
2023,
accident, or it came from a wet, or,
just to be
or it
clear,
came from a wet
that was not the
market or
case in
something like that.
2023. Like in 2023, that was not the case.
Yeah.
But like it seems like today that like when people say, "See, we knew it. We told you. We were right the whole time. It wasn't the wet market. It was the lab." That they're just happy that it's at 50-50 now when like they didn't become the correct.
I'll just go along with that idea, right? Let's say it's an accident, or it came from a wet market, or it was just leaked by mistake, or whatever the fuck, right? This still generated an opportunity for all this shit to happen.
Sure, but that again, for all of the shit includes them getting fucked up.
Okay. If because we're going along with the idea that it was an accident,
Correct.
and stuff like that, yeah.
Correct. So I'm saying with the accident,
also fuck them up too, right?
Yes, with the accident, they're fucked up. They're not in this like great position now to do anything because they're fucked up as well.
But it's all kind of the dominoes are falling anyway, whether they like it or not. So now they might as well.
Okay. Maybe. Yeah.
All their allies are getting into wars.
I just don't think they're in the position.
They're funding them. They're helping them. Like. They're allied with North Korea too. North Korea are sending soldiers to Ukraine. Why would they be doing that unless they were allied with Russia and China?
Which one of the Beatles do you sound like?
Russia, yes.
I'm not from Liverpool.
Yeah, but which one? Anyways.
I don't know. Maybe John Lennon or something.
No. No, there's
people
one,
say I look like John Lennon.
There's
like
one
a
that
discount
talks
John
like
Lennon.
this. Everything's always like this. He's
They
always
all talk a bit like that. Yeah,
Is it
Ringo probably a bit more.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
it is Ringo. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's Ringo. All right, well, I gotta head out. I'm well past the end of stream.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for having me on, by the way.
Yeah,
I know it's
appreciate
been a
you
bit
coming on.
contentious, but I thought I just feel like sometimes you got to lay it on the line and just say what you fucking think. Sometimes, you know.
Yeah. I mean, it seemed like you were in chat. You had a
Okay, Bryce.
disagreement on like the other stuff with Ethan as well. I don't know if you want to come back another time and talk about that. We can.
Yeah, I could come back another time. I can't remember exactly what you were saying now that I was saying there was a disagreement on, but yeah, I can come back another time though and talk about that for sure.
Okay. All right. Later, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yep,
thanks a lot. See ya.
See ya.
Bye bye.
Okay. No, I'm not extending stream. I have a fucking migraine now. I earlier, I think it was J-Lo, both times you asked if I was extending stream, both times I was trying to ask for what, and I didn't see your answer both times. I ended up getting back into the conversation both times and missing what it was that you said. So I don't know if the first time you said it, I was like, wait, are there people waiting for me to do the fucking Middle East research or something, or what? But it wasn't, I'm not hearing it either. What?
Not like I'm Ringo. Well, lads, what do you think of the new album cover? Great, but it won't look good when it's shrunk down for a CD. CD?
Yeah, that's Ringo. Yeah. That's what he sounds like.
There was also the theory that you attracted more girls by being the quiet one, in the same sense that a guy at a party who sits in the corner will have the girl come over and say, "Oh, what's the matter?"
It's just
this was not a calculated
dirty rumor.
philosophy on your part. Was it?
Just a rumor, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Paul used to get them all with his, you know.
Well, there were all those stories at the time.
Never got in the way of the music, no matter how bad the row was. Once the counting, we all gave our best.
Yeah, it's the same thing. There's a specific interview I'm trying to find. It was the one that he was just in a second ago, but he's like talking to them about drugs. But
what did you make of that?
Yeah, it's from when he was younger, but I can't find it. So, did I miss J-Lo answering again? I should be streaming tomorrow. Most likely, I'll be on tomorrow. Because I'm saying the goal must be met. But yeah, if you have a headache, go rest. Oh, no, we finished it. We did, right? So the goals, if the goals are met, we end up getting to 8 hours. We're at 8.5 hours right now. We're at 8 hours and 36 minutes. So yes, all the goals were met. We made it all the way to 8 hours. Yeah, whatever. It was, what was the name of the guy that he was just talking to? Wait, that was George? No, that was Ringo. Are you West Coast? No, East Coast. It's 7 a.m. for me right now. Fuck. Yeah, he was the interview that I was just watching right here. Fuck.
Okay. There was also
Yeah, this guy. There's another one of him talking to him. Is that he's George Harris? Harrison.
Television in America isn't as mature as it is in England.
No,
You
it's
can't
very
say
good in
certain
England,
things.
yeah. I can't
but,
watch TV in America, to tell you the truth. It's such a load of rubbish.
Yeah, see?
Not the Dick Cavett show, of course.
Okay, so yeah, so it was I think it was George that was like.
I wondered.
No, it just drives you crazy, you know, the commercials. You just get into something and it's sorry now, another word from, and another word from. And in the end, you know, they just put commercials on all the time.
But you have commercials too over on your side of the
Yeah,
pond.
but it's really done good, you know. It's really done good. They show maybe, if it's a 30-minute show, they'll have the commercial at the beginning, then the show will start.
I think I think it's probably both, but because I think Ringo's always a bit more stone sounding. Yeah, whatever. I hate my life.
For peace and love, that if you send me fan mail, I'll murder the fucking shit out of you. For peace and love.
Okay. All right. I'll be back on tomorrow. I will. Yeah, I'll probably do the more. I will try to get back to some Middle East research. Most of the time, after I get off stream, I'm doing more off stream as well now. So I'm like, you know, trying to gather up as much information as I can. But yeah, make sure you guys hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up, and if you'll do me a favor, something that helps the channel more than anything is after I finish stream, if you leave a comment on the stream, that is something that really helps boost me in the algorithm. And if there's times during the stream where you were asking me a question, where there was something you wanted me to respond to, and I didn't respond, that's a good place to put that as well. And I will always respond to them. If you put @Tom at the beginning of the comment, I will come and reply to whatever it is that I missed during stream. Also, make sure you join the Discord, because Discord always has notifications going out anytime I post a new video, anytime I post a new TikTok, Instagram, sometimes when I post tweets, and then also every time I go live, it puts out a notification. Sometimes I go live on different platforms as well. Sometimes I'm only live on Kick, sometimes I'm only live on TikTok, sometimes I'm only live on YouTube, sometimes I'm live on all three. So yeah, you want to be part of the Discord to know where it is that I'm streaming on each day, so that you get the notifications and so that you can hang out and talk to everybody. There is a community VC there as well, so if you guys want to go hang out there after stream, it is open to everybody who is interested in hanging out and talking to folks or playing video games together or whatever. And then also on top of that, every time we hit another 100 members in the Discord, we do a movie night. So make sure you join the Discord so that we can get another movie night together where me and everybody will be in there. It's a lot of fun. So yeah, make sure you join the Discord. Links in the description. Till next time, we're going to run through some credits real quick to honor our awesome members. And then if y'all stay and leave a comment, it'll be super helpful. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
I know, but dumb people like my mother who works in the goddamn medical field, who will literally tell me, and they will come at me, as liberal stupid people, will say that the studies have been done. And it doesn't matter, by the way, that you understand better than she does that the studies haven't fucking been done. You understand that because you're not stupid, Tom. You're not a dumb person like my mother who works in the goddamn medical field. She literally reads her opinion and whatever the fuck they send her from fucking IU Health in Indiana, that the studies have been fucking done. So you know what? When I talk to someone like her, you know what she says to me? You know the most disrespectful thing I've ever heard in my life was from my own goddamn mother? I've read about it.
And then sometimes they'll convict you, keep you in jail for a while, and then deport you after your sentence is over, and then sometimes they'll deport you as soon as you're sentenced. In this case, they don't have any convictions or charges, and sometimes they're even deporting people who are legal immigrants, but they're still putting them in prison for absolutely no reason. So this is a very, very different scenario.
It's important for everyone to understand. I came here as a Canadian to the United States in 2008.
What if what if they came and just like put you in jail though because they wanted to revoke your status? You hadn't actually committed a crime or been charged with a crime, but they went and put you in prison instead of just revoking your status and deporting you.
At what point did you go ahead and ask these people, hey, are you here legally? And did you go ahead through the process? Did you ask those people those questions?
No, of course not. I wouldn't believe an answer that they gave me.
Exactly.
I would never.
You're going to go ahead and spread misinformation. Take that line, hook, line, and sinker.
Do you think it's okay to lie?
Okay, that's the truth. And there, spread it some more. Well,
do you think it's okay to lie like this? Are you okay? Do you think you're a good person lying?
Sir. I'm the one who immigrated here. Sir,
so what?
Did you immigrate here, or were you born an American citizen?
I've immigrated here 1,000,000 times. 1,000,000.
Well, you can't immigrate anywhere.
Yes, I did.
Times,
I immigrated 1,000,000 times. I'm the expert here. So actually, I can look at the study better than you because I immigrated 1,000,000 times.
So how do you immigrate as a U.S. citizen? How do you immigrate to the U.S. 1,000,000 times? Are you trying to say that you went through passport control, like you traveled to state France and then came back? You know, you went on a vacation or something, and you.
Gravel, I think it's clear that he never immigrated or did anything through that.
I think it's clear you never did.
No, sir, I'm so sorry, baby. You dug your grave a long time
I've immigrated 1,000,000 times. You don't know about this as much as I do, okay?
Okay, no, first of all, I hate to say this, but I'm having a little bit of secondhand embarrassment here. Sir, no one immigrates 1,000,000 times.
While we've been on this call, I made it 1,000,001.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. There were most likely some of those cases, but y'all looked away.
No, where's the evidence then? Where's the evidence then? Where's the evidence that those cases exist?
Most likely it's an assumption.
Our point is,
most likely is an assumption.
A quick second.
Yes, she's making it up.
Okay. No, I'm not making anything up, actually.
Just like you're an immigrant.
If you call her a liar one more time, I'm dropping you.
I just want to say she's a fucking lying bitch, 100%, but I won't say it again.
Why are you going so
crazy? There we go.
That's
all you need.